Diamondbacks Radio Network is brought to you by Morgan & Morgan. Diamond Talk. Diamond Talk. Diamond Talk. KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up. The hell time is it? 2:18 on this Wednesday in Phoenix. I didn't know, Mitch. I didn't know.
Welcome back, Mitch.
Mitch,
Hello.
welcome back. We missed you, Mitch.
Hey,
Mitchy Mitch. Straight up 2:18 on this draft day Wednesday in Phoenix, on a few minutes late because we had D-back baseball, a ugly loss to the White Sox, which we'll talk about in just a second. But I do want to set the tables for you before we get into everything, because we are going to have, we'll be here probably a little past 6 tonight. I will be, and then we're going to continue our draft coverage through the night. So we will do a regular Burns and Gambo show up until 4 o'clock. So for the first 2 hours, we'll do a regular Burns and Gambo show. After that, we will turn it over and we'll have draft coverage. We're expecting the Suns pick to come down right around 6 o'clock.
6 o'clock.
That's the 10th pick. There's a lot of stuff in the works right now, but we're expecting right around 6 o'clock, the 10th pick will be made. So we will turn into a draft show starting at 4 o'clock. All right. I did do a Gambo 5 against all advice from myself not to do it. I did do one. So the web department is writing up now. We'll release it, and we'll go over the names. Let me get the show sheet here. What did Lauren put together for us?
Starting at 2:30,
Starting
we'll
at
reveal
2:30,
names.
we'll reveal the first 2 names. 3 o'clock, the next 2 names. 3:15, the last name. I'll say don't bet your milk money on this. Usually it takes 3 to 4 weeks for me to do this right. I did it in 12 hours. So I normally need 3 to 4 weeks to do this right. But a lot of people were asking for it and asking for it and asking for it. I kind of felt bad. So I just, in the last 12 hours, I did it. The Gambo 5. So we will have the 5 names, and we usually say one of these 5s will get drafted. Most likely one of these 5 names will be drafted, and we'll kind of go over that through the course of the show. So that's what we've got going on. Let's tell you, let's not waste any time. Let's get into our show and tell you what the top story of the day is.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
And the right-hander Wilson fires. Swung on, a hard hit ball to Sosa. He gloves, steps, and throws to first in time, and that's your ball game. The White Sox win this one by a final score of 7-3. The D-backs will have to settle for the series.
They win the series. But you got Zach Allen on the mound, and usually you would hope that you'd be able to win this game. The Chicago White Sox are 26-55. They're not a good baseball team. You did take 2 out of 3. There's a lot to go over about this series, including the very awful situation with a White Sox fan last night and Ketel Marte. We'll talk about the injury to Vargas and what's happening there. Another Diamondback player got injured. We'll talk about the series as a whole, but I think we've got to start with what is a really, really difficult situation. We had him on the show yesterday, and look, this is tough. I like Zach Allen a lot. Stand-up guy, great guy. The struggles continue. 2 runs in the first inning. After you plate 2 to go up 2-0, he gives up the 2-run homer in the first inning. Then he gives up. So now it's he gives up the solo homer and then a base hit that scored a run. Then he gives up the home run in the 4th inning to Sosa. That made it 4-2. Zach Allen goes 5 1/3, gives up 5 runs on 8 hits, only strikes out 2, throws 87 pitches, takes the loss. He is 5-9 with an ERA of 5.75. This is difficult because Zach Allen has been one of the best pitchers. It was a great trade. He's been awesome. Kellen, he cannot find his way out of this funk this year. He just cannot do it.
Yeah, we had him on the show yesterday and asked him about just some of the tweaks that he's trying to make, but at the same time, you don't want to overcomplicate things. And we have talked to him. You guys have talked to him a lot on your show. We've heard from him a lot over the years, and he likes to take in those adjustments on an outing-to-outing basis. So he's certainly trying different stuff. They're tweaking things for sure. and it just hasn't come together this year at all. And the bottom line for this team is that even with all the injuries that they have had, Gambo, if Zach Allen and Brandon Pfaadt were pitching to an average level, we'll throw in Erod as well. He had a really rough start to the year. If those three guys were an average output for what you would expect out of them, this team would be 7-8 games over 500 and right in the wild card race. They're still in it, to be clear.
One of the things they tried today, just to say, they put James McCann in there behind the plate, got his first start as a D-back, to see if that could help Zach Gallen out. Let's try a new catcher. Let's try a veteran catcher, 35 years old, been in the league a long time. Let's see if there's some connection there between him and Zach Gallen, because he's had Moreno, then he had Herrera for a little while, and they made the decision today. Let's go James McCann. Let's give him that start today. Earlier day, Herrera's been catching a lot. They signed McCann just this week. They gave him the start today. No real difference at all. Zach Gallen struggled, takes the loss. ERA up to 5.75. It's a tough watch. It's a tough watch when he takes the mound right now.
It is, and it's something where there are more questions that get added on top of it when he plays this way, right? There were two outcomes where if he played like to an average level, I think we could have expected him back with the Arizona Diamondbacks, right? If he was around like a 3.54 ERA, somewhere around that range, you would expect him back, or at least the Diamondbacks to be heavily involved in the negotiations for him in his upcoming free agency. But right now, he's been so terrible this year, to just say the word. Like, he's been awful this year. His whip is 1.41. He's leading the National League in walks right now. The ERA, like you mentioned, 5.75. It's at the point now where if he enters free agency, you don't even know if the D-backs should bring him back. But what about the trade deadline? Like, should you even trade him at the deadline at that point?
What could you get for him?
What are you going to get for him?
What team is
exactly?
going to look at Zach Gallen?
What
team's going to look at Zach Gallen and say he's one of my top two starters in a playoff game when you pitch into an ERA close to 6? I mean, I just don't know that anybody's going to look at Zach Gallen and say, and then you go to free agency, he might have to be Tyus Jones. He might have to, I'm going to do a 1-year prove-it deal. I don't want to sign a contract coming off of this year if I'm Zach Gallen. And now he's got half the season left to get right, so there's still plenty of time. But the way he's pitching right now, he's not going to want to sign a long-term deal with anybody. He's going to let me establish value again. Let me go out there. I'll sign a 1-year deal with somebody, and I'll go out there and I'll get back to being the Zach Gallen of old. Because he's 29 years old. He's only 29 years old. So it might be wise for him to take a 1-year deal with somebody, best situation, good pitcher's ballpark, whatever it is, try to establish value, then see what he can do. This has been a nightmare season for Zach Gallen. And I feel terrible because I like the guy. I asked him about the struggles yesterday. Does it have anything to do with the contract? And he said no. I mean, he said no. He said it in spring training to us. He said it again yesterday. That's not the case. It's just, he just hasn't been able to figure out what's going on. He's trying to make all these changes, but again, Diamondbacks lose the game 7-3 to the White Sox. They win this series. They do win the series. So if you look at the standings in the National League and you look at the wild card, the Diamondbacks are 3.5 games behind the wild card, but they've also got the Reds, the Padres, the Cardinals ahead of them, and then they still have to jump one other team between the Brewers, Giants, and Mets. They have to jump 4 teams to get into the wild card spot. I'm never concerned as much about the 2.5 or 3.5. I'm very concerned about the amount of teams that end up ahead of you. Because what happens is you get to a point, they've played 80 games now, about halfway through the season. You've got to jump 4 teams. You've got to be better than 4 other teams. And some of them by 2.5, 3.5 games. So that's the concern right now. Got a good win yesterday. Really good win yesterday. Defense was outstanding. Jake McCarthy and Alec Thomas are running down everything. That was a pleasure to watch. Jake McCarthy robbing that home run, the glove over the wall. Alec Thomas making some really nice plays. Tim Tawa starting that huge double play. The defense was outstanding in that baseball game, really outstanding. So felt good about that. Another guy goes down, and Ildemaro Vargas. And then obviously they bring up Blaze Alexander to replace him. But I always said we can't go a week without talking about an injury. We just can't seem to go 1 week
every day
without
at this
talking.
point.
It's been every day lately.
Yeah.
But man, I would love a week. Can you give me 1 week of not talking about a player getting injured?
Doesn't feel like it right now. That's for sure.
All right, we'll take a time out here. When we come back, we'll give you the first couple names of the Gambo Five. We'll give you 2 names of which we expect the Suns will consider with the 10th overall pick in the draft. That's next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Suns on New Horizon. KD Watch.
Kevin Durant is headed to the Houston Rockets.
A lot of heartbroken Suns fans right now. What would you like to say?
They wanted me to go, so it's like, I'm glad we both, they got what they wanted and I got what I wanted. So we can move on, and good luck to them going forward. And I always remember my time there, but we on something else.
More reaction to the Suns trading KD to the Rockets coming your way on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, YouTube channel, and arizonasports.com.
If you're trying to get through your daily activities and you're noticing you can't because you're focusing more on your pain than being able to enjoy the moment, those are the patients that we're looking to treat because we can make a difference.
That's Dr. Ashley Caravelli, a medical director for QC Kinetics.
What we're doing at QC Kinetics is offering treatments that help with joint preservation. We use cutting-edge technology in our in-house lab to harness your body's natural healing powers and target the areas where you need them the most.
These are regenerative, non-surgical treatments, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader, delivering lasting relief to tens of thousands of patients.
What we do know is that the sooner we start treatment, the sooner you'll see relief.
So don't wait another minute. See if you're a good candidate for these non-surgical treatments for joint pain. The consultation is completely free.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Get real testosterone prescribed by real doctors now at Red Mountain. Guys, feeling drained, low energy, brain fog, or trouble in the bedroom? You probably have low testosterone. It's more common than you think, and it's treatable. Today's men have lower testosterone than ever before, thanks to stress, poor diet, and lifestyle. But Red Mountain has the solution. We offer full-strength testosterone as an injection or tablet. And we're not talking about a supplement here. We're talking about prescription-strength testosterone because the truth is nothing out there can boost testosterone like actual testosterone. It'll help you think clearer, sleep better, build muscle, and boost your sex drive. It's a game changer. Have low T? Start for free this month only at Red Mountain. Regain your energy, strength, and vitality at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com. Red Mountain, real testosterone, real doctors, real results.
Looking for quality windows without the wait? Come to the Window Depot. We carry a huge selection of Milgard windows in stock now and ready for pickup. Need something custom? No problem. From new construction to full home replacement, we'll help you order the perfect Milgard windows built to fit your space, style, and budget. Whether you're a homeowner or contractor, the Window Depot makes it easy to get the windows you need fast. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you and see why we're your Milgard window experts.
Hey, it's Wolf for Tim Hovick's Santan Ford in Gilbert. I have two things for you, Basinonians. One, employee pricing has been extended at Santan Ford. And two, the selection is huge. That's right. Santan Ford has 1,400 new vehicles on the ground. All the models, all the trim levels, different options in every color under the sun. It's simple. Get employee pricing on your new Ford and drive away in the Ford you really want. You gotta love it, right? Head on over to the Santan 202 Freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. I am Santan Ford.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The series just wrapped up in Chicago today on the South Side. The Diamondbacks won the series, but they dropped the finale today, 7-3. Zach Gallen got jumped for 5 runs on 8 hits in just 5 1/3 innings of work. Snakes make their way back home. They start a series with the Marlins at Chase Field Friday night. And tonight, the first round of the NBA draft. The Phoenix Suns are slated to pick 10th and 29th overall. We'll be covering the first round starting at 4 p.m. You can watch and listen on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel and the Arizona Sports app. And, of course, listen right here on 98.7 FM. And that is what's trending now.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. The NBA draft goes down tonight. We'll be talking about it all day tomorrow. The fun begins at 6 a.m.
All right. We're ready. We put it together. We put it together quickly. I am going to say that, and we're going to put it out in a story on ArizonaSports.com, as we always do. My margin for error on all of these is usually minuscule. I almost guarantee that the Suns or the Cardinals are going to pick the player that I'm saying in here. We've never been wrong before. And they feel like my margin for error is not that great because I spend a lot of time on it, so I feel like I'm going to get it right.
I'm with you, too. Yeah, once they traded for this pick, you start cramming on this part of the draft because we were looking at the 20s, the 30s, the second round, but here they are, late lottery pick.
This, I'm going to increase. I am going to say, don't bet your lunch money on this one. I'm going to increase my margin for error here. I'm going to increase my margin for error, a little bit to like 20% because I just didn't have enough time to do it. We just found out that the Suns got the 20th pick like 2 days ago. The 10th pick like 2 days ago, and then I just wasn't going to do it, and then I just decided to do it. But I did in 12 hours what usually takes me 3 to 4 weeks. Now, I'm not making any excuses. If you want to knock me, if I get it wrong, by all means, go ahead and knock me. But I did the best I could. And that's just going to have to be good enough.
You're doing this for the people listening. They need to realize that. Yeah. So if you whiff here, you did this to not incentivize.
I don't guess.
The wrong word. You don't get. There is credible information within all these reports, Gambo, as always.
Just so everybody knows, I never guess. I have to do a lot of homework to try to get the names that are being considered. The players that we are going to give you, it is most likely going to be one of these 5 players. It is most likely going to be one of those guys. Stuff can always change. One year I actually came out and said they were going to draft Dante DiVincenzo, and they were. But you know what? They got a trade call, and they made a trade, and there's nothing I could do about it. So without further ado, let's give you the first player in our Gambo Five.
Murray Boyles, a strong finish. Murray Boyles, off glass. Count it. Bounce pass, Murray Boyles, the reverse. Zachary Davis, wide left. Murray Boyles gets it back and puts it up and in. Davis gets it back. Murray Boyles, up and in. Murray Boyles back to work with that left-handed finish again. A 25-point lead. Murray Boyles to the right, back to the left. They'll clear it out for Murray Boyles again. Mid-range. There it is.
There is your first player in the Gambo Five. The first player in the Gambo Five as we get set for. We're going to give you another player in this one. We're going to give you 2 in this one. But let's start with Murray Boyles. I will say this. This is the player out of the 5 guys we're going to mention that I think that the Phoenix Suns should draft. This is the player that I'm going to say, I think. You're going to say, hey, which one do you want? I'm going to say this is the guy I want. I want them to make this pick. I want them to get Murray Boyles. And we'll talk a little bit about him because this is a player that's probably more ready because of his body than any of the players I'm going to mention. 6'6.5", only 20 years old, 240 pounds, good passer, very similar comparison, Draymond Green. Very similar to Draymond Green. Now, he can't shoot, but he's a good passer. Not as tough as Draymond, but there's some similarities there. Versatile defender, Kellen. A versatile defender. So there's a lot to like about him as an undersized center in this league. I will say this now since he was the first guy. I didn't know he was going to be the first guy in Gambo 5. This is the player out of the guys we're going to mention that I would want the Phoenix Suns to draft.
So just one point of clarification right away, because you guys are hearing about this guy and you hear 6'6.5" center. That is his height without shoes. There is this maddening thing happening in NBA draft coverage in the last 2 years where everyone's height gets released in shoes. Last I checked, he played basketball in shoes. He's around 6'8".
6'8" with shoes.
6'8", 7'1" wingspan, 240. He's got a big base to him, Gambo. So when you talk about playing the 4 and the 5, he has the strength to hold up in both of those areas for sure. Was really productive at South Carolina out of the post. I'm not really sure how much of that part of his game will translate, but he's one of those guys, Gambo, where across sports, but especially basketball, you can see someone processing things faster than everyone else on the floor. They're 1, 2, maybe even 3 steps ahead. When he was defending at South Carolina on the ball, off the ball, anywhere with the ball, he was fantastic at being ahead and being a playmaker. Defensively, 1.3 blocks per game, a steal and a half per game as well. Was really productive as a defender. And then offensively, you mentioned the Draymond comparisons. He's a very good passer. He just sees things.
Smart player, good.
Because everyone thinks of Draymond as like this goon and this guy who is just like the toughness and all that stuff, the antics or whatever. Draymond is an incredibly smart basketball player, and Murray Boyles isn't on that level. No one is on Draymond Green's level in that regard, but he's close, and he's worth mentioning with his name for sure.
Colin Murray Boyles had a huge jump from his freshman year to his sophomore year. Huge jump at South Carolina. Freshman year, 10.5 points per game, 5.7 rebounds. He got 19 starts. That next year, sophomore year, we're talking about almost 17 points a game, over 8 rebounds a game, the assists, the steals, the blocks. He kind of did it all. So if you're looking for a guy that has that versatility defensively, again, not as tough as Draymond, but a tough kid and the most body-ready player that we're going to talk about. He's got an NBA body. He's ready to play at this level. So my first player in the Gambo Five is, out of South Carolina, Colin Murray Boyles.
The downside, just doesn't have a jumper right now. Can't shoot. And that's why you're going to want to see him at more in the 5. And this is a thing that is a Jordan Ott pick if they pick him, Gambo. And what I mean by that is you got to be able to properly utilize this guy. He's very versatile and very unique. But if you don't utilize that skill set properly and get the most value out of it, you're not going to get as much as you should out of a player like this. But I love him. We talked about him yesterday. Remember when we were talking about like if anyone would be on the Gambo 5, I thought it would be him because like the grit, the toughness, all the stuff that Gregory and Ishbia had mentioned a couple weeks ago, he checks every single box that they like.
Now, I am going to say this about the Gambo 5. There's one player that that is not in my Gambo 5 because every team I spoke with said that he won't be there. And so I didn't put him in. And that's the Malawatch kid.
Yeah.
I would have had Kaman Malawatch in my. If for some reason Malawatch falls, the Gambo 5 is wrong. It's wrong. They will take Malawatch, but I don't see a scenario in which he's there at 10. And I did check with other teams to see where they had him rated, and they kind of agree that they don't think he's going to be there at 10. Malawatch would have been in the Gambo 5, but I just don't see a scenario in which he's there. Have you seen any mocks which he's there at 10?
I've seen like 1 or 2, but it's just how many teams pass on like the 7'2", 7'7" wingspan guy? Those guys don't fall to 10 in the NBA draft. They just don't.
Harder. All right, let's give you our second player in the Gambo 5.
Offensive rebound for Roby. Essengay off the dribble with the right-handed punch.
And then in transition, Essengay for the lead, and he nails it.
Essengay, what a pass that is, and the jam to boot.
Gets the ball back to Olm. Chance to run. Essengay will jam it in, 108.
All right, there he is, the second player in our Gambo 5, Noah Essengay. Did we get that right?
We heard 3 different pronunciations on the highlights already. I believe it's Essengay. Noah Essengay.
All right,
Noah Essengay.
Yeah, he is the next player in our Gambo 5. Now, I was speaking with one team, not the Suns, about him today, and they're like, his agent should be fired.
Why so?
Because he is passing up a chance to play for the championship in Germany to come here and hear his name called.
And Gambo, he's not one of those guys who's a prospect who barely plays. He's an important player on their team, and he wants to hear his name called.
League Finals. He is bypassing he opted to miss the remainder of the postseason to attend the NBA draft. He explained it, said the draft is really special. That's maybe the best day of my life. I trust my teammates. I know they'll do their job. There are a lot of people that think this should be a red flag that he is willing to leave his teammates to come here. He is the best flyer of any of the guys we'll talk about. He is the best flyer. He is a risk because he's skinny and he's weak, but he's 6'9", 6'10". He's got a high ceiling because he's a tall, long kid, but he's not there yet. Light in the waist. Defense is supposed to be his calling card. Defense is supposed to be what he does really, really well. But again, a little light in the waist. There's a lot of potential there that he'll turn into a good defensive player. But he's young and he's skinny. He's got a squirrely shot, which means the ball moves around in his hand quite a bit. So that's something to keep your eye on. But again, when you look at the players we're going to mention, you're taking a flyer on a kid and you're saying, the ceiling is just too high. If we take him, the ceiling, we just believe that he could end up being a great player. Like, you may look at all these players and say, how high of a ceiling does each guy go? Now, this guy has, again, a greater risk, but also a higher ceiling That's where it's interesting for the Phoenix Suns because they could take him and he's a bust, or they could take him and he's an all-star. It's very difficult to gauge him.
Yeah, in terms of low floor, high ceiling, he's got the biggest gap out of anyone in the lottery, Gambo, because a lot of his skills right now are just theoretical. You mentioned the idea behind him is to be hanging his hat on the defensive end. He was pretty inconsistent there. Can't shoot right now. Isn't really a playmaker right now. The ball handling is a little bit of a question mark. What he does do really well is draw fouls. He gets to the free throw line when he slashes. He's great in transition. That's where you can really see the athleticism pop. But he would be a project, and they would have to be very patient with him, Gambo.
Now, a lot of the mock drafts have him around 12. I'm seeing one by The Athletic that have the Bulls taking him at 12, but he is in that range for the Phoenix Suns. So there you go. That's the first two names in the Gambo Five. We've got two more names coming for you at
3 o'clock.
3 o'clock. But up next, we'll talk about a really ugly situation in Chi-Town in Chicago between a White Sox fan and Ketel Marte. Had a lot of Diamondback fans really upset. We'll talk about that next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Suns on New Horizon. KD Watch.
Kevin Durant is headed to the Houston Rockets. That's according to ESPN.
Being a part of the Houston Rockets, I'm looking forward to it. Crazy last couple weeks, but I'm glad it's over with.
In exchange for Durant, Phoenix will receive a package that includes Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, the number 10 overall pick in this year's draft, and 5 second-round picks.
More reaction to the Suns trading KD to the Rockets coming your way on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com.
It's where every home run memory and walk-off victory is stored. Your brain shapes you, defines you, makes you you. But as any ball player knows, a brain or spine condition can change the game. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is always swinging for the fences, pushing the boundaries of neuroscience medicine. Ranked top 10 in the U.S., Barrow helps patients hold on to their dreams, their memories, and themselves right here in Arizona. Barrow Neurological Institute, minding what matters most. Visit barrowneuro.org to learn more.
Hey, it's Pat. So I went for ice cream the other night, and they had 48 flavors. I couldn't decide. Well, the Valley Toyota dealers have put me in that same position. They have 19 hybrid models to choose from, more than any other brand. How could you choose? Like the ice cream shop, I had to test all 19. Unlike the ice cream shop, I didn't go home with a bellyache, so that's a small win.
Get the all-hybrid Camry with 4.99% 60-month financing. Or get a gas or hybrid Tacoma with 4.75% 60-month financing. Even get low 2.99% financing for up to 72 months on any new Tundra. With great deals like this, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% with 1887 and 4.75% with 1776 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 2.99% with 1519 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 6/30/25. See dealer for details.
Ready! Hi, my name is Brent Sanderson with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. What makes Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning a great choice for customers is that you know when Ready comes to your home, you're going to get an honest assessment, a positive experience from start to finish, a very comfortable, no sales experience. Our mission is to come in, assess the situation, troubleshoot, and solve your problems and leave you smiling. ReadyServices.com.
Ready. Looking for quality windows without the wait? Come to the Window Depot. We carry a huge selection of Milgard windows, in stock now and ready for pickup. Need something custom? No problem. From new construction to full home replacement, we'll help you order the perfect Milgard windows built to fit your space, style, and budget. Whether you're a homeowner or contractor, the Window Depot makes it easy to get the windows you need fast. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you and see why we're your Milgard window experts.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
Somehow we still don't have Then Along Comes a Woman by Chicago playing. One of these days, we're going to have it.
Maybe it's just that I like hearing you sing the intro.
Yeah, you didn't deliver there, buddy.
I'm going to stop playing it off my Spotify.
That would be worse.
I went for like a 4-mile run today just to relieve the stress that's on me, and that song came on.
And then
it's not a great running
sprinting.
song. It's not a great song to run to.
Yeah, you gotta have like the gym playlist, right?
Yeah, well,
I
went for a 4-mile run. I just said, because, I relieve stress by running. I work out more with weights than I do run, but I always run a couple of times. I always run when I'm stressed. When I have a lot of stress, I run. I run. I'm like Forrest freaking Gump. I'm just going, and I'm listening. And that Chicago song came on my Spotify. I'm like, I didn't listen to it much because I need more upbeat songs. So
I don't really think there's a Chicago song you could run to.
I had a great song today that I ran to. Let me see what it was. Up Around the Bend by CCR. Up Around the Bend. Oh, my God. Such a great song to run to.
I was scared he was going to say a country thing again to us, and we were going to be like, we don't know who those people are, Gambo.
They sound great.
Yeah.
CCR. Great song to run to. I really enjoyed it.
We know that one. That's a classic.
really enjoyed running to that one. I actually listened to it, and I was really pumped up with my run. I listened to it again. Play it back again. I listened to it 2 times in a row. All right, I have no idea what a poll question is, but you do, so along comes the woman. Here's Lauren.
All right, guys, because it is NBA Draft Day, and you guys discussed this a little bit yesterday in that position versus overall talent. Who are you looking for? So we threw it to the people, and we asked, which position do you want to see the Suns draft at 10th overall tonight? Do you want a guard? Do you want a forward? Do you want a center? Or do you want the best player available?
Best player available for
Always best player available. Always.
And best player available is leading the way with 43% of the vote. 32% are going with forward, 23% are going with center, and 3% going with guard.
All right, there you go. That is our poll question. And you can vote for it on the Burns and Gambo page. All right, let's get to it.
And here is Ketel Marte. A soft crowd here in attendance for this one, but for many, White Sox and Diamondbacks alike standing and applauding Marte, who was the subject of some abuse in the ballgame last night. Batting from the left side, the first pitch, and Ketel takes slow for ball 1.
It was an incident last night that had a lot of us confused as we're watching the game and we're seeing Ketel Marte, and he's crying and he's in tears. And we don't know why, and we're okay. Did he just find out that his friend Ildemaro Vargas broke a bone and he's going to be out for a little while, and he's going to be on the injured list? What was he shaken up about? And then we found out what he was shaken up about, and it's kind of disturbing because I am all for you. You have the right to boo players. You buy a ticket to a baseball game, you're not satisfied with somebody's production, and you want to boo them. How about it? I don't care. I don't care.
If they suck, you suck.
So, yeah. I mean, you can even say you suck today. I don't care about that. But there is crossing the line. And what happened last night in Chicago, in which Torey Lovullo was trying to console Ketel Marte, bottom of the 7th inning, was that there was a fan in Chicago that made a derogatory comment about his late mother. His mom died in a car accident in the Dominican Republic in 2017. And this fan said something about his mother. Now, I would not have blamed Ketel Marte if he would have jumped into the stands and beat the crap out of that guy. I just wouldn't, because I think you could boo. I think you could boo players. You could boo a team. You're at the Suns game and they're getting beat by 25 and they're getting drilled, and you want to boo them because of by all means, have it. You paid your ticket, but there is a point where you can't get personal. You can boo a guy because he's not playing well. But you don't want to get personal and have personal attacks, And, I mean, listen, my wife isn't on Twitter anymore because of the personal attacks on her, because of our age difference, all the crap that she had to deal with. And a lot of it's just not right. And what happened last night is just not right. So today, the Chicago fans that were there gave him an ovation. You saw the White Sox released a statement. Do you have that statement with you? I don't have it with me. But the White Sox released some kind of statement. Torey Lovullo spoke about it as well. Good job by Todd Walsh last night in getting Torey Lovullo to speak. Do we have that sound on Lovullo? Let's play that sound. Here's Torey Lovullo from last night in his interview with Todd Walsh.
Yeah, it was a terrible moment. Fans are nasty and fans go too far sometimes. And I love my players. And I'm going to protect them.
Got one more for you, Gambo.
I've known Cattell for 9 years, and he's had some unbelievably great moments and some hardships as well, and some really, really tough moments in his life. And I know those. And at the end of the day, we're human beings, and we have emotions. And I saw him hurting, and I want to protect him.
Can you tell us what you told him?
I love you, and I'm with you, and we're all together, and you're not alone. And no matter what happens, no matter what was said or what you heard, that guy's an idiot, and shouldn't have an impact on you.
Guy is an idiot. And I talked a little bit with Tori today. We were texting back and forth about this thing, and I hate to be that, the old guy get off my lawn, or in my day things were better, but for a second, I'm going to say this. Back in my day, guys like that got their ass kicked, and they weren't like this. And today they don't. That doesn't happen anymore. Everybody frowns on that stuff. But back in my day, somebody did something like that, and you'd get your ass kicked. Somebody next to you in the seats would beat your ass. Or at some point in your life when you were 10 or 12 or 13 years old and you acted like a jerk, you were going to get your ass beat. And then you'd learn from it. And you wouldn't be like that. But I don't know. Today, Morty's, to me, again, I know I'm going back to my day was better, but, man, we learned from stupid mistakes at a young age to where we didn't make those same mistakes when we were in our 20s because we were humbled. We were humbled. You weren't allowed to get away with stuff like that, in my days. You weren't allowed to get away with a lot of stuff like that. So this kid's an idiot. I think Chicago's banned him, right? I believe I read that they banned him from coming back to the stadium.
All stadiums, not just Chicago,
So he can never attend another Major League Baseball game.
Banned indefinitely. The Major League Baseball released a statement on Wednesday that said, "We commend the White Sox for taking immediate action in removing the fan."
Okay.
The White Sox in their statement said the fan was, quote, "very apologetic and remorseful," unquote, after the fact, admitting the comment was inappropriate. Yeah, it was, to say the least. It was disgusting. It was revolting, and something from your point, Gamble, that I'll extend on, and something that actually Kevin Durant and I used to talk about in the locker room a little bit, is you mentioned Chelsea, the abuse that you can take online.
Sure.
I've taken my fair. Kevin's taken a whole lot more than the two of us combined. And it feels like in today's day and age, everyone is more susceptible to feeling like they can get away with it in person. Like that they can get away with saying these things online where they're anonymous and everything, but even in person, it sometimes gives people
you're behind
the courage.
A fence, though. He's
exactly.
hiding behind a screen.
There's a barrier still there, and these people are so used to saying these things behind these barriers time after time after time. They know Ketel Marte can't go into the stands. I'm with you on he should be able to do that, but they know he can't do that. So they just live behind this barrier that they can live behind, and it's just disgusting to take advantage of it the way he did, especially in a game like that where there were only a couple hundred people in the lower deck because it was raining. He's going to be able to hear you when you say that. It was all around just revolting.
You think about anybody out there listening. Some guy's taunting you over your mom who died in a car accident. Go beat their ass. Really. I would not have faulted Ketel Marte for causing a scene and going into the stands and punching that guy in the face because he needed it. He deserves it. And I don't know, guys like that don't learn until that happens. They really don't learn until something like that happens because that's how you learn. That's how you get humbled. And so it's just a very disturbing thing. I know some people might not like my comments, but I don't care. I don't care because that's how I grew up, and I think that was the right way to do it. And I feel bad for Ketel Marte. I think we all felt bad for Ketel Marte. I understand the kid made the apology, which he should have. But I think the ban should last for a long time where he should not be allowed into a Major League Baseball stadium. All right, coming up next, the next two names in the Gambo Five. We'll give you two more coming up at 3 o'clock. That's next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
The Arizona heat can be dangerous, and you can help save lives. Text WATER to 620-620 for the UPS Store water drop-off locations or donate today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive presented by the UPS Store. Message and data rates may apply.
Do your summer plans include travel? Make sure your prep includes more than just flights and hotels. Stay up to date with COVID-19 vaccination, especially if you're 65 or older or have certain health conditions. There have been surges in COVID-19 in the summer, too. It's important to help protect yourself no matter your destination. So check eligibility and schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places that I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. What was your experience with Dr. Joe like, Cynthia?
He's a genius. He's amazing. He's great with his staff. He makes you feel like family.
So if you guys were to be asked by somebody that is listening right now, would you get the all-on-4 dental implant treatment? Why would you tell them to go to Aria Dental Implant Center?
They take care of you. The price is right. They work with you. They have a great system there.
Yes, they do.
Can't beat it.
And what about your confidence level as well?
You remember when you used to be really confident in your 20s and 30s?
Yep.
Well, you gained that back.
Big time.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Varell. This with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks wrapped up their series in the south side of Chicago today. They won the series, but they dropped the finale 7-3. Zach Gallen got jumped for 5 runs on 8 hits in just 5 1/3 innings of work. Snakes make their way back home, start a series with the Miami Marlins Friday night at Chase Field. And tonight, the first round of the NBA draft. The Phoenix Suns, not the Phoenix Funds. Well, maybe it's fun. But they're slated to pick 10th and 29th overall tonight. As a reminder, they got the 10th overall pick back in the Kevin Durant trade, which is still not yet official. So the newest member of the Suns will not be wearing a Suns draft hat tonight, unfortunately. We will be covering the first round of the draft starting at 4 p.m., and you can watch and listen on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel and the Arizona Sports app. And, of course, you can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief or get a free inspection. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Burns and Gambo present the Gambo Five.
Is this Michael Jackson or Donny Osmond?
It's the Jackson 5.
The Jackson 5. I'm going to give this like 15 more seconds.
As long as you don't sing.
Where did you pull Donny Osmond from for this?
Don't they sing? They do. Is it One Bad Apple? Don't spoil the whole bunch, girl. Was that by both of them? I think there's a song that both Michael Jackson
I'm
and
sure they collabed,
Donny
but
Osmond
this is
sang.
not
This is
Donny,
the Jackson
yeah.
5. Yeah. Excuse my brain's not really working very well today. So, all right. It is the Gambo 5. We gave you 2 names earlier. We gave you the first 2 names in the Gambo 5. I was very reluctant to do this, but I kind of got bullied into it. So we did it. The first 2 names was Colin Murray Boyles And the second name was Noah Esengwe.
Esengwe.
Esengwe!
By 4:30, we'll have it, and then by the time he gets picked around like 5:36.
God, I hope the Suns don't draft him just because I can't pronounce his name.
They're Perdomo.
Yes, let's go with our next player in the Gambo Five. I think some people are going to like this pick.
He has the ability to make three-point shots. He's 6'10", 245 out of Baltimore, and he's been a do-it-all player for Memphis, for Maryland this season. As you see him finish on the interior. How about this? The big fella with the handle, finishing at the hoop through traffic. He has all of the requisite skills. He can drive the basketball, finish with the left, finish with the right. And if you leave him open, get out that zone, Golden.
To the freshman Queen, who's driving, floats it.
Oh!
Maryland on the right side of a buzzer beater with life into the Sweet 16.
You said, get me the ball when you came out of the timeout. Where does that confidence come from?
I think I'm from Baltimore, that's why.
There it is. I think a lot of people want them to take this kid. He's a good basketball player. Derek Queen out of Maryland. Now, what he does is unique. Unique. You would draft him as a power forward / center. He weighs 250. I was speaking with a team today. He says the problem is he's got a high body fat. Not a real disciplined kid, so you're going to have to get that out of him. But he is unique. He might be in the top 8. There's a lot to like about him. He's got elite feel for the game. And I know that's a verdict. That's something you like. He's undersized, but he's non-athletic, but he's got an elite feel for the game. He's not a rim protector. He's a terrific passer. He can't shoot, but he can score. So he can't shoot, but he can score. Elite feel for the game as a passer. More of a 4-5, not going to be your typical 5 because of the size there. He does have a lot of weight on that body, 250 pounds, but I was talking with a team today, so the problem with that weight is a lot of body fat on there because the kid lacks a little bit of discipline. But he's a player that I think a lot of the Suns fans would enjoy because he knows how to play the game.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of these archetypes come into the league the last couple of years. A hub, if you will, which is a big man with the dribble handoffs, with the actions at the elbow. Like, they're sort of controlling the game from there. Jokic, of course, is the best in the league and one of the best ever to sort of play that role. That's what you're getting in Queen. There's some similarities here to Alperen Şengün, who you know for a center is undersized, but the key difference here between him and Queen is he is very, very strong. Queen is going to really have to work on his conditioning, work on his motor as well, Gambo. I don't like the inconsistency with how hard that he plays, but he is extremely skilled, and the skill and feel combination here is going to give him a pretty high floor. Like, at worst, he's a backup center in the league who doesn't have everything together, but if he gets in awesome shape, improves his quickness a bit, takes his defense a little bit more seriously, he's an all-star. Like, he might even be an all-NBA guy because that's the amount of skill and feel he has.
There's a lot to like about him, and you kind of feel like if he is able to get that body in shape because he's just considered such a non-athletic guy, if he can get that body in shape, that might help a little bit. You know, if he could turn, you can't turn fat into muscle, but if you lose some fat and gain some muscle, you know, the kid, that could help the kid quite a bit. But you do like his, again, what he does is very unique. He's got a skill set that is different than a lot of players in this league because of his feel for the game. So he's a player that I have in my Gambo 5. Have not had any guards yet. And again, the Gambo 5, and I'm going to say this a couple of times today. I put 5 guys together, and I based it on the fact that Kaman Malawatch, did I get that one right?
You nailed it.
Is not going to be there at 10. If he's there at 10, the Gambo 5 gets blown up. It's just over. Because I think the Suns would love for Malawatch to be there. I don't think he's there. But if for some reason we're doing the draft and Malawatch falls to 10, you could take all my 5 guys and throw them out the window because I think they run and they take Malawatch right there. All right, let's go to our second player in the Gambo 5.
Schnell gets the first bucket of the day for the Bulldogs.
Asa not standing still. He's a great offensive rebounder, has great touch. Asa Newell, nice bucket for him. He needs touches there.
Newell thought about the 3 again, spinning in the paint, left-handed shot, makes it home. He has 10.
10 on about 3 touches.
Inside for Newell. Quick spin move, Pop cuts him off, and Asa Newell gets the roll.
Asa Newell. Now, this is a really intriguing name. 6'9" kid out of Georgia. Interesting note about him. He was the 5th option on his high school basketball team. You're going to say, oh, he must suck. No, he played with Cooper Flagg and Derek Queen. He played with like 4 stud players in high school. So he was their 5th option. He's never been the guy. So he's used to playing that role. He's used to playing. So if you're looking for a superstar, he has never really fit that role. So, he's not great at any one thing, but he's really good at a lot of things. So not great at any one things, but he's tall. He's 6'10", not that strong. He's kind of thin. He's not a non-shooter, Kellen. He's a really good athlete. And the belief is that he will shoot the ball well. Like the shot and the way he shoots it and the mechanics in his shot are all really good. So the feeling is he's not a good shooter right now, but he's a good athlete and he's got good mechanics, and that shot's going to come. But never being the best option, if he gets to shoot the ball a little bit more, he could do that. He's used to playing a role, so he's going to do whatever you need. He's going to be one of those guys going to bring a lot of intangibles to the table. Interesting prospect for sure. Very interesting prospect for sure. I think there's a lot to like about him as a guy in that range.
Tweeners tend to be pretty polarizing, Gambo, and Newell is a tweener, so he's going to be polarizing. You look at the big board rankings for him across the 4 major ones from national experts. ESPN has him at 19. Yahoo has him at 17. That's your boy Kevin O'Connor over there. Shout out KOC. The Athletic has him at 29, and the Ringer has him at 31. So he's kind of all over the place, and that's because you're not really sure if he's a 4 or a 5. If he's a 4, you want him to shoot the 3, but he only shot 29% on almost 3 attempts per game. On the interior as a 5, he's just a little bit small. He hasn't been a great finisher around the rim, but if you watch him move around the floor, especially on defense, there is so much versatility potential. This is more of an Asenge thing for me, where the idea of what Newell could be in the league is tantalizing, and why you would take him this high. It would be a big reach in my opinion, but I understand the appeal.
Yeah, because you like the size. You like how tall he is, 6'10". You like that he moves really well. Thin kid, so not the strongest out there, but you could always get stronger. I like that he's a good athlete. Again, you talk about the shot, 29%. All indications from me talking to other teams and getting scouting reports on him. I don't read this stuff off the internet, as you know. I don't read my scouting reports come directly from the teams, from different teams that I speak to. I've been told that yes, he's not a good shooter right now, but that he will be. The mechanics are right there. He is going to be able to make shots at the next level. It's going to come. Again, I think this is an intriguing player. And what the Suns need some size. They need some size. You would love to have an athletic 6'10" guy on this roster right now, wouldn't you?
I want to ask you, so Newell, Asenge, 2 projects, like they're going to take some time to develop. How do you feel about the idea of someone with a lot of upside, but you're going to need to be patient with them and give them time with what Phoenix is going to look like?
Yeah, it's a good question. It's a good question. Do you try for the home run in Asenge? Do you try for that home run? He's like I said, he's the best flyer out of all the guys we're going to talk about. He's got the highest ceiling, but he's also got a low floor, where if you look at Newell, you're talking about a guy that you think, that he's going to come in, he's going to do what you need him to do. He may not turn into an all-star, but he may be a guy that can play in this league for a long time with all the different things that he could do. Played at a good program in college, played at a great program in high school with a lot of great players, knows how to play with those guys, not a selfish guy, very unselfish player. So he's a guy that you kind of feel could fit in right away. That's a difficult choice. Do you go for the guy who could be a bust but could be a home run, or do you take the guy that you think this guy's going to be a double every time? That's a tough call.
I'm starting to sense a theme as well, that when we talked about yesterday, are you going to take the best player available, or are you going to go by fit? This feels kind of like fit to me, Gambo. We're not going to hear a guard, as you tweeted earlier today. There won't be a guard in the Gambo Five. We got one more name coming for you in the next segment, but for now, we've got 4 bigs. Now some of them are tweeners. I think Queen is the pure 5 out of these 4 guys, but Asenge is a 4, maybe can play the 5 sometimes. Newell is back and forth, and so is Murray Boyles as well. So it seems like to me that this is more of a fit-oriented list. I understand why, but at the same time, with how valuable this pick is to the Suns, Gambo, I just want them to take the best guy that they think is on the board. It could be one of these 5 guys, for all I know. It could be one of those.
Who
5.
do you like right now the most out of the 4?
I like Murray Boyles the most,
too.
just because what I want is a mix of a high floor and a high ceiling. And there's only a certain amount of guys who have that in this range. Like, I think Newell's floor is super low. I think Asenge's floor is super low. Queen is around there as well, but Murray Boyles, I know what I'm getting defensively, and having him be just sort of a dynamic 4 or 5 combo And a shout here, Jordan Ott, what was he known for? His player development. Who did he work with last year? Evan Mobley, who was like a very dynamic, unique, versatile defensive big. He knows how to get the most out of a player with that kind of skill set, and that's what Murray Boyles has.
All right, that is 4 names in the Gambo 5. We'll give you the 5th name at...
Now,
next?
Coming up next.
Oh, wow. I had Lauren do the show sheet because I've been just so busy today. So
she did a great job with it, by the way. Let's add it to that.
There. I held it up and the name was on there. Yeah, ready? Going to show it to our YouTube.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Very all right, we'll give you the final name in the Gambo 5 next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Suns now have the number 10 pick from the Rockets, and Arizona Sports is getting you extended coverage of the NBA draft tonight. Who's the target at 10th overall? Are they going center from Duke? Power forward from right down the road in Tucson? Point guard from Illinois?
Choose wisely.
If they pick a 6'5" shooting guard, we're going to have us some problems around here. As the mock drafts go bonkers, listen to the Arizona Sports NBA Draft Special this afternoon at 4, the home of your Phoenix Suns. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Love telling you about the Lund Mortgage Team. This is a great time to call the Lund Mortgage Team for those of you that would love to purchase a new home. You're saying, okay, why? Well, there's a lot of houses on the market right now, and they're not selling. A lot of them are not selling. They've been on market for a while. We've never seen this many houses on the market. In the last few years, we haven't. So it is a great time to buy. Sellers are making a lot of concessions. The prices have come down. You'll see price drops on a lot of the houses you're looking at. Great time to buy. Now, you also want to get in before everybody else realizes this. And all of a sudden, all those houses get bought up. You want to get in now and get your choice. This is why I tell you about the Lund Mortgage Team. Get pre-approved for a mortgage for free. Pre-approved, absolutely free from the Lund Mortgage Team. All you have to do is call them at 623-889-0130. Say, Gambo keeps talking about, I could buy a house. Can I really buy a house? You're renting or we live in a home. Yeah, they'll help you. Now, they'll help you know exactly what type of house you could afford, and then you go make the offer. But the key is to get pre-approved with the Lund Mortgage Team. Call them at 623-889-0130. That's 623-889-0130.
Celebrate the baseball season with Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing, the official beer partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Text SEATS to 620-620 for a shot at 4 tickets to the July 4th D-backs game against Kansas City, courtesy of Four Peaks Brewing.
Message and data rates may apply.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Get real testosterone prescribed by real doctors now at Red Mountain. Guys, feeling drained, low energy, brain fog, or trouble in the bedroom? You probably have low testosterone. It's more common than you think, and it's treatable. Today's men have lower testosterone than ever before, thanks to stress, poor diet, and lifestyle. But Red Mountain has the solution. We offer full-strength testosterone as an injection or tablet. And we're not talking about a supplement here. We're talking about prescription-strength testosterone because the truth is nothing out there can boost testosterone like actual testosterone. It'll help you think clearer, sleep better, build muscle, and boost your sex drive. It's a game changer. Have low T? Start for free. This month only at Red Mountain. Regain your energy, strength, and vitality at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com. Red Mountain. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, so many people rave about the quality of your work. What's your secret?
It's very simple, Dan. We're accountable. We do what we say we're going to do, and we do it right the first time. We're a one-stop shop that builds everything in your backyard from the pool tiles up. At Turf Monsters, we take great pride in our customers, and our finished products is what separates us from our competitors. We have the #1 installers in the Valley, and we're the #1 company for a reason.
Check out their work and schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com.
The Arizona heat can be dangerous, and you can help save lives. Text WATER to 620-620 for the UPS Store water drop-off locations, or donate today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive, presented by the UPS Store. Message and data rates may apply.
Burns and Gambo present the Gambo Five.
Back to Michael Jackson. I was in Italy when Michael Jackson passed away. I'll never forget that. I think it was at Rome when Michael Jackson died. All right, Gambo 5, we've given you 4 names so far. 4 names in the Gambo 5. We've given you Colin Murray Boyles, Derek Queen, Noah Asengwe.
Oh, he's getting closer, everyone. I think he's getting closer, right?
Asengwe?
No? Okay. Yeah.
Asenge.
Yes.
Asenge.
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 There you go.
All right, so we've given you Colin Murray Boyles, Derek Queen, Noah Asenge, and Asanul. Those are the 4 names we've given you so far. Let's give you the final name in the Gambo 5.
Got good news for you, Gambo. Easy name to say.
Carter Bryant, another guy with tons of potential.
Backdoor is working for Akron, but Bryant smothers City at the top of the apex.
There's some great athleticism. Lob it.
Oh, finishing it off.
The activity defensively. Get it out of here. Reward him on the other end. He wanted the lob. I wanted him to get the lob, but he wants to two.
The fundamental play.
Here's Bryant. He'll pull from 3 and knock it down from 3.
Bryant doing a good job of making the most of his minutes, showing that he can do it from 3 as well.
Short for Bryant, who takes it.
Man.
Holy Carter Bryant with the highlight of the night. Baseline lap play. Bryant. Oh, takeoff.
There it is. Carter Bryant from where?
The U of A, baby.
The U of A. Carter Bryant is the final name that I have in the Gambo 5. I do not have any guards in my 5. I've talked to a lot of teams about Carter Bryant, and this is a pick. There's some potential there. For him, because he's athletic, decent shot, very, very young. A lot of teams like the idea of him, and he's in that range, that 12, 13 range. So the stroke is fine. Shooting the basketball is fine. The makeup overall is not great yet. He's tough. He can defend, but he's not Ryan Dunn tough. So he's not like Ryan Dunn, but there is a lot of defensive tenacity there. You've seen him his whole career. Give me your thoughts on him.
Yeah, you asked me last segment who was the Gambo 5 member I'd like to see them take. I said Murray Boyles. I'm changing my answer now because now everyone knows that Carter Bryant is in the Gambo 5. He would be my answer. Yes, call the Wildcat guy biased. It has the degree from Tucson, whatever. But we watch this guy all year as U of A fans, Gambo, and you see guys roll through Tucson all the time who have first-round lottery upside, that kind of thing. And you can pencil them out right away if they're a pro or they're not a pro. And Carter's a pro. He was a pro all year. Like you mentioned, the jumper, 37% from 3 attempts per game. The number's a little low for what I'm about to say, but he's just got a polished jumper. He took a ton of contested threes. He's just a ready shooter. The best part about him is his defense. He's a mix of physical and fluid. I think that he can guard 3, maybe even 4 positions up and down. If you're looking for a 3-and-D wing, I believe he has the cleanest archetype, the cleanest sort of profile out of anyone in this draft to become a 3-and-D wing. If I had to pick someone outside of the top 6 or 7 that is going to have a good, solid career, has the highest floor out of anyone, this would be my guy, Gambo. And there's some upside as well because we never got to see him in an expanded role. He came off the bench all year. So in terms of his offense, shooting off the dribble, doing a little bit of playmaking, we never really got to see it. I think he's an underrated passer as well. He's just a fantastic athlete, and we saw it all the time, and you heard it all the time on those highlights as well.
Yeah, there's no question. He's in that mix. You look at a guy, and again, another guy, you look at and you say, okay, there's some potential there. Let's see if we can develop him. I wish we would have seen more of him at the U of A. The glimpses we got, I think you were all impressed by that. I would have loved to have seen a little bit more out of him, but again, he didn't get a whole lot of time. When he was in there were times he just blew you away. So enough to where you knew the kid was going to come out for the draft. 100%. You knew that he was going to come out for the draft. You knew it was going to happen, and I've got him in my 5. I don't know if I'd have him as my favorite, but I've got him in there.
I hope he's the favorite because he's the guy that I would like to see them draft here specifically because you can never get enough of what this guy provides. Like, you need Ryan Dunn, you need Carter Bryant as well, and you need other wings. Like, if you go to 29 later in this draft and you grab a Duthero out of Arkansas, who's the best athlete in the draft, he plays on the wing as well, and you just get up and down. You've known my dream of, like, this post-KD era and what the next iteration of the Suns is. It's Devin Booker playing with pace and having a bunch of athletes around him. Ryan Dunn is a very good athlete. Carter Bryant is a great athlete as well and can really thrive and is someone like, you remember something we talked about with Dunn at Virginia was they played so slow. They never got in transition. We never got to see that part of his game with space. We got to see it a lot last year when he was able to play. Carter, the same kind of way, only played 20 minutes a game, never really got to expand or open up his skill set. And I just think he's NBA ready right now with potential to grow as well. Like you were mentioning some of your information you had earlier, Murray Boyles being the guy with the physical build that is the most ready, but in terms of everything together, I think Carter Bryant is the most plug and play out of these five guys right now with potential to be much more.
When I look at this list, is there anybody that you don't love? Is there anybody you're like, I don't want this guy?
Asa Newell would be the pick for me. I don't see him as a guy that's even ranked in the teens. I would have him ranked somewhere in the 20s. I tweeted a big board a couple hours ago, and I had him in like the late 20s, maybe even the early 30s. And that's the polarizing part about him. I mentioned last segment, The Athletic has him at 29. The Ringer has him at 31 because there are really big tweener concerns with him. Like if you see him playing the 5, he needs to finish much better around the rim. He needs to grow some strength as well, and then just hold up physically on the interior as a 5 on the defensive side of the ball. And then offensively, he's got to develop that shot. As you said, the form is good and like the confidence is good, but the shot doesn't go in enough. He's not really a dribble and drive guy right now. He's just kind of stuck between two positions. So he's the guy for me where we're talking about, and something we're going to talk about a lot in the next 2 hours probably, is potential trades the Suns could do. If they wanted to, if they think Asa Newell is their guy, fantastic. That's great. Take him at 19 or 21 or 23 or 15 or 17 or whatever. Don't take him at 10. I think it would be far too high to take him, especially with the talent that's on the board here, these other names you have.
Yeah, there's a name that I think they like, but they wouldn't. I don't believe that they would take him at 10, and that's Cedric Coward. I think Cedric Coward is a guy small, so I don't think that he's a guy that they would take at 10. I do think that they are looking for size, but I think you look at Cedric Coward and you say, okay, I think there's talent there. I think they liked him. I think he worked out. I think he did really well. But I'm just trying to see his draft profile because I wanted to get his exact size.
Yeah, so he's 6'6", 6'7", Gambo. He's not big enough to play the 4 or the 5. And again, there's a theme here. Like Carter can play the 4 a little bit, but the thing with Coward's 7'2" wingspan, so he's got one of those +6, +7 wingspans, more of a 2-3 kind of guy, and that's not the size that they're looking for, right?
Not the size they're looking for. They liked him. He had a good workout. Like he's a better player, I think, than some of these guys. That's where it comes into. You take the best player. Do you take the need? Where's the fit? I don't think that they would take him at 10. I think if they could move up, like Cedric Coward is a guy I would keep my eye on if they're able to make a pick at 10. And then find a way to move up somehow, take 28 in a second or so, and then move up with 2 seconds and number 28 if they could get him there. I just don't know how far he's going to fall on that list because I see him at 15.
So
but if you're at 29, that takes a lot to go from 29 to 15. But
yeah, so the boards that are just more based on opinion, like the Ringer, the Athletic, boards like that, like he's top 5, top 10, top 15 for some of those names, mainly top 10. ESPN is more like Intel based. They kind of give you what the similar boards that other teams have, and they have them in the low 20s. So maybe 29 you could trade up and get him.
There you go.
Really fascinating story. Started at D3 at Willamette University. Goes to play in the Big Sky Conference. Go Montana State, by the way. Shout out to my pops.
Ewash. Didn't he go to Ewash?
Played at Eastern Washington for 2 years, but Montana State was in the Big Sky Conference. Show some respect, please. Thank you very much. Goes to Washington State.
Is that where the lumber jokes are?
Yeah.
That's where the lumber
we kill
jokes
him every
play.
year. No problem. I'm using we from Montana State. I went there through my dad. It's tangential. It's fine. He played only 6 games at Washington State. So the thing with Coward and the year-to-year progression is this guy was like found out of the rubble essentially 3 years ago, gets better and better, and this big breakout year at Washington State, he gets hurt, he misses the rest of the year, only played 6 games. Huge 3-and-D upside with him.
Big double-double guy. Big double-double guy. I think he ranked second in the NCAA Division III with 19 double-doubles. His father won a gold medal at the Summer Olympics in Montreal in 1976. And one of his hobbies includes baking cookies. So if they did draft him, we could have him bake some cookies for us and compare him to Lawrence and see whose is better. There you go.
I got Lauren in 5 in that series, to be clear. I'll give Coward a game, but Lauren in 5.
Yeah, I think to the mock drafts that have him in the 20s, that's a name that I'm going to keep my eye on. If he does get to the 20s, would the Suns take 28 and a couple of those seconds and say, even future seconds, that some teams may like to get their hands on a 30 or 32 and, say, okay, let me move up and I'll get him. I do think they like Cedric Coward. I just don't think that they would take him at 10.
Hey, does anyone want a 6'5" 2-guard? Got a lot of those. Got a lot of those to give out. If anyone in the low 20s wants to trade down a little bit and get a 6'5" guy.
Yeah,
Suns got a couple.
Yeah, they've got plenty of them.
They got one who makes $110 million if you want that one.
I know everybody's looking to see if he's going to get traded, man. We'll see. We'll keep our eye on that. All right, there you go. That is the Gambo Five.
Good work, sir. Way to grind for us. Give us some information.
We gave you. We did the best we could. Like I said, my margin for error on this one is a little bit greater than the normal ones. Because I did it all in 12 hours. I didn't have enough time to really do the deep dive that I usually do with all the other ones, where it usually, truthfully, takes me 3 weeks. 3 weeks to do a Gambo 5 on the Cardinals or the Suns. This was done in about 12 hours. So my margin for error, I think, is a little bit higher. So don't meet me in the parking lot afterwards if I get this one wrong. Don't go betting your lunch money on it. This is now, again, this isn't a guess either, okay? It's not a guess. But I think it's highly likely one of these guys will end up being the pick for the Phoenix Suns. 2.5 hours away. Isn't that crazy? When we come back, how trades in the NBA in the last few days have impacted the Suns. We'll talk about that next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
In 2012, I said, hey, let's restart this moving company under a different name. It's got to be something with veterans. My dad's a veteran, my sister, my uncles, aunt, everybody in my family. And so we came up with Moving Team 6.
Tim Lee, founder of Moving Team 6.
As a family, we've kind of all joined in ranks, and we love what we do. Giving back, that's, to me, that's the most important thing when you're running a business. That's important. We're passionate about it.
Contact us at movingteam6.com. Your move is our mission.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and all over the valley, New Life Dental Implant Center is changing the game. They offer amazing quality, great convenience, and the best prices you are going to find. And your new smile, crafted from pure zirconia, no metal, just strength and comfort that lasts. And their flexible financing makes it all possible. That new smile, that new life, just one phone call away. 602-855-0000, online at newsmilearizona.com.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
The days of waiting weeks or even months for new countertops is over. The Window Depot has a wide selection of in-stock granite and quartz countertops so you can upgrade your kitchen or bathroom now. From sleek, modern quartz to timeless granite, we have the perfect countertop to match your style and budget. And it's ready to take home today. Our team is here to help you choose the perfect countertop at the lowest price and get it home fast. Visit a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
What if we get this same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150, work truck or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing financing for 72 months, plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Ben for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Ben 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks wrapped up their series on the south side of Chicago today. They got the series victory, but they dropped the finale 7-3. The final, Zach Gallen got jumped for 5 runs on 8 hits in just 5 1/3 innings pitched. Snakes making their way back home. They're going to start a series with the Marlins Friday night at Chase Field. And tonight, the first round of the NBA draft. The Phoenix Suns slated to select twice in the opening round, 10th overall and 29th overall. We'll be covering the first round starting at 4 p.m., and you can watch and listen on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel and the Arizona Sports app. And, of course, you can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by YRefi. I'm Tyler Drake. Zach Gallen continues to lack dependability as Diamondbacks drop road trip finale to White Sox. Kellen Olson dives into the 5 best prospects the Suns could target at number 29 in the NBA draft. And where will Arizona's Carter Bryant end up this NBA draft? Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by YRefi.
The Gambo Five didn't even make the top 3 headlines?
We posted it like 10 minutes ago. Give Tyler a second. He'll go record a new iteration of it. It'll be all over tomorrow. Like, relax, you're fine. We move fast. We got the story up quick.
We did get the story up. So it's
he was
online.
too busy getting the story up quick. He only has 2 pairs of hands. 1 pair of hands. 2 hands total.
So the story is up. The story on I put it on my Twitter, but you also go to ArizonaSports.com. ArizonaSports.com. You can read all the articles for free. They don't charge you. No paywalls there. And then you can read the 5 guys and some write-ups on each and every one of those guys.
Front center on the homepage, right in the main spot where you want it, Gambo. There it is.
Is that where it is?
Listen live. Catch the Arizona Sports NBA Draft Special. The Gambo 5 players the Suns could draft. It's even in the breaking news bar right there. They got everything out there for you, Gambo. There you go.
Quickly delete it if we get it wrong this time?
Yeah, sure. I'll do it. I'll do it live on the air. I don't care.
It never existed. We'll just delete this whole show.
Are you worried they're going to take Jace Richardson? Is that what you're worried about?
Oh, God, no. I'm not worried about that. I really don't think they're going to take a guard. I don't have any guards on my list.
It's interesting because there's potentially going to be 3 really good point guard prospects there. We'll see if Jeremiah Fears from Oklahoma falls to 10. Even if he doesn't, you've still got Kasper Yekachonis out of Illinois. You've got Yegor Demon out of BYU. There's some good guards there, but they are no dice.
Remember the Cardinals, Gambo 5. No wide receiver, no cornerback. I focused on offensive and defensive lines. Did not do a wide receiver. A lot of wide receivers were marked to the Cardinals. A lot of corners were marked to the Cardinals. We didn't put a wide receiver or a corner in there. The belief was that they were not going to take a wide receiver or a corner in the first round. They were going to go in the trenches, which they did.
Yeah, who'd they take again?
A guy named Walter Nolan.
Was he in the Gambo 5?
He was.
Oh, how about that?
And then we nailed Will Johnson with the 2nd-round pick.
Look at that.
Which
You'll be back tomorrow with the Gambo 5 for 52 and 59, right?
I got to stop doing this. I really have to stop doing these. I was literally, yesterday at this time, I was probably like, no, I'm not going to do it. I told people I'm going to do it. Then I was like, I'm not going to do it.
Expired.
Yeah, that's going to be me. It's going to be, you can play that for me, expired.
This was like me telling Kevin Zimmerman, I don't know if I'm going to write tonight. I'm doing 6 hours of radio. I'm going to write tonight. Like, I'm just going to do it.
Yeah,
I just
so many people were asking. I'm like, I just don't. Trying to do it in a short time frame is hard. It's just to do it so quickly because it's not it's reaching out to other teams too. It's reaching out to other teams and getting draft orders and where's this guy going to be and where, because I got to eliminate guys. I got to eliminate guys that I think the Suns would like that I think aren't going to be there. And the only way I could do that is to talk to other teams and get their opinion on where guys are going to be drafted.
Yeah, and if you're at 11, 12, or 13, you can look at the Gambo 5 and be like, oh, we love Demon, and he's not going to get taken at 10 according to the Gambo 5. It works in a lot of different ways, yeah.
Let's talk about some of the things that are going on in the NBA. First of all, 10 years in the Valley for Devin Booker. Today is the anniversary of Devin Booker getting drafted, right?
Yeah, happy anniversary.
10 years for Devin Booker.
Guy's old as dirt now. My goodness,
he is getting old. A lot of rumors out there. The Kings are looking to maybe trade Sabonis. The Celtics with Jaylen Brown and Derek White. Names being out there. I mean, clearly the Celtics are like, we are done paying a lot of money on our roster. We don't have Jason Tatum next year. We are going to take it on the chin. Apparently the Celtics are listening to trade offers on White. They have a big asking price. You could also get Brown, big asking price. We're hearing that the potential trade between the Nets and the Raptors. I could see R.J. Barrett in the 9th pick going to Brooklyn. We saw Fred VanVleet decline his option, but then re-sign. 2-year deal for $50 million with Houston. So Fred VanVleet and KD together on the Rockets. There's been some internal discussions apparently about Bam Adebayo and Jaylen Brown with Miami and Boston. But as we know, Miami will never make a trade because they never do. Kyrie Irving opted out of his contract and re-signed for 3 years and $119 million with Dallas. There's a lot of stuff out there right now. I'm still fascinated by the Celtics going from a projected salary of $540 million, projected salary and tax, to $280 million. They knocked off $260 million in salary and tax with the moves they made.
Yeah, and the NBA has created this kind of weird thing where Celtics fans knew the Boston Celtics had to do this. Like, they weren't going to contend for a championship next year no matter what, so they had to cut costs because beyond the fact that they're saving $260 million right now, and they could save even more next year compared to what they would have if they would have just stood firm, they're in a position right now where they're avoiding those second apron restrictions and some of the more long-term penalties that can add up over time. And if you're a Suns fan listening to this, you're like, why can't they just do what Boston did as well? Well, the problem is teams wanted Drew Holiday. Teams wanted Kristaps Porzingis. No team wants Bradley Beal. That is really the key differentiator here. And the only kind of trade that Boston was able to pull off, like they make the Holiday swap with Portland and Anthony Simons going the other way. They save about $6 million there, but the big one was the 3-team trade that broke at the end of our show yesterday. That saved them $22 million. They bring back Georges Niang, who is not the same quality of player as Kristaps Porzingis, but that's not the point. They're going to save a lot of money, remain flexible, and then reload when Tatum is back.
The question really becomes, with watching what the Celtics are doing here, is the second apron good or bad for the NBA?
Oh, it's terrible for the NBA. It's awful.
You look at the Boston Celtics, like one injury, because I was listening to the Nuggets guy talk about, one injury away from trading Jokic. Look at Mitch.
You want to hear the cut?
Mitch has the finger to the head. Like,
I got the cut if you want to hear it.
You have that cut? Play this cut. This is crazy.
You know, I think that for us as an organization, going into that second apron is not necessarily something that we're scared of. I think that there are rules around it that we needed to be very careful of with our injury history. The wrong person gets injured, and very quickly you're into a scenario where that I never want to have to contemplate, and that's trade number 15. And so, we're very conscious of that pushing forward and, providing the resources that we can when the moment arrives. But that second apron, is it a hard cap? I'm not 100% sure, but it's something that teams are obviously very aware of. Going forward.
Mitch, if the injury was Jamal Murray losing his entire left hand, you would probably still not want them to trade Nikola Jokic, right? Probably not. That's a crazy thing to say to your fan base.
Why would he ever bring it up on
Why would he say that?
I don't get it. Like,
that's insane.
I mean, Tatum's out for the year, so the Celtics have to blow up their whole roster. Like, the whole roster. We're going to blow it up because we can't win. I can't win without Tatum, so let me get rid of all these guys so I don't have to pay the money. I mean, the apron has caused a lot of problems because of the tax, the crazy tax that's in there, and all the other things that are of, the issues of the picks being frozen,
aggregating
not being able to
salaries,
aggregate salary, having picks move to the end of the round.
Can't send cash in a deal. There's a bunch of stuff.
Can't send cash in a deal. I mean, there was just so many. Isn't there aren't you limited to with the buyout guys? Isn't there something to do with that?
Yeah, there's like a certain salary threshold where if a guy makes over like $13 million or something and goes on the buyout market, you can't sign him.
Right. There's just so many restrictions, and you start to think, is it really worth it? Like, is it really worth it? Like, I think dynasties are what we remember. You can make an argument, good or bad. Dynasties are good, dynasties are bad. What I remember is the dynasties. I remember the Larry Bird, Kevin McHale dynasty. I remember Magic and Kareem and Worthy's dynasty. I remember the Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen dynasty. I remember the Golden State dynasty. Duncan Ginobili Parker dynasty. Kobe and Shaq. You remember dynasties. So, in some ways, you could say dynasties are bad for the NBA. But trust me, when we get older and we start to tell our kids about great teams, we always mention the dynasties. We don't say, do you remember that? Oh, the Pistons. They won the Pistons with Rip Hamilton? Oh, my. No. Nobody says that. Nobody's like, oh, the Pistons won it that one year. It was like, they didn't have a great team. They won it. Like, okay. We talk about the teams that were great for an extended period of time. Over time, that's what happens. When you just have nothing against the Nuggets. They won their one championship. The Milwaukee, they won their one championship. I think that's good for the NBA too. But I think dynasties are what we remember more than anyone. Nobody's going to put the Bucks in, they're one of the greatest teams in the NBA. Or the Nuggets, Mitch's Nuggets. Nobody's going to say that's one of they won the championship. You got to celebrate. But, you've got to win multiple ones to be considered a great all-time team. And that's hard to do.
To your question on the second apron, we've got a very relevant example right now. Can you imagine the different types of trades the Suns would have been able to do if they didn't have these second apron restrictions on them? They would have been able to get much more for Kevin Durant. They could have included another player in that deal. They could have taken back more money. There are so many restrictions on them within that trade that eliminated so many possible deals from them getting done, even with a team like Houston. Because remember, we were like, well, they can't get Cam Whitmore in the deal, too, because it's too much. Right. It's all that kind of stuff. Yep. Adding up, they probably could have gotten Cam Whitmore. They probably would have thrown Cam Whitmore in the deal, but they couldn't because of the money.
Yep. The money makes a big factor. I think in many ways it's probably not good for the NBA. All right, when we come back, we'll talk. We'll give you our final thoughts ahead of the NBA draft. At 4:00, we're going to have draft coverage. At 4:30, Vince Marotta is going to come in here, and he's going to run the show because I don't like to do it. So he'll come in at 4:30 and do that. But we will start our NBA draft coverage at 4. We will be on when the pick is made at number 10, whatever time that is. They get around 6 o'clock. We'll be on when that pick is made. So keep it right here. We'll give you our final thoughts before we start our NBA draft coverage next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Suns on New Horizon. KD Watch.
Can I introduce you for the first time ever, maybe, as Houston Rocket Kevin Durant?
That's it. That would be very fitting right now, yeah.
The Phoenix Suns are trading Kevin Durant to the Houston Rockets for Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, the number 10 pick in Wednesday's NBA draft, and 5 second-round picks.
They asked me where I wanted to go. Some of my destinations, I gave it to them, and here we are.
More reaction to the Suns trading KD to the Rockets coming your way on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com.
There's never been a better time than right now to join Global Credit Union. Dave Burns here. I'm a very happy member of Global Credit Union as they celebrate a decade of member service here in Arizona. They offer everything a bank does. Full financial services like checking accounts, savings accounts, loans, and more. But it's just better banking at Global Credit Union. Why are more and more Arizonans becoming members of Global Credit Union? Global members pay low to no fees on their accounts. That's big right there. And they get higher interest than they can at a bank. As a result, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. They've got 10 branches throughout the valley. Their easy-to-use mobile app puts you in full control of your finances. You can become a member today. Explore the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Celebrate Independence Weekend at Chase Field. Arrive early on Saturday, July 5th to get the D-backs patriotic tee. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and last year during the heat of summer, I had an air conditioning bill of $666, and I thought it was proof that we live in purgatory. In reality, that obscene bill arrived because my windows are shot, and I cannot wait to get them replaced by Advanced Window Products, a great company co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and the highest-rated window company in Arizona. They also offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state, and they can do all of this because there is no middleman. They have their own factory in the valley. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. And get this, Advanced Window Products currently running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows and you'll get $2,500 off. So do what I'm doing. Call now and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or visit advancedwindows.com.
When summer heat hits Phoenix, staying hydrated is life-saving. But for those without shelter, clean drinking water can be hard to come by. That's why the UPS store is teaming up with Arizona Sports to become your neighborhood hydration station. This month, help us support Phoenix Rescue Mission by donating or dropping off bottled water for those who need it most. Text WATER to 620-620 to find participating the UPS store locations near you, or to make a donation. Text WATER to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply. You just realized your business needed to hire someone yesterday. How can you find amazing candidates fast? Easy. Just use Indeed. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
Welcome back to the Burns and Gambo show for about 7 minutes, and then we are going to turn into the Arizona Sports NBA Draft Special. It'll be me and John Gambadoro with you for the next about 45 minutes or so. Then Vince Marotta from the Bickley and Marotta Show will be joining us. Vinny will be in here with us. Vinny. Then they'll make that number 10 pick. Then you guys get the boot. You guys got to get out of here. I got to stay. And then Luke Lipinski will be in here. Mitch Ferreldis will be in here. I want to stay. I want to stay through the whole first round. We got another pick to cover as well.
I'm ready to get out of here.
There is nothing on tonight except the NBA draft in terms of the local implications. That's at 5 o'clock on ESPN. But, just listen to this show and stay there. D-backs off tomorrow, as are the Mercury on Friday. Both those clubs are back. This is What's On Tonight, brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Liberty and Mercury on Friday, by the way. That's a great game.
Yeah, the Liberty. I think the Liberty were undefeated, and then the Fever beat them. Fever and Caitlin Clark. There's a little shooting slump going on for Caitlin Clark right now. A little slump, I think.
Her shooting slump is better than just about anyone else in general.
Yeah, I guess
she's
so.
pretty great. She's pretty great.
All right, so here's what's fascinating, too, about the Suns. They have the 10th pick in the draft, which gets a lot of people excited because of the type of player you could get. But they also have the 29th pick in the draft, and they also have 2 second-round picks. One they just acquired in this Kevin Durant trade. They got 2 picks in this year's draft out of the Kevin Durant trade. They got 5 second-rounders overall and 1 first-rounder. One of the second-rounders is this year, and the first-rounder is this year. So the Suns have 4 picks. It's unlikely that they would want to have 4 players coming in. It's unlikely they're going to have, let's draft 4 players and keep 4. So I think that they're going to be active to try to make a move. Now, the best thing that you could do is try to take 29 and a couple of those other picks and try, maybe it's a second this year and another second somewhere else, because their 2 seconds are not good seconds. They're both at the end of the round. So maybe you throw one of them in there and then you throw a future second that you got from somebody else in there and try to move up a little bit more. Remember, last year, now this wasn't Brian Gregory, but they got aggressive and moved up and got Oso Aguadaro.
And they moved back. They moved back from 22 to 28 as well. So there was a lot of movement for them last year, and there might be some movement again this year. A key storyline in this draft, and why I think the Suns won't be alone in trying to trade up from 29, is that this is really the first year where the NIL cycle has really affected the NBA draft. And what I mean by that is all the kids who know for sure they weren't getting taken in the top 20 or so were losing guaranteed contract money, and they were going to just make more money going back to college for a year, and we know how that can influence some decisions. So right around 2025 range is where a lot of experts see the depth of this draft really start to drop off, and then in the 30s and the 40s, that's really when you're missing guys. So that's relevant in two different ways, 52 and 59, moving up from there into the early 40s, maybe even the high 30s if you can get that high. And then the low 20s as well. You mentioned Cedric Coward as someone who they could look to move up for from 29. I really like Colorado State's Nate Clifford. I think he's an NBA player right now and is going to be a good wing for a long time. Michigan's Danny Wolf, the playmaking 5, is another option. Illinois' Will Riley is a 6'9" shooter with range and size. There's some really interesting prospects in that range if you can just get a couple of spots higher.
Yeah, and I think the other thing we're all keeping our eye on is, and the last I heard, the Suns are working on a lot of different things because, there possible trades, and I'm not going to rule that out. I'm not going to rule out that they could make a trade here. We do kind of look at guys like a Royce O'Neal or a Grayson Allen and even to a certain extent Bradley Beal, which we know is going to be hard, but I think the Suns are going to actively try to see if they can make a trade here. This is when teams get a little aggressive and you make some trades. We've seen a number of trades already. We saw Portland get Drew Holiday. We've seen the Celtics make the trade for Porzingis. We've seen a lot of action. We saw the Jordan Poole trade and C.J. McCollum. We've seen a lot of trades leading up to the draft, but there's also trades on draft day. So there will be a number of trades that are made today. Are the Phoenix Suns going to be involved in that?
We know the Celtics were going to be one of the X-Factor teams for this offseason because of the money that they had to get off of. We've seen that in action. We knew the Suns were one of the X-Factor teams because of the Kevin Durant trade coming. We saw that happen. The Brooklyn Nets were another team that was mentioned. They were involved in that 3-team deal, but they didn't really take too much money back, and they're the only team in the league that really has a lot of cap space to work with. So they're a team that you could dump a contract to, or they're just going to overpay for some free agents to reach that salary floor. But the thing that changed for them yesterday is that they picked up their 5th first-round picks. They have 5 first-round picks to work with, and you can look at Brooklyn's roster and what's left of it, which isn't a whole lot, and just say, sure, they could just draft a guy at 8 and draft a guy at 19, draft a guy at 22, draft a guy at 26 and 27. That's never really how it works, Gambo.
It's not what you want. These teams that end up with all these multiple picks, your goal is to try to trade it, to move up for one, or try to go into another year, because you don't want to bring 4 guys on, 5 guys on. You could, the Suns added 2 guys last year. But then they also had a couple of other players that were younger players that were in the G League. And so I think you could look at it like that. I think there's going to be a lot of turnover on this roster this year. I think they're going to start to remake the roster around an image of a team that's going to play a lot harder. They're going to defend. They're going to be a little bit bigger, more versatile defenders, and just not be a soft basketball team. So I do think we're going to change this roster over quite a bit. So on that side, maybe they do. Maybe they just draft some guys, and if they're not able, because look, if you can't make trades, you got no choice. You got to make 4 picks. You can call all these teams you want. Hey, we'll trade you 29 and one of our seconds and something, and we'll move up 5 spots. But if nobody wants to make that trade, you're stuck making all those picks, and that's what there's nothing you can do about it. You got to make them.
Yeah, I'm fascinated to see what happens because we know it's going to be Cooper Flagg. It's going to be Dylan Harper at the start of this draft. But then from there, from 3 to whatever, there's going to be a lot of trades as well. Going to be a really exciting show to do with you here, Gambo.
I'm not going to say goodnight to everybody because we're coming back. Our NBA draft coverage will start next. Vince Morado will join us in a half an hour. We'll do NBA coverage up until the Suns pick right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You still here? It's over. Go home. Go.
Win a pair of tickets to D-backs Royals on the 4th of July from Arizona Sports. Text Firework to 620-620 and listen for your name June 30th through July 2nd for your chance to win.
There's a swing and a ball hit high and deep to right field. Freeman moving back, looking. Oh, that is gone!
What's more All-American than D-backs baseball, a D-backs dog, and fireworks on Independence Day at Chase Field? Text Firework to 620-620 now. Message and data rates may apply.
The final days. It's the final countdown. Yeah, it's the final days of the employee pricing at Sanderson Ford at Sanderson Lincoln. That's right. The final days of employee pricing at Sanderson Ford and Sanderson Lincoln. July 7th, it all comes to an end. So if you're looking for a new car, truck, or SUV, Sanderson Ford is the place to be. I've been shopping Sanderson Ford ever since I moved to the Valley. So is my good friend Luis Gonzalez. He only shops Sanderson Ford. Now, you got to take a look at some of these great deals that are on the table for you right now. when you head over to 51st Avenue in Glendale, Sanderson Ford's got the Bronco Sports for $27,900, the Escapes for $28,700, and the F-150 STX Super Crew trucks for $41,700. Plus, you get additional $1,000 military recognition discount for all active and retired military personnel. Shop the final days of employee pricing at Sanderson Ford, 51st Avenue in Glendale, or go to sandersonford.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta here to tell you about the hottest deals of the summer being offered at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, now through Independence Day. Earnhardt Ford's General Manager John Nissen and his team are rolling out nearly every remaining 2024 new Ford car, truck, or SUV now below employee price. Like their Built in the USA 2024 Ford F-150 STX models and Escape SUVs at amazing low rates and big Ford bonus cash offers. Add in the wildly popular 2024 Bronco Sport Badlands, and your summer is ready to roll. Plus, buy with confidence with Earnhardt and get a 3-year, 36,000-mile maintenance plan at no charge. All offers require approved credit. Hurry into Earnhardt Ford and get the star-spangled deals you've been looking for, or check them out online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the Noble Protection Package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks after all applicable offers. Employee pricing available on select models. AX and CED plans and eligible for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 7/6/25.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
This next song goes out to Cox Mobile for letting me video call my dog while we're on tour. From San Diego to Boston, I said hi. You started barking. Cox Mobile's got the bars to keep us both howling.
We run on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability. So whether you're at a concert or on the road, you'll stay connected. Visit cox.com/mobile. Cox Internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability per Ookla US 2H 2024. Other restrictions apply.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman, only in theaters July 11th. DQ, happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The series wrapped up for the Diamondbacks in the south side of Chicago. They won the series, but they dropped the finale today 7-3. Zach Gallen got jumped for 5 runs on 8 hits in just 5 1/3 innings of work. Snakes are making their way back home. They start a fresh series with the Marlins Friday night at Chase Field. And starting right now, coverage of the first round of the NBA draft. Suns slated to select 10th overall 29th overall as well in the first round. Again, coverage starting right now. The draft begins at 5, but we got our NBA draft extravaganza starting right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. This report is brought to you by The Window Depot. Looking for a career that's more than a job? The Window Depot has positions available in customer service, design, and warehouse operations. Apply online at thewindowdepot.com.
The NBA Draft. This is your exclusive home for Phoenix Suns basketball. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. NBA Draft Special.
All right, we start our NBA Draft coverage. I will take you up until the Suns pick, and then we will have continued coverage throughout the rest of the first round. This show will sound a lot better once Vince Marotta gets his ass here, because then he can run the show. Because I am not good at running shows. And once Vinny gets here, it'll sound so much smoother and better, and you'll be like, wow, this is a real professional radio show. But for now, we'll do the best we can until Vinny takes over the driver's seat. Let's set the scenes. The Phoenix Suns have 4 picks in the draft. 2 of them came via the Kevin Durant trade. The number 10 pick in the draft and the number 59 pick in the draft come via the Houston Rockets as part of that blockbuster trade in which Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, the number 10 pick, and 5 second-rounders went to the Phoenix Suns. The Suns have the 59th pick this year. They got 2 second-rounders next year. They got the 2030 second-round pick via the Boston Celtics, and they've got Houston's second-rounder in 2032. So 1 this year, 2 next year. Then you've got a break. You get 1 in 30, you get 1 in 32. Where does that leave us? That leaves us with the Suns having 4 picks in this draft. And, of course, as we all know, the most important pick is the 10th pick via Houston for the Phoenix Suns. After that, they will pick 29th in this draft, and then they will have the 2 second-round picks that we just mentioned. So 4 picks overall for the Phoenix Suns. What would you like to see them accomplish here?
I would like to see them just nail this pick at number 10. We'll just start super basic and rudimentary and expand from there, Gambo. But this is the X factor of their whatever you're calling these 2 to 3 years. Rebuild, reset, retool, realign, whatever you want to call it exactly. This is the asset that they have picked up in the Kevin Durant trade that has a chance to change their trajectory for the next 3 to 5, even more years beyond that. Like, you look at guys that were selected around this range, not even at 10 per se, but can you imagine if the Oklahoma City Thunder did not take Jalen Williams at number 12 a couple of years ago? If they would have just taken someone like Kobe Buffkin, who's just like randomly been toiling around for a couple of years. Like, it could have just been a completely different trajectory for Oklahoma City the next couple of years. Yeah. And that's the type of change that this pick can be. And something that you agree on, Gambo, is like, you got to get a player. It doesn't have to be an all-star or an all-NBA guy, but you got to nail this pick with someone who can be reliable in your rotation for a long time.
Reliable starter. If a kid becomes an all-star, you may look back and say, wow, we traded a 37-year-old Kevin Durant for a kid that's a young kid that's an all-star. Like, so if you nail it, the way they did 10 years ago with Devin Booker, you'll look back on this trade a little bit differently. Let's remember, it wasn't too long ago before the trade deadline that the Phoenix Suns had no first-round picks this year. They had none. They made a trade with the Utah Jazz in which they gave up an unprotected first-round pick in 2031 for 3 first-rounders, 2025, 27, 29. All of those were the least favorable of 3 different teams' picks. So that's where they get the 25 pick. It's the least favorable. That pick is the Cleveland pick. Because Cleveland had such a good year, it's the least favorable. They'll also get the least favorable in 27 and 29 of Cleveland, Minnesota, and Utah, just like they did this year. So a lot of people thought at that time, Kellen, that they were using those, they were going to make that trade to use those 3 picks to make a trade at the deadline. I reported that wasn't the case. They just wanted to start stockpiling some assets, but it wasn't the case. A lot of people thought that was going to be part of a bigger trade. It wasn't, but it did land them that 29th pick this year. Now, with the 2 seconds, the big question is going to be, do they have the ammunition to move up? They have the ammunition to talk to some teams around 20, 21, 22 if they like a guy and move up by using some of those second-round assets that they now have.
Would you even use a first-round pick that is opened up because of the trade that you mentioned? Because you're familiar with the Stepien rule, where in order to make sure teams don't trade every single possible draft asset that they have, you got to have some kind of first-round pick 1 out of 2 years, essentially. And that is what the Suns opened up by making that trade. So now they can trade either their 2028 first rounder or they can trade their 2029 first rounder. So let's say they really just absolutely love a guy. I think he's a top 10, top 12 prospect. He's falling to 20, 21, 22. Teams aren't budging on the second round picks. You could get a little frisky and even throw in one of those first rounders. The risk there isn't as big as you think because those picks in 28 and those picks in 29 are probably going to be in the 20s. They're not like your own unprotected pick in 2031 where it could be the number 1 overall pick. There's
gotta be for a player you love, though, right?
Exactly.
Because you're going to need these assets to make other trades too, not just in the draft. But if there's a player you want, if you're saying, okay, I'll trade you Grayson Allen and a first-round pick for this guy. I'll trade you Royce O'Neal and a first-round pick for that guy. I'll give you this pick, and this pick to get off of Bradley Beal. So there are, you got to be careful not to use all of your inventory just to move up in a draft because you're going to need those for regular trades of NBA players as well.
You do, and you need to balance out your roster. We're expecting that to happen tonight just with some of the rookies they could be taking. If they make both of these selections, we're expecting to see more balance across the roster. And what we mean by that specifically is it just turned out to be a weird twist of the Kevin Durant trade that you yet again brought in 2 players that are around 6'4", 6'5", 6'6". So you've got Booker, you've got Beal, you've got Allen, you've got O'Neal, you've got Jalen Green, and you've got Dillon Brooks. That's too many guys at that size. Green is really the only outlier athlete, and the rest of those guys are really just average to below average athletes at this point in their career. So is this the type of night where you can move Royce O'Neal or you can move Dillon Brooks or you can move Grayson Allen? You've said you don't expect them to trade Jalen Green, that you expect that long-term backcourt to be Green and Booker, but he's not untouchable.
No.
So if the right offer does come up tonight, could he be on the block? We're going to see activity tonight. We always do. And the fascinating part of this draft compared to previous drafts and what we've seen from the Celtics and other teams is this freaking second apron and these tax rules that keep adding up on teams that have them ducking the apron. You look at what Washington did with that weird McCollum and Poole. There were financial implications there. We're going to see more of those types of trades tonight. One could involve your very own Phoenix Suns.
Keep your eye on Cody Martin as well. He has to be traded or waived by June 30th to get the relief on the luxury taxes. So Cody Martin, listen, they held on to him because there was the potential in a Kevin Durant trade with some of the teams that they were speaking to that Cody Martin could have been a part of that, most likely Miami, in a Miami trade. But Cody Martin has to be traded or waived by June 30th for the Phoenix Suns if they want to get some of that tax relief. So still on the roster. I don't think he'll be on the Phoenix Suns roster, but can you use him as a part of a trade? There are some teams that like him, right? He's a good player. He misses a lot of games. But me and you both respected his game. He plays hard. He's a good player.
Yeah, I would like to see him back next year if there's a way for it to happen. But with what they need to get done, the second apron and the non-guaranteed money that they have for next year, Martin's contract fully non-guaranteed. You said the Micic thing is done. He's already not coming back next year.
Micic will not be back.
That was the team option that you could decline. The interesting wrinkle here with Martin, and you mentioning him in trade talk specifically, is they could trade him in a way where they wouldn't be saving money, but they could offer another team the chance to save money. If you trade Cody Martin to him, they can decline all that non-guaranteed money, and they can save
So it's
money.
somewhat valuable to see what you can get. And again, what can you get for that? What can you get in that deal? The Suns, you look at the roster and you're like, okay, they have a clear vision of what they want to do with their roster, a clear vision of how they want to build their roster. Ryan Dunn, he's safe. Devin Booker, he's safe. Royce O'Neal, I don't know. Nick Richards, I think they like him, but I think they'd prefer he be the backup center. Bradley Beal, I think on the way out. Oso Iguodala, he's here. Grayson Allen, I think Grayson Allen's a guy who could be traded. I think you could keep one of Allen or O'Neal. I don't think you should keep both. Damian Lee, gone. Bol gone. Colin Gillespie, going to have a big part in the Phoenix Suns next year from what I'm hearing.
Okay. Restricted free agent.
He is going to have a big role for the Phoenix Suns next year. They like him. Ty Washington, Jalen Bridges, you don't worry about those guys so much. Martin, I think, will be gone. Micic will be gone. Tyus Jones is a fascinating story because I wouldn't be surprised if he wanted to come back. But there's not a lot of value for Tyus Jones. He thought he was going to have a great year and cash in, get a lot of assists, playing with Booker and KD and Beal. Didn't happen. Ended up getting benched, coming off the bench and not starting. He may be in a position where he again has to take a one-year deal, which in some ways works out well for the Suns because that could actually pay him a decent amount of money on a one-year deal.
Yeah, just because you have Booker and Green as your backcourt going into next year doesn't mean that you don't need a point guard all of a sudden. You still need a point guard in some facet. Now, you mentioning that on Gillespie is very interesting because he could be one of those point guards in the mix. You have your Gambo 5 out right now for the number 10 overall pick. It does not include any guards. Would they consider a guard at 29? There's a couple of interesting names there, a couple overseas, Nolan Traore, Ben Seraph. There's Walter Clayton Jr., who lit the college basketball world on fire in March Madness out of Florida. There's guards in the mix, but will they further load in that depth, I'll put it as, make themselves even deeper in a position they do not need to get deeper at? I'm interested to see.
We'll see. We'll keep our eye on that. Who should the Suns target at number 10? We'll tell you about 5 guys we're looking at, and maybe some others as well. That's next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
The one that they had as the odds-on favorite to be Bradley Beal's next team is probably the last team in the world I would have picked, Oklahoma City. I don't see it, man. I just don't. And if Bradley Beal agrees to take the hit, then there will be teams interested in him at that point. He's not a horrible player.
SGA for Beal?
Which
even swap. I mean, I that's pretty fair.
Jamal, you're supposed to be the voice of reason. We established that yesterday.
That's right. You were the voice of reason. This is awkward.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Get real testosterone prescribed by real doctors now at Red Mountain. If you're feeling sluggish, lacking energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low testosterone. The solution? Prescription strength testosterone. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, greater focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Have low T? Start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
The Arizona heat can be dangerous, and you can help save lives. Text WATER to 620-620 for the UPS Store water drop-off locations, or donate today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive, presented by the UPS Store. Message and data rates may apply.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. Last aid year, University of Maryland Global Campus awarded over $21 million in scholarships to qualified students, including community college students, service members, veterans, and working adults. Now is the time to move your career forward with an online and accredited skills-based education. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys. And I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month. But what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
Celebrate the baseball season with Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing, the official beer partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Text SEATS to 620-620 for a shot at 4 tickets to the July 4th D-backs game against Kansas City, courtesy of Four Peaks Brewing.
Message and data rates may apply.
NBA Draft Special.
The Phoenix Suns select.
The home of the Suns, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, well, Queen is an really interesting player. Had a very productive year at Maryland. Has some very pronounced strengths and weaknesses, right? I mean, the offensive skill is very, I think, special for a guy his size. There's not a ton of bigs who can do the things he does and create and attack mismatches. Defensively, work in progress. Sometimes he's apathetic, not always in the best shape. I think the conditioning is an element of this as well.
That's Jeremy Wu, who joined Arizona Sports this morning on the Bickley and Murata Show, of which I am a part of. Guys, I'm here. I'll take the tardy.
No one on earth is more happy right now than John Gambadoro.
I don't like
Dreads driving.
show.
Dreads it.
Yeah,
I
am here along with John Gambadoro, with Kellen Olson. We got the whole crew involved tonight. It's a special night. It's NBA Draft Night, a new horizon for the Phoenix Suns as we continue our Arizona Sports NBA Draft Special. Derek Queen, the big out of Maryland, part of the Gambo Five.
Yeah, we did a Gambo 5 in it. Reluctantly did it. The margin for error is going to be a little bit greater because we did it in a 12-hour span instead of 3 weeks. So we threw it together really quickly. There wasn't as much time as I normally need to make all the phone calls I make and get all the information I have. But we did put it together, and I still think it's highly likely it'll be one of these guys. Derek Queen is a fascinating player, to me, because he does a lot of things really, really well. He's got an elite skill set that he showed at Maryland. There's some negatives to his game, make no mistake about it. But when I look at Derek Queen, I'm looking at a guy who, again, unique. I worry about the body fat that's on him and had the lack of discipline. He could play 4, he could play 5. He's 250 pounds, but it's not a solid 250. But the kid has an elite feel for the game. He's undersized, but an elite, great passer. There's a lot of things that he could bring to your team that you would really like.
Obviously could be a target for the Suns at number 10. Derek Queen. Kellen also had one of these signature moments of the NCAA tournament when he hit the buzzer beater off the window against Colorado State in the second round. So I think for, NBA fans who might not be all that tuned in to college basketball, he's one of the more recognizable names in the Gambo 5. Give me your synopsis on Derek Queen.
Yeah, it's a lot of what Gambo was saying in terms of just the highs and lows of his evaluation because he's not the best athlete. He's out of shape. He doesn't have a high motor on the floor, but if you're able to harness that and get him into your strength and conditioning program and really unlock a next level of his athleticism and his physical profile that we haven't seen, then you've got the most unique skill set in the entire draft, because a big that handles the ball the way that he does, a big that sees the floor the way that he does, you don't really see that anywhere else in this draft. Michigan's Danny Wolf is another name that comes to mind with that skill set, but it's not nearly as dynamic as what Queen does. But those question marks, especially how they apply to his defense and how he's a little bit undersized, there's just a low floor here, but there's also a very high ceiling as well.
Well, let me ask you guys this question, too, because we know what the Suns are looking for. They've mapped out the ingredients of the players that they are looking for. After what we saw last year, they're looking for grit. They're looking for players with high motor. They're looking for players with high energy levels who compete on the defensive end and can get a little nasty. Would that be flying in the face of what we heard from Brian Gregory and what we've heard from Jordan Ott if Derek Queen is the pick at number 10? Because I'm agreeing with Kellen. Those things are correctable,
Yeah.
But your first pick under a new regime, you're picking a guy who some have termed lazy.
Some lazy because, again, the body, like what I was told by one team today, is you're 250 pounds, but a lot of body fat, which shows a true lack of discipline with him. So I think that's something you want to be aware of. You look at the skill set and you like that, but he is not a rim protector. If you want defense, he's not a rim protector. He's not an athletic guy. He's very non-athletic. You just like the feel for the game. His basketball IQ is really good. He can score. He can't shoot very well, but his passing ability, his ability to read the game and understand the game, you'd be getting a high IQ guy. But is he going to be the guy that comes in here and sets the tone defense? No, that's like that is not him. That's not who he's going to be. Now, again, if he gets in the gym and he drops 15 pounds of fat and he gains a little bit of muscle, his body can change. His body can change over a couple of years.
How much stock do you put in the ability of Colin Murray Boyles from South Carolina to maybe be that guy that the Suns are looking for defensively? He fits, he checks a lot of the boxes. He's got some beef to him. He plays bigger than his height. Your thoughts on CMB, Kellen?
Yeah, he's intriguing because of the defensive versatility that you're going to get because he's 6'8", but he's very strong. He's a strong 240 pounds, and he dominated on the interior in a lot of the different games that he played for South Carolina over the course of the year. He's got a 7'1" wingspan, and he scales up and down a few different positions, but just the one thing you're going to see from him playing on tape and when you watch him, whether it's on the Suns or on another team, even as a rookie, he processes the game extremely well. He's seeing things out there a step or two ahead. I wouldn't even call him like a good passer technically, but he is so far ahead of everything on the floor that he's able to set up the passes that he is able to make. The big question mark on him is he doesn't have a jumper right now. He doesn't really take it that often because he doesn't really have one. Can he develop that to be more of a 4? If not, he's a really undersized 5. You need the proper system to utilize everything that he does well. In the comparison that I made when Gambo and I were talking about him earlier is you look at what Jordan Ott did with Evan Mobley and his development as a unique, versatile big. Murray Boyle's a completely different player, but he's unique and he's versatile, and Ott knew how to develop him. Would he know how to set up a system to get the most out of a number 10 pick like that?
Another player on the Gambo 5. I'm sorry.
I'm going to give you my comments. That would be my pick out of all the guys that I have listed as Murray Boyles.
I like him the best.
That's the guy. He is a Draymond Green-like player. He's a good passer. He's not as tough as Draymond, but he's still tough, versatile defender, good body, only 20 years old. There's a lot to like about him. So if you're looking to fit that identity, that mold that you were just talking about, I think out of all the players, Murray Boyle fits it the most.
Yeah, and look, he's a lefty. When you're down on the blocks as a lefty, it creates problems defensively. Hard to guard. Those lefties can be funky.
Harper's a lefty, too.
Noah Senge, the French kid who's playing in Germany. He leaves his German team in the middle of the playoffs to go to NBA workouts and to be in the green room tonight in Brooklyn. To me, that's a massive red flag.
I had a team tell me that he should fire his agent right now. There's no way that kid should be here. That kid should have never left his team. I spoke with one team today, a high-ranking executive. Fire his agent. That's how bad it looks that he left his team.
He's still on the Gambo 5, so I assume that team's not the Suns.
No. I spoke with a team, not the Suns, that was giving me a scouting report on him. I always try to speak to other teams that have scouting reports and get him, and that was the report on him. He would be the biggest flyer in the draft that you would take. He's the biggest one. He's got a ceiling and a floor. Like, he could be a total bust, but he could also be a high ceiling guy. It's a little bit of risk. He's a skinny kid. He's a weak kid. He's not very strong. But, he's got a squirrely type shot where, the ball moves around a lot in his hands. Tall, long. Defense is supposed to be his calling card. He's supposed to be a really good defensive player. He's not there yet, but there's a potential that he could be a real shutdown defensive guy. So he's risky, but if you take that risk and he hits, you might end up with a sensational player.
Are the Suns in position to take that big of a risk, Kellen?
I don't think so. I think that the guy that they take at number 10 has to have a mix of a somewhat high floor. Like I mentioned, Derek Queen is like a low floor, high ceiling. If he doesn't work out in the NBA, it's going to be because he's mostly relegated to being a backup. Because the way that he sees things on the floor, the skill that he has with the ball, teams are going to find a way to utilize him no matter what. It's just how big of a role he's going to have. Senge could be out of the league within like 3 to 5 years because none of his NBA skills are ready. Like, he's not much of a ball handler. He's not much of a playmaker. He's not much of a shooter right now. He's known for defense, but he's not consistent enough there for you to say this is a defensive-minded four-man. And if one of those skills just comes together, just one, Vince, he's worth this pick. If he turns out to be a really good playmaker, awesome. If he turns out to be a really good shooter, awesome. If he turns out to be a really good defender, awesome. None of those things are real right now. They're all hypothetical.
I was hoping to give equal time to all 5 guys on the Gambo 5 list. That's not going to happen because we're up against a break. But Carter Bryant from Arizona.
Yeah, you didn't want to talk about Carter Bryant, Vinny.
Hey,
I get it.
I
Come
left
on.
out Asa Newell from Georgia, too. Real quick thoughts on those guys. To me, I'll give mine real quick. I know they're different players, but the body types are so similar. We're talking about the Suns having a lot of the same type of body types right now, and his body type is so similar to Ryan Dunn. The skill sets are different, but is there overlap there?
I think there's some, but you're getting a different type of skill set offensively for sure. And defensively, something that Gambo mentioned with his reporting and insight is that he's not as physical as Dunn. So there's differences on defense, but on offense, you're getting a much more NBA-ready player. The three is ready to go. The driving game is ready to go.
Gambo?
I'll just talk on Asa Newell because this is a guy that, fifth option on his high school team. Played with Cooper Flagg and Derek Queen and some other great players.
The team was loaded.
He's never been the guy. He's never been the guy. He's used to being a role guy. I had somebody tell me today, another team, say he's not great at any one thing, but he's actually good at a lot of different things. So he's not a good shooter yet, but he's a good athlete. He's got that size if you're looking for 6'10". So he's an interesting prospect if you decide to draft him.
Mm-hmm. And the Suns will have, as we go into the draft, which starts a little after 5 o'clock, not just the pick at 10 right now, could change, also a pick at the end of the first round at number 29. We'll take a look at some of the candidates for the Phoenix Suns there. Coming up next, as we continue the Arizona Sports NBA Draft Special, Kellen Olson, John Gambadoro, me, Vince Marotta, here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
I feel more connected to this team. I want this team to get through this so bad. I love what Torey Lovello said about the ship still sailing. It resonates with me because that's what I want this team to be. I want this team to be so resilient and tenacious that they're going to look back when they make the playoffs and go, can you believe we pulled that off? Can you believe we grinded through all that BS? That's what I want.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than just a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. That's what they're all about at Berg Simpson. Dave Burns here. So good lawyers changing lives. What does that mean? Well, it means they're nationally renowned and recognized trial lawyers looking to change lives for the better by preparing for trial, fighting in court, getting families compensation for their injuries. It means putting a high priority on giving back to their community, getting involved and making a difference. It's the heart of everything they do, here to help people who need it the most. Frankly, when we were involved in an accident years ago, we made a mistake by not calling them. So when you've been injured, Berg Simpson's team of experienced personal injury trial lawyers, they're going to fight for you and what you deserve. You'll get more money for your case when you hire a trial lawyer, and it doesn't cost you anymore to hire a trial lawyer. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck. And she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes. But when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer? Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number 4th of July sale. Save over $600 on our King P5 smart bed, our lowest price of the season. Plus, get free home delivery with most smart beds, limited time. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
It's hot, so you gotta have shade. Hey, it's Robert from All Pro Shade Concepts. We've installed shades for thousands of homes and businesses in the valley. Everything we create is a custom fit, from roll-down shades that create an outdoor room to motorized awnings with lighting. We'll cool you down with a click of a button or the twist of a wrist. Free installation by our in-house pros, backed by warranty. Visit All Pro Shade for a free estimate. That's allproshade.com.
Gotta call All Pro Shade, Shade, Shade. Call All Pro Shade, Shade, Shade.
I'm Mitch Varaldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Diamondbacks wrapped up their series on the south side of Chicago today. They won that series. Unfortunately, they dropped the finale, 7-3, the final there. Zach Allen got jumped for 5 runs on 8 hits in just 5 1/3 innings pitched. Snakes are making their way back home. They start a new series with the Miami Marlins. That'll be Friday night at Chase Field. And tonight, the first round of the NBA draft. The Phoenix Suns slated to select at 10th overall and at 29th overall. We are in the midst of our NBA draft special here on Arizona Sports. We got Vince Marotta, John Gambadoro, and Kellen Olson in studio right now, previewing the first round as we're getting ready for the draft, which starts tonight at 5. You can listen right here on 98.7 FM on the Arizona Sports app, and you can watch on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
The NBA Draft. This is your exclusive home for Phoenix Suns basketball. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. NBA Draft Special.
Yes, it is the Arizona Sports NBA Draft Special as we're getting you ready for the Phoenix Suns activity in tonight's first round of the NBA Draft. I still have a hard time believing they split this thing up into 2 rounds because, man, does the second round really need its own night?
It does not.
Thank you, Kellen.
The year that Bronny James was going to get drafted, it was.
Oh yeah, now they got to keep it.
About it.
That's Kellen Olson, John Gambadoro, Vince Marotta here. We'll have a lot more people joining the crew. Mitch Varaldis, Kevin Zimmerman, Luke Lipinski's going to stop by as we take you through the first round of the NBA Draft tonight. Talked a lot about the Suns' potential target at number 10. Also heard you guys on the way in talking about, what's this? The Suns might have flexibility with these
maneuverability?
Multiple draft picks. Look, I'll take this option on NBA draft night over the many, many years where the operative word for the Suns on the draft was punt. So sign me up for this. But if they hold on to 10, we've covered those candidates. We'll go over them again. But at number 29, Kellen, you've done a great job on ArizonaSports.com of picking, putting forth, I think it was 29 for 29, a lot of content.
That's when we thought that was the top pick. Yeah.
And then things changed on Sunday. Give us a thumbnail on some of these guys that you think might be available and would fit what the Suns are looking for.
Yeah, it's a range of the draft that I actually like more than I expected to because as we've been talking about a lot over the last couple of weeks, NIL really screwed up this part of the draft where the 20s are not as deep as they used to be, and especially the 30s and the 40s are not as deep as they used to be. But there's a lot of unique, interesting skill sets in this range. The guy that I have number 1 on that big board is Rasheer Fleming out of St. Joseph's. He's got maneuverability to play the 4 or the 5. Terrific athlete, can shoot the ball a bit and can do some small ball 5 stuff and also play the 4 a little bit. Maxime Reynaud is a really interesting story out of Stanford. He's a 7'1" stretch 5 who took over 5 threes a game last year, so real volume. Only started playing organized basketball just a couple years ago. He was actually interested in chess and swimming before he walked on to Stanford to play on the basketball team and was really good at it immediately, was starting by his next season. So while he's a 4-year player, he's got some improvements left to get. So there's like specific skill sets that you could look for.
I like the Creighton kid.
Ryan Kalkbrenner.
I like
Ryan Kalkbrenner
I think
a lot,
that could
too.
be a real option for the Suns if they stay at the end of the first round. I watched him play a lot against St. John's when he was at Creighton. The kid's got a very good skill set, good player, good size. Could be a nice option for the Suns at the end of the first round.
The best defensive player in college basketball.
Yeah, played
the
a
last,
ton,
2 years probably.
ton of college basketball. Four-time Big East Defensive Player of the Year.
4-time Big East Defensive Player of the Year. Kid's a stud.
And pretty good offensively as well.
Has a 3-ball that he's working on too. Yeah.
The question is, how is he that far? Like, you watch him play and you almost like, how is this kid at the end of the first round? Are there that many kids better than him?
I think we've seen it now for probably close to 20 years that potential is just such an aphrodisiac for these front offices.
He's too old at 23, are you saying?
You got 4 years to pick apart Ryan Kalkbrenner's game. You had 5 games to pick apart Cedric Howard's game at a major institution.
In a good conference that was Defensive Player of the Year every year.
Look, and I'm with you. If you can play, you can play. You didn't have him in your top 5.
Still like him
candidates.
in that range, but it's a pretty good range overall. Yeah. Walter Clayton Jr. is another name in there. I know a lot of people listening are familiar with his game. I think he's going to translate to the NBA right away. Elite shooter, might be the best shooter in the draft. He's awesome.
Well, and Gambo, on Walter Clayton Jr. again, we talk about what's going to excite the fans. Walter Clayton Jr. is a name that would excite the fans because of what he did this year for Florida in the NCAA championship. The run to the national championship. You want to talk about skills that translate? I think big moment cojones translate to the NBA.
Sure.
And nobody displayed that more than Walter Clayton Jr. this year.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think his size is okay, right? Was he like 6'2" or 6'3"? His size is okay. But yeah, what he did in the tournament, how great he was. You look at him. Again, I don't know if the Suns are going to go guards here. Because if you go point – now, again, I'm okay with drafting a point guard. Letting Tyus Jones – don't bring Tyus Jones back and let Monty Morris go. And Colin Gillespie's going to have a big role on the Suns this year, my understanding. He's going to get a lot of time. He's going to get a lot of run. But can this kid come in and be another one? Can you have 2 young guys in Gillespie and Clayton that could run the point, but both are very young and inexperienced?
Look, I think a lot of Suns fans would sign up for that, especially with – the prospect after the trade of a heavy minutes sharing in the backcourt of Jalen Green and Devin Booker. We've gone down this road before, and yes, Devin Booker can play the point, but is that the ideal situation for the Suns?
And what the Suns are looking for specifically, in every part of a draft, you're going to find what they want, which is just guys who play hard. They're making the second effort, the third effort. Adu Thiero is a wing out of Arkansas that I really like. He's the best athlete in the draft and has a really high motor to go with it. The concerns with him are just the shot, and that's about it because he can do a whole lot else on the floor, especially defend the basketball. He's a guy that checks every box that Gregory and Ishbia mentioned and Jordan Ott mentioned as well over the last couple of weeks with what they want to do in their makeover. So even if they're at 52 and 59, they're going to be able to find guys who do what they like. And to your point on looking at Kalkbrenner versus like Noah Senge, who's in the Gambo, I don't even know what his like signature skill is. He doesn't really have one. Kalkbrenner has 2 already. He's an elite finisher and an unbelievable rim protector. Known commodities versus potential is a tale as old as time in the draft. I'm curious to see which direction the Suns lean because in the Gambo 5 itself, there's a couple of those guys that are more upsidey with undefined skills, and there's a couple of guys where you know what you're going to get.
Also, one thing that I'm very curious, and Bick and I talked about this on the morning show, was first draft, new regime, Brian Gregory at the controls of the basketball operations. And we know when the Suns had draft picks in the James Jones era, he had a type. He liked older players, experienced college players. Do you expect more of the same? Do we know what, other than the ingredients we've already talked about, the toughness, the grit, all of those things, do we know what Brian Gregory is going to look for?
No, I'm just fascinated by the incredible need. In the Houston trade, they didn't get a power forward or a center. The need at those positions is so great. And, free agency and what they could do, we don't know at this point. So I'm always a big take the best available player. There was a year that they could have had De'Aaron Fox, but they ended up going with Josh Jackson because they had these two guards named Eric Bledsoe and Brandon Knight on the team.
Mm-hmm.
And they passed on De'Aaron Fox because, we don't need a point guard. We don't need one. We've got two. De'Aaron Fox is still in the league. Where's Josh Jackson, right? So I always think
I don't even think he's in organized basketball anymore, is he?
Oh, yeah. Where was he last? Memphis?
He is one of this. Someone's going to write a feature about him in a year or two and being like, what happened to this guy's career? Because he was a really good basketball player when he got here, and then he was terrible.
Yeah.
It wasn't even like a slow regression. He was just awful.
There are some kids that when they get that money, they stop. You have to continue to work really hard, and he was one of those guys that did not want to continue to work really hard.
I did get a kick out of the 1-on-5 breaks every game. Those were fun.
Yes, and then throwing up on the basketball court.
We've had a lot of eras of Suns basketball, haven't we?
Barfing all over the place because he was hungover. Don't forget the James Jones having to give out all the bottles of beer at the grocery store.
That's a signature Josh
Jackson didn't
moment.
show up. Yeah. A lot of the biggest mistakes are made when you don't draft the best player. The Cardinals didn't draft Adrian Peterson. Why they had Edgerrin James? You always draft the best player. But their need at the 4 and the 5 is so great that I think if it's close between some guys, I have all 4s and 5s in my Gambo 5 and maybe a 3-4 type guy in Carter, but I don't have any guards, no 1s or 2s, just because I think that the need is so great for that position.
And even your list, Kellen, at 29, 4 of the 5 are big players and a point guard. There's no in-between wing players in there.
Yeah, then the number 10 names, I've got Yakuchonis on there out of Illinois. I got Fears out of Oklahoma on there. On ESPN's big board, Jeremiah Fears, if he's available at 10, would be the best prospect available. On the Athletic Sam Vecini's board, he has Yakuchonis 7th on his board, so he'll be the best guy available if he's there at number 10. Sometimes you just have to take that balance into effect, and it seems like the Suns are, and they're going to go more based on fit here, and that's a dangerous game as Gambo laid out.
Yep, we are about 20 minutes away from the Commissioner Adam Silver starting the festivities at Barclays Center in Brooklyn. The 2025 NBA Draft first round is tonight, and we've got you covered. We'll give you our final thoughts before the draft begins and the rest of the Suns' off-season thoughts coming up as we continue with Kellen Olson, John Gambadoro, and me, Vince Marotta, here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
I know this, absolutely nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than at Liberty GMC. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, or just shop and buy online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. It's Dave Burns here. Summer is here, which means road tripping with the family is here. You're going to the mountains, you're going to the beach. You are not going to find a better truck to get you there than the GMC Sierra 1500. Whether you're hauling, whether you're towing, whether you're cruising, the Sierra delivers. It is powerful. It's got all the tech you'd ever want, ready for any job, ready for any adventure, ready to haul whatever you want, wherever you want. And right now at Liberty GMC, how about $12,250 off a brand new 2025 GMC Sierra or 4.9% financing for 84 months. Liberty GMC is the place to go. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, or shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Due to new tariffs, AC system costs are rising. No worry. Collins Comfort Masters is buying back your old air conditioning system, up to $2,500. Because we're official Lennox dealers. Collins Comfort can get you a new high-efficiency AC system for as low as $89 a month. That's less than a cup of coffee per day. Schedule your appointment by calling Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Dr. Osafi, founder of New Life Dental Implant Center. And Doctor, you're doing more than giving people new smiles. You are transforming lives. When I visited your Scottsdale location, I was amazed at how many people were getting their new smiles. Who can benefit from full mouth dental implant treatments?
The patients that benefit from this treatment are those that are either missing multiple teeth, they are suffering from some form of gum disease, they have periodontal disease, patients that have been wearing dentures dentures that are ill-fitting, or they're just unhappy with the appearance of their smile with their dentures. Those patients can benefit from this procedure. Also, those that have limited access to insurance or funds, we really wanted to make this treatment as comprehensive and affordable to anyone that needs and can benefit from it.
Go to newsmilearizona.com or call 602-855-0000. New Life Dental Implant Center, where a new smile means a new life.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
Learn life-saving water safety tips and enter to win swim lessons from the YMCA and a pool alarm from Life Buoy.
Go to Fulton2seconds.com or text SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
Summer is a great time to get a new Toyota. Choose from best-selling models like Camry, Corolla, RAV4, Highlander, Tundra, Tacoma, and more. Visit any one of the 10 Valley Toyota dealers or valleytoyotadealers.com today.
NBA Draft Special. The home of the Suns. Arizona Sports. The local sports leader.
How did you do? With the 13th pick in the 2015 NBA Draft, the Phoenix Suns select Devin Booker from the University of Kentucky.
10 years ago today. I know you guys were talking about it earlier. I still can't believe it. And seeing what Devin Booker looked like 10 years ago, he looked like he was 12 years old. He might have been 12 years old. But, man, that was a big day in Suns history. Still around, still the cornerstone of the franchise. And that's the goal. Tonight, number 10, find somebody who's got a Devin Booker-like impact. It's easy, right?
It's just an example. It's an example of how the draft can be. I remember my reaction to that drafting Devin Booker, which was like, okay, that's fine. Like, we weren't like, oh my God, they crushed it, or this was a horrible pick. It was just like a shrug, like, okay, that's fine. And he's the greatest son of all time.
I remember breaking that pick. I broke that pick at that time, 5:58 p.m. on June 25th, 2015. And I love going back and looking.
Pull up the Twitter receipts?
Horrible pick. Guy will be out of the league before he's old enough to drink. Decker was there. Why didn't they take him?
Oh, Sam Decker. Remember him?
Man. Sam Decker. Of course I remember him, Vinny. What?
So, you beat Woj. Yes, I beat Woj on that one. I had that one before anybody else.
Yeah, and then
why are they stockpiling guards again? Yeah, you just go down that road, you go down that path, you look at it, and it's just so funny to see.
Yeah, I mean, you can go through any draft class, any reaction to any draft class, and just see some outrageously horrible opinions that were shared in real time that people just don't realize the internet is forever. But through the years, I mean, Devin Booker, I was not part of the draft show that year, but I was thinking back at some of the shows that we've all been a part of. 2016, the Dragan Bender Marquise Chris draft, when we were out at a Suns party, and the Suns were the talk of that draft.
I remember going on Doug and Wolf that morning, and I said the dream scenario is that they get both Dragan Bender and Marquise Chris. That's their dream. Then I forgot I said it later on in the day, and Bridget's like, you said that they were... Yes, that's the dream, is that they're going to get both of those guys. And they did. They got both of those guys. Because I was told at that time, that is what they wanted to get both of them. They wanted to get Chris and Bender. Both guys flamed out of the league very quickly. Huge disappointment, especially Marquise Chris.
Oh my gosh! But both of them totally. Was that 2018? Am I remembering? No, that was
2018. That was 2016.
2016. So we had backcourt 2000. That was frontcourt 2016.
Yes,
it was so bad. I mean, but neither one of those guys was any good. Neither one of them could play.
I remember when they both went to Golden State and Draymond was like, this is what happens when you get in a real NBA
Marquise
program.
Chris, yeah.
The Suns just misuse these guys, and what happened to both those guys? They're out of the league.
Yeah, 2018, DeAndre Ayton going number 1, Mikal Bridges landing with the Suns, not through a draft pick, but through a trade on draft night.
Yeah, I was told the night of the draft lottery that they were taking DeAndre Ayton. So whoever was picking second, I remember saying, you're on the clock.
And
so
I
he's like, what does
remember-
that mean? I'm like, it means the Suns are taking Ayton. Like, it's a done deal. Like, we don't have to spend a month, 2 months figuring this out. They're going to take DeAndre Ayton.
And remember the buttons, Kellen? Team Ayton, Team Luka.
Oh, yeah.
And Kellen Olson, I think, is the only guy in the building that was on Team Luka.
But there were no Team Bagley buttons that year.
No, those were all in Sacramento.
Sacramento is always the team that gets brought up first, and probably rightfully so. Yeah, because Marcus Bagley is on his way out of the league as well. Still in the league because he's got a paycheck right now, but he's going to be out of the league here pretty soon. We've been through a lot of journeys with this team in the draft, and tonight could be another one as well, Vinny.
Yeah, 2020, the passing of Tyrese Halliburton to draft a big man, out of Maryland who wore number 25.
Tweener concerns, like not quite a fully developed game yet, some major red flags.
See,
you were so upset.
I was very, very mad because I liked Tyrese Halliburton a lot in college. And look, the Suns ultimately are right. I mean, he would have blown his Achilles out in the finals this year. So.
I remember because I ruled him out. I ruled him out. And they thought he was too much of a tweener, right? So I ruled him out. You're like, why? He was so mad that they ruled him out and he wasn't going to be
And there was
considered.
the whole mystery behind what happened in his draft process because he reportedly didn't want to go to Cleveland or Atlanta or some of these other teams. And then he went on the record talking about it. And then I wanted to finally get the record straight once and for all from him. Who was that?
Ace Bailey?
Who are you talking about?
The Bailey kid.
Oh, what he's been doing this year.
Yeah.
He's the latest guy that's like, I'm not working out for anyone.
I'm not going anywhere.
I'm not going anywhere. I think they quoted as he's the only prospect from the United States who has not worked out for any team so far.
I think Paul George was like, dude, you haven't done anything in this league to
No, and you mentioned your intelligence, Gambo, that you got from a team saying, hey, Noah Senge should fire his agent for what he pulled in leaving his German team to come here. I mean, Omar Cooper is the agent of Ace Bailey, and he's one of the big mysteries. Both of them really are mysteries at this point because there was a time right after the lottery, Ace Bailey was penciled in, almost etched in stone, no later to go than 3 to Philadelphia. Cancels his workout. Nobody knows why they're operating the way they are. That's one of the questions going into the draft, which starts here in just a little bit, is how far could he fall, Kellen?
There's some deeper lore there, too, because Sharif Cooper was the point guard prospect out of Auburn just a couple years ago, who's his son, and he had a tumble in the draft as well. He fell all the way to the second round, if I'm remembering correctly, and didn't even pan out at all. It was actually a guy you really liked with his skill set coming out of Auburn, but just never really developed. That's a dangerous game you can play because there are teams, you know what teams will do? They'll say, oh, if you're there at 7, we'll take you. And you know what they can do? Not take you. It is not a contract. It is not a handshake agreement even. They can just promise you oh, yeah, if you're at 24 or whatever, we think you're going there. I think it was Devin Booker himself who thought Miami was going to take him. He had this great workout. They told him yeah, if you're there, we'll take you. They took Justice Winslow instead. Whoops.
And I remember there for years being among NBA Twitter, the Justice Winslow is better than
different guys. A lot of people like Con Knipple, the guard out of Duke, who a
fan
lot of
of
people felt got overshadowed by not only Flag but Malawatch as well, who's in that mix. Trey Johnson at Texas wasn't really a relevant player.
I think he's the next best. I think he's the third best player. He may drop to 8, but I think
Trey Johnson.
I think Trey Johnson from Texas is the next best player after that. After your top 2 guys.
The Suns with 2 picks going into the festivities again. Number 10, number 29. Gambo, you work in the phones. You're talking to a lot of people. How would you gauge the possibility / probability of the Suns making deals maybe to move up, get another pick? They have some second round equity as well that they can use.
High. Just a short time ago when I was just checking on, are there any trades that they're working on a lot? There are a lot of things that they're working on. I don't think that they want to make 4 selections in this draft. I don't think they want to make 2 first-rounders and 2 second-rounders with 3 of those picks being after pick 29. I don't think that's the goal. I think the goal is, can we move up in this draft? Is there anything we could do to move up in this draft and maybe package 29 and something else, maybe a second this year and a future second, and try to get up a little bit in this draft? Meanwhile, we all know they want to move Bradley Beal. I think they also want to move either one of Grayson Allen or Royce O'Neal. And keep your eye on Cody Martin. June 30th is the date on Cody Martin. You know, that they've got to make a decision on him to get that salary relief. So there's a possibility, too, because there are teams that like Cody Martin that he could be moved.
Well, the Cody Martin situation, along with Vasa Micic, who's not going to be part of this team, but correct me if I'm wrong, Kellen, part of the goal this summer, one of the goals for the Suns is to get underneath that second apron. I know they like Cody Martin. I like what he did after he got here, but those seem to be the two players that would maneuver them under the second apron, correct?
Yeah, the question is, can you let him go and then bring him back? But I think too many teams are going to be interested in him to offer him a couple more $1 million than the Suns can offer, because they're still going to be able to only give guys the minimum. Those are the two guys that'll help get them close, but they still need another maneuver. So can they trade someone like Grayson Allen or Dylan Brooks, who make a whole lot of money, for a guy who makes a couple million less? And that's how you finally shrink under. You don't have to worry about it right now. It's just the easiest time to do it. This is end of the year stuff, because all the time at the trade deadline, we see teams trade away guys. It doesn't make sense until you realize, oh, that got them under the luxury tax. You can do the same thing with the apron. What they can't do is end the season in the second apron again, because then another pick will get frozen. And if they do it long enough, as Gambo pointed out yesterday, your picks are frozen and then move to the end of the first round as well. That cannot happen.
Regardless of where you land in the draft order, it's pretty harsh stuff. The second apron is not where you want to be for a long amount of time. The draftees that are in attendance are being introduced to the crowd at Barclays Center and on a national television audience on ESPN. That means we are just minutes away from all the fun starting the 2025 NBA Draft first round. And we've got it for you here with Kellen Olson, John Gambadoro, myself, Vince Marotta on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win a pair of tickets to D-backs Royals on the 4th of July from Arizona Sports. Text Firework to 620-620 and listen for your name June 30th through July 2nd for your chance to win.
There's a swing and a ball hit high and deep to right field. Freeman moving back, looking up. That is gone.
What's more All-American than D-backs baseball, a D-backs dog, and fireworks on Independence Day at Chase Field? Text Firework to 620-620 now. Message and data rates may apply.
Love telling you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax. And if you are looking for a financial advisor that's going to be with you every step of the way, I'm talking about having a relationship with your financial advisor. Somebody that's not going to check in on you once a year just to make sure you stay with them. That is my guy, Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. 5 locations in the Valley. He's going to help you with your financial plan, your retirement plan, your tax plan, your estate plan. You got to have a tax plan. Most financial advisors don't, but you need to have a tax plan. Why? Because most of us are putting money away tax deferred, and eventually that bill is going to be due. And it's not about how much money you make or how much money you save. It's about how much of that you keep. So if you don't have a tax plan in your financial plan, your financial advisor is not doing right by you. Call Stuart Willis, get a free portfolio review, 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN, or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you live in Arizona, you know the Desert Sun can do a number on your windows, and if you've been here a while, chances are you need your windows replaced, which is why I am stoked to tell you about Advanced Window Products, a great company that is family-owned and locally operated, a company that treats customers like friendships. They are Arizona's premier window replacement company. They are co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and they offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state. And that is because there is no middleman. They are the manufacturers. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. Even better, Advanced Window Products running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows, and you'll get a $2,500 discount. So call today and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Autumn Nation.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number 4th of July sale. Save over $600 on our King P5 smart bed, our lowest price of the season. Plus, get free home delivery with most smart beds, limited time. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Happy birthday, America! And my brothers at Brooklyn Bedding want to help you celebrate with the best sleep ever on the best mattress ever. You know what I'm talking about, oh yeah! We're talking 25% off everything in-store and online now through June 26th. So here's the move, Basin Orleans. Go to BrooklynBedding.com, or better yet, stop by one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the 4th of July sale at Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Phoenix. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks wrapped things up on the south side today. Won the series, lost the finale, 7-3 the final today. Snakes are making their way back home. They're going to start a fresh series with the Marlins on Friday night. And then tonight, the first round of the NBA draft. It is set to begin moments from now. Got the Phoenix Suns picking at 10th and 29th overall. And we've got you covered all round long here on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, on the Arizona Sports app, and on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
The NBA Draft. This is your exclusive home for Phoenix Suns basketball. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. NBA Draft Special.
John Gambadoro, Kellen Olson, me, Vince Marotta, as we are moments away from the draft getting underway, the 2025 NBA Draft held annually at Barclays Center in Brooklyn. So we will get Jarrett Carlin's favorite sports commissioner, Adam Silver, welcoming the masses and then putting the Dallas Mavericks on the clock with the number 1 overall pick. Lots of mystery on what's going to happen there. How much time do the Mavericks take with the number 1 pick, Gambo? Can they do it in negative time?
No, we always think that, right? But then these teams like to milk their time and get that publicity.
Yeah, because
they like to milk it and get the pub.
What's the clock in between picks now, Kellen?
I believe it's 5 minutes.
5 minutes. So that's 5 minutes of ESPN talking about your franchise to the world. So,
right,
yeah.
Right. Unless you don't want them to talk about your franchise. They traded Luka! But no, I think that they'll probably milk it.
Then we got San Antonio at number 2. Philly, number 3, Charlotte 4, Utah 5. Then the back half of the top 10, Washington, New Orleans, Brooklyn, Toronto, and the Suns. But don't be alarmed, Suns fans. The pick will be made by the Houston Rockets. Whoever is drafted at number 10.
It's not the dumbest thing in the whole world. That kid's going to put a Rockets hat on.
Yeah.
He's going to put a Rockets hat on.
My question.
Because the draft, because it's not finalized.
It's not finalized because the league year doesn't start until July 6th.
Don't put a hat on.
Why can't they have the draft after the beginning of the league year?
Right.
Doesn't that solve the problems?
Yes. It's just so dumb.
And here comes the commissioner. Let's go to the podium.
And welcome to the 2025 NBA Draft. From big cities to small towns, basketball is played and followed everywhere. And during the finals, the very best basketball was played in the heartland of America. Yesterday, 500,000 people in a city of 700,000 turned out in Oklahoma City for the Thunder's championship parade. That was yet another amazing example of how sports can evoke enormous passion and bring people together. The Thunder were the second youngest championship team in NBA history. But what they lacked in experience, they more than made up for in unselfish play and a team-first mentality. 7 years ago, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, the league's MVP, scoring champion, and finals MVP, walked across this stage as the 11th pick in the draft. He and his teammates spent countless hours in the gym watching film and pushing themselves to be the very best. Which of the players drafted tonight will be the next key piece of a championship team? With 7 different champions over the past 7 years, welcome to a new era of NBA basketball where every team has a shot. Which team will emerge as next season's champion? The competition begins tonight, so let's get started. The first pick in the 2025 NBA Draft belongs to the Dallas Mavericks, who have 5 minutes to make their selection.
All right, there we go. The Dallas Mavericks are on the clock. We are away and rolling 2025 NBA Draft. And let's go back to how the Mavericks got this number 1 overall pick. A 1.8% chance in the NBA Draft Lottery held during the playoffs, and they landed it.
I remember talking to them throughout the season. It was like after the Luka trade and when AD went down, it was like, why even bother making the play-in? Might as well just like have the better lottery odds. But because everybody that was trying for the play-in spot was so bad, the Suns, the Spurs, Portland,
Dallas,
and those the other ones. They got in.
Yeah.
They got Anthony Davis came back, and Lively came back. Was it Lively? It was the they had a couple guys come back.
Gafford came back from injury.
It was Gafford. When those guys came back, it was like they were good enough to win just enough games to squeak in. And but all the thought was, why even bother making the play? And we might as well just get the better odds.
Kellen, I am very much not a conspiracy theorist in almost everything in my life. And just focusing through the lens of sports. A lot of people say, "Why do you even watch the NBA? Everybody knows it's fixed. It's going 7 games." That stuff kills me. The one thing I will listen to and buy into is shadiness in the NBA Draft Lottery. Are you there?
No, because then I would be led to believe that Adam Silver purposefully made sure that Kyrie Irving tore his ACL in order for us to get here in the first place, right? In order for them to be in the lottery in the first place. Because if your conspiracy theory is handshake under the table, whatever agreement that once the deal goes down, we'll make sure you win the lottery. They weren't even supposed to be in the lottery in the first place because Kyrie Irving was still playing basketball at the time. That's where it stops for me, but I believe in the frozen envelope 100%.
Oh, 100%.
That's where it started. 1985, it started
Patrick
there.
Ewing happened.
And I've kind of believed it ever since.
I totally believe it. I was in New York then. That happened. I totally believe that.
And do we really even know if Kyrie did blow out his knee? All right.
Show us the medical reports.
He got a 3-year extension for a lot of money.
Yeah.
Hey, real quick, I just want to mention this. Do we realize how close the Phoenix Suns came to getting Shai Gilgeous-Alexander?
Yeah, I was going to bring that up, too, with him being a big part of Adam Silver's welcome. I remember
Ryan
doing that
McDonough.
draft show with you, and we were talking about that very possibility.
So Ryan McDonough made an offer to Mitch Kupchak, but he didn't make his best offer, which was, I'll give you a first, and I'll give you this, and then I'll give you a future first. It was this unprotected first down the road. And at the time, he didn't want to give it. And he was telling everybody in the Suns office, don't worry, Mitch will call back. We'll call back and make the deal. But you didn't make your best offer. And eventually he was like, there was 2 guys Ryan liked that he wanted to trade for. One was Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. The other was Mikal Bridges. And then he called back Mitch, and he goes, Mitch. And Mitch said, I already made the trade. I already made a trade. You didn't offer enough. I made the trade. So Ryan kind of blew that because he didn't. So then he made the best offer, which included this unprotected future pick to get Mikal Bridges.
Mm-hmm.
So he liked Shai, and he liked 2 guys, but he tried to get a better deal with Shai, and Mitch Kupchak said, forget it, I already made the move. I already made a trade. You're out. Because he thought he was going to call back, and he never did. And then they pivoted, and they made the deal with Philly, in which the Suns took Zaire Smith, and then they traded, and they got Mikal Bridges.
Yeah, Zaire Smith, the forgotten figure in all of that, no longer in the league. Didn't really do much in the league. Had injury problems when he came in. But...
He had a Suns hat on.
Yeah, exactly. When you go through all the players, even last year, Ryan Dunn didn't wear a Suns hat. He wore a Denver Nuggets hat, if memory serves. So the pick is just about in. Dallas is on the clock. There is zero mystery. This is, and we'll get more into Cooper Flagg after the pick is made, but the most hyped prospect entering the NBA since.
Oh boy,
is it LeBron?
I think that's
Zion?
I think it's more of like within the last, like, we're talking from college, to be clear, because Wemby clears this hype for sure.
Oh, absolutely.
But out of college, I think you got to go back to Zion. I'm not the highest on Cooper in that regard. I think he's going to be a fantastic NBA player, but do I think he's ever going to be a top 5 player in the league or even a top 10 player in the league? I'm not so sure. I think he's like a better version of what Andre Iguodala was. Not quite the defender per se, but like that all-around skill set on both ends of the floor. I think that's the type of competitor he will be. I'm just curious to see how good he is right away, Gambo, because we know he's ready for the league right now, but he's going to be great right away, or is he going to take some time?
I was talking with Jay Kidd the other day, and we might have to play him at point because, Kyrie's injury. So that's one of the reasons they went out and they hired Jay Triano, the former Suns coach. Jay was in Sacramento after they traded Fox. Jay's really good at being able to run an offense without a point guard. Mm-hmm. He can run an offense without a point guard. So they made the hire. They brought Jay Triano over to run the offense in Dallas. They did lose Sweeney to San Antonio. Mm-hmm. But the feeling is that he might have to be the guy that's running the show over there for now until Kyrie's ready to come back.
No pressure.
Right, no, exactly. And I don't know. Throw that lob up to a guy named Anthony Davis. You'll be fine.
And speaking of, you mentioned Sean Sweeney, who once upon a time was in the running for the Suns head coaching job. Didn't get that job. He does move over to San Antonio. Are the New York Knicks gonna hire a coach, or are they gonna?
They're taking their time.
Jay Triano's good at running an offense without a point guard. Are the Knicks good running a team without a head coach?
They tried for 5 different guys
that all had jobs
and keep getting rebutted.
Yeah, now they're going I think Micah Nori was the 3rd guy to get an interview so far. Mike Brown got one, Taylor Jenkins got one, but only 3.
Let's go to the podium.
QB Brown.
With the first pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Dallas Mavericks select Cooper Flagg from Duke University.
Bobby Marks, player profile.
Cooper Flagg, an athletic do-it-all forward with a relentless motor, a ferocious competitor who sets the tone with an all-out effort. Flagg can score at all levels and initiate the offense. He is at his best on the defensive end as a versatile and disruptive defender with great instincts.
There it is. It's now official after a long time waiting since the draft lottery. Cooper Flagg, a member of the Dallas Mavericks, and just watching him play, a kid that was as hyped as he was, coming into college basketball, playing the 1 year at Duke. I had a lot of fun watching Duke all year long. In the tournament, they fell short of their ultimate goal, but his motor is what stood out to me. His desire to win. That's something that is not common.
No, he definitely has that. We watched him play against Arizona. And the kid is just a special player.
What is happening to me, man? We bring up that game. We bring up Sam Decker. Am I under
Sam
attack
Decker,
right now?
I know. It was
not from you,
Hey,
Gambo. You're my U of A guy, too. You're my U of A guy bringing that game up.
Why don't we talk about that Elite Eight game when Illinois came all the way back? And you want to talk about that one?
Oh, man.
Is Lauren in your ear? What's going on? Do I have any friends?
I just got 2 words for you. Luther Head. That's all I got
Aaron
to say.
Williams, D. Brown. I can name a couple more. Lauren can chime in with the 4 through 6 of that team.
Surprise. Cooper Flagg is a member of the Dallas Mavericks. San Antonio is on the clock before the Spurs make their pick. Squeeze in a timeout. You're listening to the Arizona Sports NBA Draft Special. Kellen Olson, John Gambadoro, Vince Marotta here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Look, I don't care if the Cardinals won the offseason or not. I like their offseason. Let's put it that way. I like the offseason they've had. Last year was fine. It didn't really evoke any emotion, last year's offseason. And the year before, kind of just had to talk myself into some of the moves.
That's a great way of putting it.
That's right. That's about what it was.
Last year, you were okay with it, but it wasn't like, wow.
I understood what they were doing.
This year was wow.
Yeah.
I'm so encouraged by what they've done on the line of scrimmage. Let's go.
Yeah.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Love telling you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center and Dr. Jay Schwartz. And I had my vision correction procedure, the LASIK surgery done at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. So did my buddy Vince Marotta. Neither of us, if you look on the YouTube video, we're not wearing glasses or contact lenses. I had it 15 years ago. I always say it's one of the best things I've ever done for myself. You can too. If you call the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, you can inquire about LASIK surgery. 15 years ago, I did it. If you're nearsighted, farsighted, having astigmatism, or don't know what any of that stuff means, but think that your eyesight is changing for the worst, let's get you into one of their 3 locations in the Valley: Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa. And as you know, Dr. Schwartz is the team eye doctor for your Phoenix Suns. So give him a call at 480-483-EYES. Set up that free thorough eye exam. That's 480-483-EYES. Or go online at teamidoc.com.
Watch all D-backs games both live and on demand with the D-backs TV subscription. Start your 7-day free trial today by registering at D-backs TV. Visit dbacks.com/watch to learn more.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item, current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
What if we get this same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150, work truck or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months, plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Bend 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Pioneer Landscape Centers is now part of Site 1 Landscape Supply. That means more products, better pricing, and 14 locations. We stock bulk rock, sand, soil, hardscapes, artificial turf, tools, lighting, and now irrigation at select branches. Visit pioneerco.com to find your nearest branch and order pickup or job site delivery.
NBA Draft Special.
Here comes the commissioner to the podium right now to make this official.
The home of the Suns. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
We are now 2 picks in for the 2025 NBA Draft. The Dallas Mavericks take Cooper Flagg, number 1 overall. They've already unveiled the Cooper Flagg number 32 jersey that he'll be wearing in Dallas.
If you're like me and you might have bought a jersey recently right after someone got drafted, there you go.
I appreciate the T-Mac support. Very nice.
Appreciate that. Go Panthers. What do they say? Like, keep pounding is their thing? I don't know.
Yeah, I think the Panthers are way overdue for a uniform redesign, but that's just me. They've never changed their uniforms.
All I care about is the name on the back. That's all I care about. Not really what do they say? Never look at the name on the back. It's the name on the front. No, it's the name on the back for me at this one.
Just while we were coming out of the break, the San Antonio Spurs, as selected, made the pick of Dylan Harper out of Rutgers. Let's learn a little bit more from Bobby Marks.
Bobby Marks, player profile.
Dylan Harper, a big combo guard with an advanced skill set. Harper plays at his own pace and gets to his spots. He is a creative scorer who gets into the paint and finishes in traffic. Harper is a smart passer who thrives in pick-and-roll situations.
So Dylan Harper, the pick, going to the San Antonio Spurs. There was some talk, some rumor leading up to tonight that Philadelphia maybe wanted to move up to number 2. The Spurs stay put, and they get Dylan Harper, the son of Ron Harper, longtime NBA guard, really good basketball player back in the 80s and the 90s. My question is this. If and this is not a knock solely on Dylan Harper, but he went number 2. Ace Bailey could go as high as number 3, his college teammate. Why was Rutgers 15 and 17?
Well, okay, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
How did the Phoenix Suns not make the play-in tournament with Devin Booker and Kevin Durant? Good night, everybody. Good night, everybody. Thanks for listening.
All right, fair.
No, I mean
it's kind of the same thing.
It's the same
It's
thing.
the collegiate question. I think the question is louder and reverberates more at the pro level, especially with a guy like Kevin Durant and Devin Booker involved. But questions about that.
You never see it at the collegiate level. I think it was CBS Sports' Matt Norlander who wrote the story basically outlining like we've really haven't seen this in like 30, 40, 50 years when 2 top 10 picks are on a team together and they don't make the NCAA tournament. It was baffling to see because both guys had fairly good seasons. Harper probably performed better than Bailey, but you look at Harper, the pick specifically right now, Gambo, something you talked about when we were talking about like number 2 or Castle or things like that in the KD trade is this isn't the best fit in the world, but the Spurs are not drafting for fit here. They're taking the best player available.
They are. And what we talk about all the time is if you look at the size of their guards, you look at the size that they can play these guys together. It's hard to play smaller guards. We saw that with Bledsoe and Knight when you're playing two smaller guards. But when you've got a bunch of bigger guards, you could play 3 guys on the court together. You could play 3 guards on the court together. It's why they weren't going to move the number 2 pick. It's why they weren't going to move Castle, and they still have Fox. It's like the feeling is that they could play all those guys together, and it's not going to be an issue.
Yeah. Interesting, too. The Athletic, their NBA draft guide put together by Sam Vecini, had Cooper Flagg in Tier 1 all by himself. He had Dylan Harper in Tier 2 all by himself. So can I use the cliche? This is where the draft starts at number 3.
It's true. I spoke with a team that said the draft, it's a 2-player draft, and then it's like 3 through 8. And then after that, you know, what you could get at 9 or 10 is very similar to what you can get at 14, 15, 17. So there's this next group of players now at 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The next 6 players, you can pretty much know who they're going to be. We know who those guys are going to be. It's going to be Edgecombe. It's going to be Newpol. It's going to be Fears. It's going to be Bailey. It's going to be Trey Johnson, and most likely Malawatch. That's your next 6 guys. If one of those guys is not there, then we're going to be surprised. I don't know what order it's going to be, but it's likely those are the guys that are going to go in these next 6 picks.
Yeah, you mentioned the Halliburton thing earlier, Vinny. I don't think any of us are like head over heels for a prospect like we were with Halliburton and one of those guys falling. But if one of those guys falling, you just take him. Like if Trey Johnson is somehow on the board at 10 for some reason, he won't be. But if he is, if the Ace Bailey thing has really gone nuclear enough to where his like not going to workouts thing and he falls to 10, you take him at 10. Like I don't care about fit, his skill set, what he does wrong. Like the talent would be too overwhelming to pass on. Something that Gambo has mentioned is not in his Gambo 5 is Kaban Malawatch because he's expected to be off the board. But if he is on the board,
he's there. Then I'm wrong. Then if Malawatch is on the board, I am going to be wrong. And my Gambo 5 is null and void. And you'll have one. You can always say I got one of them wrong. They just don't think he's going to. The Suns don't think he's going to be there. Other teams I spoke to don't think he's going to be there. So, like, to me, I'm trying to, and I should have just put a wild card in there and protected myself, but I didn't do it. I just went with 5 guys. But I did say, listen, this thing, if Malawatch is there, then forget it. They're gonna run to the podium and take him.
Yeah. The Philadelphia 76ers are on the clock. They got about a minute left to make their selection here at number 3. But just kind of to set the tone for the evening, I know during the commercial break, you were working some sources, talking to some people, Gambo, and what do you got for us?
I think it's going to be a big night for the Phoenix Suns. I think that this is not going to be your typical take a player at 10, take a player at 29, take your second round picks tomorrow and be done. I think that there is a lot of stuff going on right now, a lot of stuff. I'm just saying this is not going to be your boring Phoenix Suns day. I think there's going to be some moving and shaking going on, and I'm expecting a trade or 2, but I'm expecting that this is not going to be just take the pick, and let's go home.
I made sure to Jim Halpert into the camera because that video clip of Gambo is going to be everywhere on NBA Twitter within like 10 minutes or so. Hey, everyone. How's it going?
Wonder if that might portend something about a current member of the Phoenix Suns roster maybe being involved in a deal.
That's the last time he said that, and my face was everywhere on Twitter, and I was not ready for that at all. So now I'm ready.
And look, there's been so much speculation, not just here in Phoenix now with what Gambo just reported, what he's hearing, what he's feeling. This could be a big night, and most people are expecting this to be a huge night of moving and shaking and trades. And we've already seen 3, 4, 5 big trades around the league leading up to tonight. So I don't think that slows down much.
No, what the Boston Celtics did is just remarkable, right? Going from $550 million to 200 and something, and knocking off all of that salary and luxury tax, and just getting out from all these like Jason Tatum's not here next year. You're gone, making all those trades. The Poole trade shocked me the most. It's a terrible contract. Not a good player, terrible contract. New Orleans took it. You're Washington. You're like looking at $100+ million in cap space in the next year after what they were able to do, because these are all expiring contracts that they've got. So I'm sure Washington was thrilled.
Let's go to the podium.
With the 3rd pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Philadelphia 76ers select VJ Edgecombe from Bimini, Bahamas, and Baylor University.
Bobby Marks, player profile.
VJ Edgecombe, an elite athlete with a budding skill set. Edgecombe is an explosive leaper who finishes through contact, a capable spot-up shooter who has a nice overall touch, is an aggressive on-ball defender with good instincts.
Well, that answers the question. Would the Philadelphia 76ers maybe stick to their guns after Ace Bailey canceled the workout with them? They did not. And it's now officially a fall. No, I'm just joking. VJ Edgecombe's a nice player. Got to see him a lot at Baylor this year, his 1 year college basketball.
Couldn't beat U of A.
Beat ASU.
In overtime.
Yeah. ASU played some really
in overtime
entertaining games in losses this year, but explosive, 6'4", about 195 pounds, just under 20 years of age. I like this pick for Philadelphia as well, because it was a nightmare season for the 76ers. Not only did their established superstars get hurt, but a very promising rookie who, in Jared McCain out of Duke, their first-round draft pick last year, he got hurt. He showed promise when he got extra minutes at the beginning of the year. If this team can get anything out of Joel Embiid, they might be a surprise next year.
I like Tyrese Maxey, so then you put him with him.
I like him a lot.
The McCain kid, yeah, you're right. If Embiid stays healthy, if he's motivated, that because the East seems to be pretty wide open right now. The East seems to be a little wide open, especially with the Celtics situation. Well, you see what happened with Cleveland this year, bowing out in the playoffs real early.
Yeah.
The Knicks have some problems. Losing Indiana, I think it's wide open.
That's why I think what you said, too, about wheeling and dealing. Suns might have a busy night. Teams in the Eastern Conference, especially, I look at Cleveland as a team that really has an open door to walk through. But I don't know. We saw all their warts and all their weaknesses in that playoff loss. Maybe they're the team that makes a splashy trade here in the next few days.
I had Cleveland as one of the mystery teams that checked in on Kevin Durant. Oof. Cleveland and Denver.
I know some Suns fans were really upset about that because it was like a potential Darius Garland that could have been involved. He wouldn't have come here.
No, I don't think Garland. He would have went somewhere else. It was a third team involved.
Interesting what they would have gotten then on the third team route. Okay.
The Charlotte Hornets, America's team, on the clock. We'll learn who the Hornets take at number 4 as we continue our coverage of the first round of the 2025 NBA Draft. It's the Arizona Sports NBA Draft Special. Kellen Olson, John Gambadoro, me, Vince Marotta here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
If you are interested in getting your AC unit fixed, nobody does it better than Christian Brothers. They've been around since 1976, and they're ready to help you right now. If you need a repair, you need a new AC unit, if you need a second opinion because somebody told you you need to buy a new AC unit, and you kind of think, like, my unit's not that old. Like, I just want to get it repaired, call Christian Brothers. They got a lot of value, since 1976. They carry all the major brands if you do need one, like Train, Goodman, and Bryant. And they offer 18 months interest-free financing with no prepayment penalties. But their goal is to get your AC unit up and running. So if somebody tells you, hey, I can't get your unit up and running, call Christian Brothers. They'll give you a free second opinion. May save you a lot of money. Call them at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Are you afraid of running out of money in retirement? If so, you're not alone. In fact, studies show it's people's #1 concern, but there is a solution. Canvas Annuity offers a retirement savings product with one of the most competitive crediting rates in the country, up to 6.2% per year. The best part is you can get access to these industry-leading rates online in a few simple steps by visiting canvasannuity.com. Great rates, simple online products.
The Window Depot wants to help bring your dream kitchen to life. As a family-owned and operated business, we pride ourselves on offering the best prices, the biggest inventory, and exceptional customer service you won't find at the big box stores. From premium cabinets to stunning quartz and granite countertops, faucets, hardware, and sinks, our designers are here to guide homeowners every step of the way, all under one roof. Find a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
I'm Mitch Varel. This was Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The moment that Dallas has waited for has finally arrived. Cooper Flagg officially goes #1 overall in the NBA draft. He's shortly followed by Dylan Harper to San Antonio and VJ Edgecombe to Philadelphia. Charlotte currently on the clock with the #4 pick. The pick is in. We'll bring you that pick announcement momentarily. And the Diamondbacks wrapped up their series on the south side of Chicago, lost to the finale 7-3, but took 2 out of 3 games. They're back home starting tomorrow, a series against the Marlins on Friday night, I should say, but they have the nice day off at home tomorrow. This report is brought to you by State 48 Home Comfort. Received a new HVAC quote? Send it to State 48 Home Comfort and save up to 20%. Go online to submit2save.com. That's submit2save.com.
NBA Draft Special. NBA Draft Special.
The Phoenix Suns select
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Welcome back to the Arizona Sports NBA Draft Special. We are 4 picks into the proceedings, and the Charlotte Hornets just seconds ago made their selection, and they are taking Duke wing Con Knipple.
Bobby
Number
Marks,
4.
player profile.
Con Knipple, a pure shooter with a smart and polished game. Knipple is a crafty scorer and savvy ball mover who understands spacing. He can play up both on and off the ball, makes quick decisions, and competes at a high level defensively.
Yeah, there you go. There's the pick. Con Knipple, already 2 Duke players taken in the top 4. See, that's what happens when you have 2 high draft picks. You go to the final 4. Now Rutgers, 15 and 17.
It is Rutgers. Come on.
I mean, I started thinking about it more when you came back with your son's retort on that, Gambo. And then I even thought locally college basketball. Man, ASU had its best recruiting class ever. They didn't make the tournament either.
ASU?
Yeah.
Last year?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, everything went to hell in a handbasket for them.
Well, that's being kind.
I mean, it just, yeah, it got really bad. And like one of the best players, like, leave.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
For the second year in a row.
For the second year in a row.
Their leading scorer was off the team by the end of the year. So Con Knipple is off the board. Number 5, the Utah Jazz, a team that seems to be perpetually in rebuild mode since they traded Rudy Gobert and Donovan Mitchell. They're up next, followed by Washington and then the New Orleans Pelicans. It is the NBA draft special here on Arizona Sports. Phoenix Suns right now in possession of the number 10 overall pick. That pick will be made by Houston. The number 29 pick later on tonight, but there's a lot of bubbling going on, Gambo.
I am not expecting a normal day. I'm expecting that the Phoenix Suns are going to be active today in trades. Active. Don't know what it is yet, but I'm not expecting that this day is going to be, we're going to take a player at 10, we're going to take a player at 29. Good night, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow. I think the Phoenix Suns are working on multiple trades. Don't know what they are, but I think that they are going to, it's going to be a busy day. Get ready. I will be shocked if it is just take a player at 10, take a player at 29 and be done. I am expecting that there will be a trade or two.
That means a longer night for you, Gambo.
Maybe.
Maybe. This is the same maybe with the Gambo 5. You know what it's going to turn into. But there's so many possibilities here with trades, right, Gambo? It could be trading up. It could be trading down. It could be the second round. It could be
Could
the
you
first
move
round.
Grayson Allen, Royce O'Neal, Bradley Beal? Could you move Cody Martin? What moves are out there that you could make?
It's one of the trade capitals of the NBA calendar. It's the NBA draft. It's the trade deadline, of course. It's the start of July with free agency. But this is one of the days when a lot of teams get activity and get things done. I think a lot of teams today are looking to trade to duck under aprons. They're looking to duck under some money. The Suns could be one of those teams that is primarily motivated to make a move today in order to get off of some money so they can get under that second apron a whole lot easier.
Yeah, so we had Cooper Flagg go number 1 overall to the Dallas Mavericks. San Antonio taking Dylan Harper at number 2. VJ Edgecombe, the wing, out of Baylor and the Bahamas. He goes to Philadelphia at number 3. Con Knipple, number 4. Again, Utah on the board at 5. Utah is an interesting team to me, Kellen. And I kind of made the joke, poked fun a little bit that they've been in rebuild mode for quite some time. But with Danny Ainge and Austin Ainge at the controls, you know they're wheelers, they're dealers. What do you think makes sense for Utah at this pick?
Sorry, I'm distracted by the Knipple family, which is Cash, Kager, Kahn, Kinston, and Kidman.
Oh, boy.
That's something. Wow. What'd you ask? I saw that and I froze.
I just saw the image too. It froze me in my tracks.
That was something.
About the Jazz and their efforts to rebuild. And Danny Ainge has been the architect of a lot of teams that have rebuilt before.
Well, that's the interesting thing in the Western Conference. And you look at even what's happened the last couple of days, like that Drew Holiday trade for Portland indicates they want to win now. Now, do they think they're going to contend? No, but they look at Drew Holiday being someone like Ricky Rubio a couple of years ago, where this guy knows how to win. He's been in the NBA a long time and can teach this young and up-and-coming core what it's going to take to contend for a championship. They're going to help instill those winning habits over the couple of years that he's there and go from there. Portland was one of the better teams in the league over the last 2 months of the regular season. So you look up and down the Western Conference, Utah, New Orleans, and to be honest, the Phoenix Suns are the 3 teams with question marks next to them. Everyone else is looking to win. We'll see what happens with Memphis. I think they're a big X factor here, not only tonight, but in the next couple of days. Are they going to keep Ja Morant and Jaren Jackson together? Because if those 2 guys are together and healthy, they're still going to be a pretty decent team. But I'm curious to see what comes next for other teams in the West like Utah, because there is some validity to kind of holding back the way Utah has the last couple of years.
And in terms of tradable players, I mean, Lauri Markkanen's name has been mentioned for months, if not a couple of
They're
seasons.
asking for a boatload for him.
Are they?
A boatload. Like they like him. So, like, you're going to have to overwhelm them with the trade offer to move Lauri Markkanen. I mean, they've looked at it the last couple of years, but again, I do think that I do think they like Trey Johnson a lot, but like there's like Jeremiah Fears, Bailey. Like, this is a good spot to pick in. I know they didn't get the number 1 pick. This is a good spot for them to pick in. There's some real talent there to add to their roster. The Jazz just have a hard time getting free agents to come there and have a hard time making trades to get players to come there. Ever since Malone and Stockton were there, it's just difficult to get guys. They've gone after Paul George. They've gone after Mikal Bridges and haven't been able to get them and lure them there, so they try to do it through the draft.
Yeah, Trey Johnson makes sense, current roster. I don't know. They do have a lot. Isaiah Collier was part of their backcourt last year. They have some young, capable guards there, so we'll see what the Utah Jazz do at the number 5 overall selection. The pick is in. We're just waiting for the commissioner to make his way to the podium on that. Again, following the Utah Jazz, it'll be Washington picking number 6, the New Orleans Pelicans at number 7. Again, right now, and I stress the words right and now, the Phoenix Suns are number 10, and we'll keep an eye on that. Here's Adam Silver with the next selection.
With the 5th pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Utah Jazz select Arius Ace Bailey from Rutgers University.
Bobby Marks, player profile.
Ace Bailey, a confident shot maker with great size and athleticism. He has elite shooting mechanics with a high, quick, and fluid release. A gifted isolation scorer who gets to his spots and converts. His length and lateral quickness on defense allows him to guard up to 4 positions.
Yeah, Bobby Marks with the synopsis. Ace Bailey going number 5. So the fall, not that far after Ace Bailey's activity or lack thereof in the pre-draft process, canceling one workout, really not working out for anybody in this process, but he goes to Utah.
And it might not have worked out for him. The spots that I saw speculated for him were like Washington at 6, maybe New Orleans at 7, a place where he could clear out and really get on the ball and be a primary option in some kinds of ways. But he goes to Utah at 5. I'm curious if that was one of the destinations he was trying to duck or if he's cool with this decision. It makes a lot of sense for Utah because up and down their roster over the last 3 to 4 years, the Markkanen trade was a home run for them. But like Keontae George is fine. Walker Kessler's fine. They just drafted Cody Williams, Kyle Filipowski, and Isaiah Collier. 3 of them seem like fine. They need someone who's better than fine, and Ace Bailey has potential to be an all-NBA guy with the way he can score the ball.
Yeah, before all the weirdness happened with the canceled workouts and this perceived fall for Ace Bailey, I know, Kellen, there was a faction of NBA draft Twitter that was falling in love with this guy and maybe considering him to be the second best player in this draft behind Cooper Flagg.
Absolutely. I think that there's a real contingent out there for what he can do because if you look at the shots that he hits and the athlete that he is, there's really no one else like him in this class, like including Cooper Flagg. Like he's got a case, and I think he has the right case as the best bucket getter in this class, and that's something that Utah sort of needs with the names I sort of rattled off. That's been a lot of like Colin Sexton, Jordan Clarkson for them. Who knows how much longer those guys are going to be there as well. So if the Utah makes a couple more moves and clear out a bit of space for some of their younger talent to shine, he could have a huge rookie year.
Yep, so Ace Bailey off the board at number 5. Not that far of a fall for the Rutgers star. We've had 2 Duke Blue Devils. We've had 2 Rutgers Scarlet Knights drafted. Who will be next? The Washington Wizards are on the clock. We'll find out as we continue our coverage of the 2025 NBA first round here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win a pair of tickets to D-backs Royals on the 4th of July from Arizona Sports. Text Firework to 620-620 and listen for your name June 30th through July 2nd for your chance to win.
There's a swing and a ball hit high and deep to right field. Freeman moving back, looking. Oh, that is gone!
What's more All-American than D-backs baseball, a D-backs dog, and fireworks on Independence Day at Chase Field? Text Firework to 620-620 now. Message and data rates may apply.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay, They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louis found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louis has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louis.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Real stories with Hellsberg.
After we met and we started dating, Nancy and I lived 150 miles apart, and I would drive my old jalopy car, and it was roughly a 3-hour distance. It took 3 years I drove across that state, back and forth, dating her every weekend.
Persistence.
And I would have never stopped. I had a lot of energy back then, 36 years ago.
At Hellsberg, find the engagement ring worthy of your story. Designed with the love, care, and craft it deserves. Visit a Hellsberg store or hellsberg.com.
It's hot out in Phoenix, really hot, but you can help us do something cool. This month, the UPS store is teaming up with Arizona Sports to support the Phoenix Rescue Mission by collecting bottled water for our most vulnerable neighbors. It's easy to help, and we can't do it without you. Text WATER to 620-620 to find participating the UPS store locations near you or to make a donation. Text WATER to 620-620 to help us bring relief today during the Arizona Sports Water Drive.
Message and data rates may apply.
Something new is happening at Cox. Now the price of your Cox Internet and mobile plan won't go up for 3 years, and Wi-Fi equipment is included. So no frustrating price changes, just a lot more of what you want, like a pizza with extra pineapple. Yikes. Okay, let's stick with something everyone wants. No price changes on your plan, guaranteed. Learn more at cox.com/value. Must have at least 500 megabits per second speeds and Cox Unlimited mobile taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs usage per month.
Progressive knows when you're in your RV, you're already on vacation. That's when you become Vacation You, who just camped where there's absolutely no shade. Even though regular you burns easily. In fact, Vacation You burns too, but is too stubborn to admit it, which is why regular you gets in trouble at the dermatologist, because Vacation You doesn't do doctors. So bundle your RV with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck. And she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes. But when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
NBA Draft Special.
Here comes the commissioner to the podium right now to make this official.
The home of the Suns. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
5 picks into the first round of the NBA Draft 2025 edition. That means we are halfway to the Phoenix Suns, quote-unquote, first selection of the first round. Gambo's been on record saying he expects the Suns to be very active in terms of trades to upgrade this roster. We will see what that means in terms of draft picks. Maybe established players. We'll keep an eye on it. But Cooper Flagg, not surprisingly, going number 1 overall to the Dallas Mavericks right now. The last pick belonged to the 5th pick. Ace Bailey from Rutgers, the wing. He goes to the Utah Jazz. The Washington Wizards are on the clock. The pick is in, and here's the commissioner.
In the 2025 NBA Draft, the Washington Wizards select Trey Johnson from the University of Texas.
Bobby Marks, player profile.
Trey Johnson, a prototypical wing with advanced scoring instincts. Johnson is a dynamic shooter with deep range and a quick release. He excels at creating space and moving without the ball. An underrated passer, Johnson is comfortable in pick-and-roll situations.
Yeah, Trey Johnson from Texas, the pick to Washington. I would say maybe not the order, but the first 6 names called, pretty much expected. Would you agree?
Yeah, I think Jeremiah Fears is probably next, or Malawatch. Trey Johnson this is a really good pick right here for Washington. I think he's going to have a terrific NBA career. Very exciting player, can score, can shoot. Like, there's a lot to like about him. Some people had him actually falling in this draft. I was looking at ESPN. They had him at falling 8th to Brooklyn, but he goes a little bit earlier than that. So good player, I think, is a solid pick for Washington. Like we said, 1 through 2, and then 2 through 8. We kind of know who the players are. It's just we didn't know the order.
Yep. Kellen, your thoughts?
Well, this is a franchise that is actually in a pick that's actually relevant to Suns fans, and let me explain. You've got those swapped picks coming up. Washington is one of those teams that is involved in these swaps thanks to the Bradley Beal trade. So if Trey Johnson is indeed a stud, that is going to actually hurt the Suns in this situation. They want Trey Johnson to suck, so Washington is bad, and they're potentially not hurt as much by these swaps. They're in an interesting spot because they trade Kuzma at the deadline. They trade Jordan Poole. It seems like those ball-heavy players, move them out. McCollum comes in as your veteran, but you clear out the way for Alex Sarr, clear out the way for Keyshawn George, Bub Carrington, who were all 3 of their picks last year that worked out pretty well so far, and then Trey Johnson comes in as your established bucket.
But all due respect to Trey Johnson, a really good player, just under 20 points a game at Texas last year. But when was the last time the Washington Wizards didn't suck, Kellen?
Is that Gilbert Arenas, Agent Zero, probably? Yeah.
Jeff Ruland.
Hibachi?
By the way,
when they had Jeff Ruland.
I don't see you guys ever anymore because I'm out of here in the mornings. Did you guys see the Gilbert Arenas, Javaris Crittenden documentary on Netflix?
It was great.
No.
Oh, you got to watch it, Gambo. It's crazy.
It's on Netflix.
Yeah, it is. It's untold. It's called Shooting Guards. the play on words there.
Right.
I
a lot of personal feelings still there, but not in the way that you would expect. Like, I don't think there's like real genuine animosity, but more of like Gil speaking as a veteran for a young guy who like felt bad about what he did and how he affected a guy's entire career, really, in a lot of ways.
And life.
Yes.
Yeah, I would highly recommend it, Gambo. On the clock now, we got the New Orleans Pelicans at 7. Then it's the Brooklyn Nets at 8. Toronto Raptors at 9. And then we are into Phoenix Suns territory.
Pelicans are a wild card here. Like, if there is a trade, it could be here. The Pelicans are a little bit of a wild card. They pulled off, like, new general manager, Dave Griffin's out. Like, they're changing a lot of stuff over there. They made that odd trade with Kelly Olynyk and C.J. McCollum to get Poole in New Orleans. They made the Ingram trade with Toronto. Like, it is going to be fascinating to see what they do. They were a team that, if we all remember, when they played the Phoenix Suns in the playoffs a few years ago and the Suns beat them, and they won a couple of games, we were like, this is a team to watch out for.
Yeah, refresh my memory, too. Brandon Ingram was not healthy in that series.
He was healthy in that series. He was an absolute stud.
Oh, okay.
He was fantastic, and it was like Brandon Ingram's going to make a couple All-Star.
Zion didn't play.
Zion did not play.
It was how good they were defensively.
Oh, because
like
they threw
Alvarado
Jones and Murphy.
And Jones and Murphy hitting the threes. You're like, this team is a team on the rise.
Absolutely thought that.
Watch out for New Orleans, and it just never materialized.
It's strange, too, because when you look at their draft profile, it's pretty great. Like, getting Herb Jones in the second round. Trey Murphy had a great year last year, is going to be a breakout guy. Might be an all-star next year or the year after if he puts up the numbers that you would expect. Even guys they've traded, like Dyson Daniels, it was in the hunt for Defensive Player of the Year. Earlier, look at some of the recent guys. Yves Missi was great for them as a rookie. They've hit on a lot of draft picks. It just hasn't come together for them in like a really bizarre 5 years for them.
Yeah, and Trey Murphy, outside of Steph Curry, deepest range in the game, probably.
Yeah, hit him from half court.
And the Phoenix Suns continue to just watch him shoot.
It's kind of sad because they made good draft picks. Like, they made really good draft picks.
Yeah,
but Zion killed him. Zion just killed him. Couldn't stay healthy.
How much time does Zion have left in New Orleans? I mean, they're starting to bubble up some trade rumors about Zion Williamson finally moving on from there. It has to be a disappointment because when he plays, he's devastating, but it's also devastating when he doesn't play because he never plays.
Well, and the question there is how much of what has happened and transpired for him over the last 5 to 6 years has been the Pelicans mishandling him, and how much of it has been on Zion directly. I think people lean more towards Zion directly, and that's rightfully so, but he's got 3 more years left on his deal. He's making 39 next year, 42 the year after that, and 44. So it's a big risk for whoever would trade him, but the potential reward is fantastic. He's a top 10, 15 player when he's healthy.
It's so hard to trade for these players that aren't healthy, though. It's so hard.
Mm-hmm.
Kevin Durant missed 25% of the Phoenix Suns games that he was in. We're watching Bradley Beal miss all these games. It's just, it's like when a player making $10, $15 million a year goes down, you can live. When a player making $40, $50 million, 35, 40, it devastates your team.
It hurts. Was one of the things that I did like about the Durant trade from the Suns standpoint is getting a player back like Jalen Green. There's not too many players in the league that can say they've started 82 games 2 years in a row. He's one of them.
Yeah, there's a lot to like about his game, and there's a lot not to like. You know, he's not the most efficient guy, but the thing I always said is he's different than Book. He could drive to the basket, get to the free throw line. He attacks the basket. He's a scorer. I talked to one coach who said we always put our best defender on him because we didn't want him to get going.
Yeah.
Because if he got going, we were in trouble. So we always put our best defender on him. But, you know, he's also a streaky shooter. He could just have he's going to have a lot of bad nights for you. He's going to have a lot of great nights and a lot of bad nights. And I was talking to another coach that said the playoffs really hurt him because he had one incredible game in the playoffs and then no other good games.
6 bad ones.
Right.
To the point where they were afraid to use him at the end of games.
And he was there,
and
in the regular season, he was their leading scorer.
Yep. The number 7 pick is in, waiting on the commissioner, Adam Silver. It belongs to the New Orleans Pelicans. And this is interesting, too, because we're getting into territory now where these next names called are all part of the Gambo Five possibilities for the Suns.
Keep your eye on the next 3 picks here. Keep your eye on Malawatch.
Yep,
We're on Malawatch, everyone.
With the 7th pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the New Orleans Pelicans select Jeremiah Fears from the University of Oklahoma.
Bobby Marks, player profile.
Jeremiah Fears, a dynamic guard with advanced shot creation skills. The Oklahoma guard gets to his spots with elite burst and a tight handle. He flourishes in the mid-range game and is a skilled finisher, a high-level competitor who thrives in clutch situations.
All right, so Jeremiah Fears goes 7th overall to the Pelicans, the point guard out of Oklahoma. 17 points, 4 rebounds, 4 assists per game in his last season at Oklahoma in the SEC. And Kellen, I know you're enamored with his offensive game.
He's the biggest high-low guy in the draft, and what I mean by that is he is an explosive speed athlete. Like, he's just so quick with the ball, and his handle is incredibly dynamic. He can't shoot, and he doesn't play defense. So one of those things has to change, but if it does, we're talking about one of the 3 best guys in this draft.
Yeah, I was looking at Sam Vecini's rankings of his prospects. He had Fears all the way down at number 18. So there were a lot of high, prognostications on him, and that was one of the lower rankings that I saw. But he is now property of the New Orleans Pelicans at number 7.
Yeah. So I'm going to take my eyes off of that pick for a second. There's 2 picks left. And if Malawatch goes there, then I think we're talking about the 5 guys that I've mentioned. If Malawatch doesn't go, then I think the Suns will run to the podium and take Malawatch.
So
I think we're looking at 2. We have Brooklyn and Toronto. Will either one of them take the big center, Malawatch, and then we'll see what the Suns do at 10.
And are we on Malawatch, Kellen, or Malawatch watch?
I think it's just Malawatch.
All right,
I think we're just watching the Malawatch unfold while we check our watches to see if it's time to Malawatch the watch.
Flow's a little better. You are listening to coverage of the 2025 NBA Draft first round, getting close to the Phoenix Suns' first selection, or so we think. We continue here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
I feel more connected to this team. I want this team to get through this so bad. I love what Torey Lovello said about the ship still sailing. It resonates with me because that's what I want this team to be. I want this team to be so resilient and tenacious that they're going to look back when they make the playoffs and go, can you believe we pulled that off? Can you believe we grinded through all that BS? That's what I want.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month. But what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
Get real testosterone prescribed by real doctors now at Red Mountain. Guys, feeling drained, low energy, brain fog, or trouble in the bedroom? You probably have low testosterone. It's more common than you think, and it's treatable. Today's men have lower testosterone than ever before, thanks to stress, poor diet, and lifestyle. But Red Mountain has the solution. We offer full-strength testosterone as an injection or tablet. And we're not talking about a supplement here. We're talking about prescription-strength testosterone because the truth is nothing out there can boost testosterone like actual testosterone. It'll help you think clearer, sleep better, build muscle, and boost your sex drive. It's a game changer. Have low T? Start for free. This month only at Red Mountain. Regain your energy, strength, and vitality at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com. Red Mountain. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, so many people rave about the quality of your work. What's your secret?
It's very simple, Dan. We're accountable. We do what we say we're going to do, and we do it right the first time. We're a one-stop shop that builds everything in your backyard from the pool tiles up. At Turf Monsters, we take great pride in our customers, and our finished products is what separates us from our competitors. We have the #1 installers in the Valley, and we're the #1 company for a reason.
Check out their work and schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. If you haven't noticed, the summer's here. The triple digits are settling in, and we know the heat isn't the only thing feeling heavy. Got a tight budget? That's why we're offering new AC units starting at just $99 a month. But that's not it. You could also get up to $3,000 in federal tax credits and rebates. It's never been a better time to upgrade. Beat the heat and budget the stress. Make the precision decision today. Call us at 602-FIX-MY-AC.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7. The NBA Draft. This This is your exclusive home for Phoenix Suns basketball. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. NBA Draft Special.
John Gambadoro, Kellen Olson, me, Vince Marotta. It is first round coverage of the NBA Draft here on Arizona Sports. While we were away, the Brooklyn Nets made their selection in the first round, and they went with their pick at, that was number 8, correct?
8, yep.
The Russian point guard from BYU, Yegor Demin. Let's learn more.
Bobby Marks, player profile.
Yegor Demin. Demin has a rare combination of size, vision, and playmaking ability. The 6'8 freshman from BYU is a gifted passer who sees over the top of defenses, a fluid ball handler who changes speeds to manipulate defenders, a versatile defender with length and solid instincts.
Yeah, there's Bobby Marks' synopsis. Demon's stats in his 1 year at BYU: 10.6 points per game, 3.9 rebounds, 5.5 assists per game. He's got size, nearly 6'9", slightly built. Needs to work on the three-point shot, 27%. Little higher than I think we all expected Demon to go.
A lot higher. And this was the whole wild card thing. Is there going to be somewhere? ESPN had him going 13th. I was looking at an athletic draft that had him going 19th. This is where we get into the interesting territory. I believe, as I've said all along, and even when in the Gambo Five, I'm not putting Malawatch in there, but that's the pick. I think Malawatch is the pick for the Suns. If Toronto doesn't take him, I think that's the guy they're going to pick. I think it'll be Malawatch. So now we have to see if Toronto takes him. But, right, there are issues with passports and a Sudanese passport, and can he go to Canada? So that could be an issue there. If that's an issue for Toronto, the Suns may really benefit there, because I think, look, my Gambo 5 was based on Malawatch not being there. If he's there, I think all bets are off. They'll take him.
Yep.
Malawatch is a fascinating prospect because he's raw, because he has only played basketball for 6 years. The story in The Athletic, Sam Vecini's terrific draft guide, goes that he had to walk 40 minutes in Senegal to find a basketball hoop to play on. Like, he didn't even have one in his local town. Eventually works his way up because he's a tall guy. Plays at one of Luol Deng's basketball camps. Eventually works with the NBA Academy in Africa. Works his way all the way up to be this big-time recruit that he was. Plays at Duke a year. Giant kid, 7'2", 7'7" wingspan. Not the most explosive athlete vertically, but laterally he can really move his feet. And the potential for him is enormous because he wants to shoot threes. Duke did not want him to shoot threes. So there's some shooting potential that some teams like as well. This is just a guy falling into your lap kind of situation, Gambo, that you hope for.
You needed somebody to upset. You needed somebody to take a player that you weren't expecting to go in the top 10. That just happened with Brooklyn.
And
that just happened.
A lot of reported interest from the Raptors at 9 in Malawatch. But again, as Gambo said, being from the South Sudan, he has a South Sudanese passport. There is a restriction on those passports where Malawatch is not allowed to leave the United States at this time. He was unable to go to Toronto for a workout. Does that give them any pause in
But there
are
reports that Toronto likes him, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, that's
but
the thing.
Look,
they've got a lot of perimeter players. They've got Quickly, they've got Barrett, they've got Ingram. They just took Grady Dick. They got Ochai Agbaji as well. They do have Jakob Poeltl at center, but in terms of like a long-term guy at the 5, they don't really have anyone there. So there is an opening there, but that is quite the risk that you're taking with the current situation in the world, to say the least.
It is, and people might say, "Oh, that's just temporary." I remember there being an issue during the NCAA tournament in after the first weekend where there were some questions about whether or not Malawatch would be able to play under his Sudanese passport. So, again, the uncertainty on that situation internationally.
You would think that could get resolved,
You would
right?
think. You would think.
You think that shouldn't be that hard of an issue to resolve. If you're Toronto, do you pass on him? Like, is he never going to be able to go play for you for like 10 years? Like, it just doesn't make sense that wouldn't get resolved, but we'll see if they end up taking him here.
Toronto was one of the teams mentioned as well in this range. I was open to trading this pick as well. So perhaps they get even more open to trading it when someone like Malawatch falls to 9 that wasn't expected to be at 9. A team could move ahead of the Suns potentially. That's on the board too.
Yep. So right now it is the Toronto Raptors on the board. 8 picks made. They are number 9. The Phoenix Suns, first of 2-round picks, is up next. Again, to remind you, that pick will be made by the Houston Rockets. They're drafting for the Phoenix Suns at their preference right now, and everything will become official on July 6th. But we are on A phrase coined by Kellen Olson. We are on Malawatch right now. As Gambo has said, he didn't put him in the Gambo Five. Didn't think he would be there.
I did say that's the guy. I'm not putting him in because I don't think he's going to be there, but that would be the guy. Like, that would be the guy. If Toronto doesn't take him, I'll be 95% sure that the Suns are going to take Malawatch.
Yeah, so about 30 seconds left before the
lowest we've seen the clock get so
pick.
far. Yeah, it's going down.
And the ESPN cameras are fixed on Malawatch right now.
They are also on Malawatch as well. 17 seconds left on the clock here. The pick is in.
Jay Billis has him as the second best player available. I think he's got Colin Murray-Boyles ahead of him.
Yeah, so either way, I mean, this might work out well for the Phoenix Suns at number 10. The pick is in, waiting for Adam Silver to make his way with the announcement of it. With the Toronto Raptors on the clock at number 9.
Okay, and then that's it. Then we're up to the Phoenix Suns. So I think right now, if it's not Malawatch, if this is Malawatch, I feel comfortable to be one of my 5 guys. If this is not Malawatch, I think he jumps in there and the Suns go steal him.
Is that a run to the podium scenario?
I mean, I think they should. I think they will. I don't think that's a trade scenario in which they would trade the pick. But again, I don't know for sure. We'll find out. But Toronto pick is in. We'll find out in a second here.
Yeah, the thing speculated with Toronto as well, on top of the possibility of trading down, was Noah Senge really didn't have many workouts. One of them was in Toronto as well. So he's being, actually, let's call him Murray-Boyles, that's being shown on the TV right now. So they're paying around a couple options here, really playing up the drama on ESPN right now.
Yeah, they're hitting it from all sides. I don't know if Adam Silver got lost on his way to the podium or what happened. The pick's been in for quite some time.
Doesn't the player usually know about this time?
Usually you see all the cameras start to come over to you, but they're panning back and forth between Murray-Boyles and Malawatch, so no clue. Malawatch doesn't look happy yet, I'll say that.
Yeah, it's a little different from the NFL draft where then they go back and you see the footage of the actual phone call being made to the prospect that he's been drafted, but we don't get to see that right in real time. They try to, I guess they still try to build the suspense in the draft process, but yeah, this is by far the longest anybody has been. We've waited for any team to make a pick, and here comes the commissioner now to finally make the pick, Toronto at number 9.
With the 9th pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Toronto Raptors select Colin Murray-Boyles from the University of South Carolina.
Bobby Marks, player profile.
Colin Murray-Boyles, a strong playmaking wing with a versatile game. Murray-Boyles is an elite defender with outstanding length and instincts, a tenacious rebounder with quick hands and good timing, a willing and accurate passer who makes the smart reads.
Colin Murray-Boyles, South Carolina Gamecocks off the board to the Toronto Raptors at number 9, and that means Malawatch continues.
Yeah. My guess here, based on, I believe that it's going to be him. I don't know for sure. I'll tell you once I find out, if I do find out. But I think that, again, I didn't put him in because the Suns did not think he would be there at 10. And some of the other teams I spoke to did not think that he would be there at 10. But in my write-up on ArizonaSports.com, I actually said that. I said I'm not going to put him in because I don't think he's going to be there, but I think he would be the pick for them.
Yeah, Malawatch not expected to be there. Colin Murray-Boyles was a prospect, Kellen, that was talked about a lot in connection with the Suns at number 10. My favorite of the possibilities that were out there. I just like his game. It's a little unorthodox as a lefty. He's got some mean streak in him. I think Toronto got themselves a really good basketball player.
I think they did for sure, and he fits into a lot of the identity that Toronto has been trying to establish and reestablish. You go back to the championship team and the way they played defense, and how versatile they were. He's one of those types of guys as well. All right, Vinny, we need to just tell Suns fans to just be nice and calm here. You've been here before. Your team's been picking number 10, and a guy seemingly falling into your lap. Surely history will not repeat itself. Everyone remain calm.
Yeah, because what is available to the Suns? Kasparas Yakuchonis, the point guard from Illinois, is still out there. Cedric Coward, who hasn't really been mentioned in connection with the Suns because he's more of a 6'5" wing type player. Arizona's Carter Bryant is available. As we've talked about a lot, Colin Malawatch, the big man from Duke, 7'1". Derek Queen, another player that was mentioned in the Gambo Five earlier, the big out of Maryland. And I don't remember if you said this on the air or off the air, Kellen, but is this a situation now where it comes down to Malawatch or Derek Queen, your choice of bigs? The Suns need a big body in the worst way.
In the worst way.
With this draft pick. So you could almost assure it's going to be one of those two. Malawatch is the better pick?
Yeah, he is for sure. The size is ridiculous. He's 7'2", 7'7" wingspan. Like, he dominated the interior at Duke. Just no one was going to the basket against Duke because they knew that he was waiting there to reject their shot, alter their shot, whatever he was going to do specifically. Again, he's only been playing basketball for a few years and at a competitive level as well. So it's going to come down to development. It's going to be a project. You're going to have to take time, but the Suns are in a good position right now to take someone with the level of patience. And we've been talking about like the concept of taking a guy with like a higher floor, but someone with a higher ceiling as well. This is it, because at 7'2" with a 7'7" wingspan, the way that he moves laterally, he's going to be a pretty good defender. I'm very confident in that. The rest of his game, we'll see, but that's why you're patient and you take your time with him.
And I'll say this to Suns fans too, if he is indeed the pick, about Kamon Malawatch. Gambo, how many times did Suns bigs?
Yeah, it's Malawatch.
Is it? It is Kamon Malawatch. So there you hear it.
Yeah,
Gambo,
I expect the Suns with the 10th pick will take Kamon Malawatch.
Getting the word out there first, as he usually does on draft night. But how many times did you see Suns bigs around the basket just try to lay it up, or smoke a layup, or not finish strong? Kamon Malawatch at Duke anyway got the ball near the basket. It was getting dunked, and dunked with ferocity.
Yeah. You guys talk. I'm just working here.
All right, I got you. I was waiting on you, buddy.
No, you guys talk. I'm working.
How about just like a lob threat, both just in terms of the verticality that he provides, like getting up there, but also up and down the floor as well. It's like a really mobile big as well. This just makes too much sense based on what the Suns needed, but also how this situation is panned out for them. And how many times, guys, did we talk about how crucial of an offseason this was for Brian Gregory in his first time as a general manager? Job got pretty easy, at least at the start right here. It got pretty easy.
Yep. Huge center from Duke. His numbers in 39 games with the Blue Devils last year: 8.6 points per game, 6.6 rebounds. Did block 1.3 shots. That's not the greatest gauge of a rim protector's presence. Yes, it is one of the gauges, but it's the shots that don't get taken and how you affect the offense of the other team by your presence in the paint. You mentioned this earlier, too. The field goal percentage, 71.2%. That's very high. But if you look at the free throw percentage, 76.6% for a player who's 7'2", Kellen. That shows the ability to maybe step out and shoot threes, believe it or not.
You watch him in the FIBA levels, and he was taking threes, but he comes to Duke, and they really simplify his role. Maybe he won't take them right away as a Sun, but to be clear, he took 16 total threes for Duke last year, so it wasn't a part of his game at all. But when you watch his stroke, when he got into workouts, when he got into interviews, it's something that's coming in his game eventually. Now we'll see how efficient he is with that three ball, but that's the type of thing where his floor is already established. But if he can be a stretch big that moves the way that he does at that size, Porzingis is really the only other guy that comes to mind that is that big and can shoot like that as well.
Yeah, and you said he only took 16. He made 4 of them. And again, if you look at that free throw percentage, that shows the ability for a little bit of touch from outside the paint.
Incredible. Incredible. Just absolutely incredible that they got this. I'm not lying to you. This is the kid that they wanted. This is the kid they wanted.
And
I knew that, but they did not think he would be. Thank you, Brooklyn. Thank you, Brooklyn. Because I spoke with other teams and I said, I'm doing my 5 here. Should I put Malawatch? Won't be there. I talked to teams and they said he's not going to be there. It's not in yet. They have not announced it yet, but I am announcing that the Phoenix Suns will take the Duke big man, Kamon Malawatch, with this pick. I am reporting it,
Arizona
and here we
Sports.
Go.
Breaking news.
We've got a trade. So Gambo alluded to it. Shams Charania is reporting that the Charlotte Hornets are trading center Mark Williams to the Phoenix Suns for the number 29 pick tonight and a 2029 first-round pick, sources tell ESPN.
Wow.
So 2 centers, assuming all this reporting is correct.
It's a lot of centers all of a sudden.
From Duke, and 2 enormous centers from Duke.
Yeah.
And everyone will remember Mark Williams, of course, because he was going to get traded to the Los Angeles Lakers. They desperately needed a center after the Luka Doncic deal. And then some medical concerns started to really pop up with him. I'm guessing the Suns do not have those same kind of medical concerns because not only are they giving up 29, they're giving up a pick in 2029 as well. So 2 first-round picks they send over to acquire Mark Williams.
So they give up the 29th pick this year. And what was the other pick?
2029 first-round pick.
Which is the one that's very protected.
Here's the pick
That
from
is
Adam
the
Silver.
Cleveland.
With the 10th pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Houston Rockets select Kaman Malawatch from Rumbek, South Sudan, the NBA Academy Africa in Senegal, and Duke University.
Bobby Marks, player profile.
Kaman Malawatch, a long, mobile center with elite defensive tools, a defensive anchor with superb timing and instincts. He's a lob threat with solid hands and the ability to finish in traffic. Malawatch plays with a high motor and is a hard-nosed competitor.
Well, there it is. The pick is by Houston, going to the Phoenix Suns. Come on, Malawatch, but also the breaking news that Mitch shared with us, too. Suns swinging a proposed trade. The number 29 overall pick tonight and a 2029 first-round pick to the Charlotte Hornets. Lots of trades between the Suns and the Hornets.
Yes.
Mark Williams. We just said moments ago the Suns need a big body in the worst way.
They just got
They
two.
just added 14 feet and 4 inches of center.
What does this mean for Nick Richards?
Yeah, what does it mean for Oso Gadaro, too?
Oso could play some 4.
He could. Man.
Well, that 2029 pick, and what I was going to say there, Gambo, that is the last of these 3 first-round picks that they got from Utah, where it is the worst pick, meaning the highest pick in the draft, like in the 20s or whatever, Cleveland, Minnesota, and Utah. So it's that 2029 first, so you're not trading one that's unprotected. You're trading one that you have a pretty good idea that it's going to land somewhere in the 20s. So you give up 2 picks in the 20s. In order to get a center, the timing here is obviously fascinating. They just take Malawatch, and that's the type of situation where Malawatch falling into your lap. Now you don't need to trade for Mark Williams, but they're doubling down. They're grabbing 2 centers immediately. Williams only makes $6 million this year, but he is due for a contract extension the year after that. And the Suns have to get cheaper in some kind of way. They're going to get more expensive the year after that, assuming you trade 2 first-round picks in that kind of situation. So there are more moves here to get done.
Yes. Have to be, because you just added $6 million in salary without eliminating any salary.
Well, it should be
now we know that Micic and Cody Martin are going to be gone, but fascinating. So the Suns get Malawatch, the guy that they wanted all along, and then they go out and double down and go get another center.
Wow. Amazing events happening for the Phoenix Suns. More reaction coming up. We got a little bit of a line change. I'll be out. Kellen's going to take a break. Gambo's going to stick around. Luke Lipinski coming in. Mitch Fereldas, Kevin Zimmerman, as we continue our coverage of the 2025 NBA Draft first round here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Hi, it's Vince Marotta here to tell you about the hottest deals of the summer being offered at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, now through Independence Day. Earnhardt Ford's General Manager John Nissen and his team are rolling out nearly every remaining 2024 new Ford car, truck, or SUV now below employee price. Like their Built in the USA 2024 Ford F-150 STX models and Escape SUVs at amazing low rates and big Ford bonus cash offers. Add in the wildly popular 2024 Bronco Sport Badlands, and your summer is ready to roll. Plus, buy with confidence with Earnhardt and get a 3-year, 36,000-mile maintenance plan at no charge. All offers require approved credit. Hurry into Earnhardt Ford and get the star-spangled deals you've been looking for, or check them out online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the Noble Protection Package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. Employee pricing available on select models. AX/ZED plans and eligible for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers end 7/6/25.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
With Progressive Snapshot, you could save on auto insurance rates by driving safely, which is nice because you can just keep doing you. So keep on using that broken phone charger because it occasionally works. Keep quoting something you heard on a podcast as your own. Keep ignoring your sister's texts while you drive and after. And when baggage claim says, have a great trip, keep on saying, you too. And keep driving safely. And you could save with Snapshot from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents. Surcharge possible for unsafe driving.
The days of waiting weeks or even months for new countertops is over. The Window Depot has a wide selection of in-stock granite and quartz countertops so you can upgrade your kitchen or bathroom now. From sleek, modern quartz to timeless granite, we have the perfect countertop to match your style and budget. And it's ready to take home today. Our team is here to help you choose the perfect countertop at the lowest price and get it home fast. Visit a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Tohono O'odham Nation.
What if we get this same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150, work truck or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Bend 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
NBA Draft Special.
The Phoenix Suns select.
The home of the Suns. Arizona Sports. The local sports leader.
All right, welcome back to the Arizona Sports NBA Draft Special. Luke Lipinski here with you. Gambo to my right. Mitch Ferreldis and Kevin Zimmerman are in here as well. I think Vince just went to bed because he has to be up in 2 hours.
I hope so. For his sake.
Kellen is out there somewhere. He's probably going to come back. Look, Gambo, you were the only one here that was just on the show when everything happened.
Oh,
and
okay.
all of a sudden the Suns have two centers.
They did. I mean, even if if you go back to when I put the Gambo Five together this morning, one of my first lines is, I'm not going to add a wild card, but I will say I did this based on a belief after talking to several teams that Malawatch will not be there at 10. If he is, game changer.
Yeah.
And it was a game changer. The Suns did not expect him to be there. Other teams did not expect it. The wild card, he became available when Brooklyn shocked the world and didn't take him at number 8. And all of a sudden, okay, now he could fall. The only team left was Toronto. They decided to bail on him. And the Suns, we broke it by once they got on the clock, we said they were taking Malawatch. We knew it. I had the information that they were going to take him. We went with it. This is, we talk about dream scenarios, and we can't sugarcoat this. We know that this is what they wanted.
Yeah.
We know this is the guy that they wanted to get. They didn't think they were going to get him. But sometimes you'll hear a GM or a coach. Oh, this is we always wanted that guy. And I don't know if it's really true or not. No, this is the guy they wanted. This is the guy.
We were talking about it on our show today, and right at the end of the show, because it was a short show, they were like, okay, who do you want? Rick was asking us, who do you want them to take? And I don't even remember who I said because I just assumed Malawatch wasn't going to be there.
Right.
Mitch. And then the show ended and I was talking to Wolf. I was like, wow, I probably should have said Malawatch, but there's no way he's going to be there at 10. There were people talking about him going in the top 5. And here we go. This is, you can only do so much in the offseason, but this is a pretty nice boost for the Suns.
Let's all just take a moment to appreciate the fact that this was not Jace Richardson or anybody affiliated with the state of Michigan. Let's just get that out of the way.
And this was not a repeat of the Tyrese Halliburton. I don't think Malawatch is going to be like Tyrese Halliburton, but it had the same vibe to it.
Right.
It had the same vibe.
But go ahead, Mitch.
All I was going to say was, this feels like I can take this organization a little more seriously now, right? Like, think about how we all reacted in the moment when Brian Gregory was elevated. Think about how we all felt when Jordan Ott was hired. He had the credentials, but there was still that tie there. This feels like the first serious move by this organization in trying to make this team better. They went out and got 2 centers with these 2 first-rounders they had. One they didn't expect to be there, and one who, quite frankly, was way better than Nick Richards in Charlotte and was starting over Nick Richards in Charlotte for a reason. And if not for the failed physical, he might not even be here. But Mark Williams is a stud. Kaman Malawatch is a stud. Awesome first night for the Suns.
Okay, now let's ask the million-dollar question. Malawatch is part of the Kevin Durant trade. How does this now change your opinion? Does it change your opinion at all about the haul that they got back for Kevin Durant?
I don't know if it matters because this is luck at the end of the day. It's luck that he fell there. I mean, we tracked 23 mock drafts going into this since Sunday, since the Kevin Durant trade. Only one had Malawatch even falling to the Suns, and they did have him taking him. So I don't know if that's even not fair or fair, but this is a good starting point. And look, you have starting center for next year, and I think Malawatch, one thing with him is production wasn't crazy at Duke. He is a project at the end of the day, but like the upside there is wild just because of his measurables. You look at the Rudy Gobert's. Actually, Mark Williams is similar in terms of measurables to him too.
Yeah, but Kev, I mean, you can say luck all you want.
Yeah.
When in 5 years, when you judge the Kevin Durant trade, you're going to say they got Dylan Brooks, they got Jalen Green, and they got Kaman Malawatch. Yeah. I mean, luck or not, they got him. I think this should. I think it should in some way. Luke and Mitch, whoever wants to jump in, it should somehow maybe give you a different feeling on the trade.
I think it makes you feel better about it. I mean, I don't know. I guess to Kevin's point, how they got to the trade, it doesn't change that. But at the end of all of this now, when you get to tomorrow, when everybody wakes up tomorrow, they have added Jalen Green, Kaman Malawatch, and Dylan Brooks for Kevin Durant. That, to me, feels a lot better than just pick number 10 because we looked at it. I know you guys looked at it on your show, too. Pick 10, you can get a serious impact player, or you could get a guy that's out of the league in 2 or 3 years. And I can't guarantee the Malawatch is going to be amazing, but to be able to get him at 10 when he was valued more as like a number 5, 6, or 7 pick in a draft that's considered fairly deep in this range. Mitch, your thoughts on this too, but I do feel better about the end result of the trade right now than I did an hour ago.
But that's the only reason that I feel better about the trade is because of the end result per se.
Okay, right.
Let me put it this way. I think we would have been fine if it was Carter Bryant. I think we would have been fine if it was Derek Queen, if it was anybody else within the Gambo Five. But the fact that it is Kaman Malawatch.
I feel a lot better about Malawatch than Queen.
Makes me feel it makes me feel significantly better like the rest of us, right? The question is, to your point about the developmental aspect of Malawatch, and I feel like this is a team that can afford to do something like that, to take in a guy who maybe hasn't necessarily found his full stride to be an NBA-ready center, and plus they just added Mark Williams, so they have somebody who they can easily have him learn under, who's learned under a familiar system at Duke, no less. I think it's great for right now. I hope it pans out, but I hope at the same time the Suns don't try to rush this process to the point that Malawatch becomes a bust. Because right now we should feel this jubilation that we're feeling about how they went about this.
Yeah, but Gambo, to your point, I mean, to a certain extent, so what if it's luck? You put yourself in position to be, quote, lucky by getting the 10th pick.
Yeah,
in the
I don't
draft.
think luck matters. I mean, again, the bottom line is we're not going to look back in years and say they got lucky in getting this guy. We're going to say they got this guy. Like they made a trade. They got the 10th pick. Malawatch was there. They took him. This was the guy that, look, you guys know, this was the guy they wanted. When I did the Gambo 5, my first line is, Malawatch is a game changer. If he's there, he's the guy. And even before, they got the guy that they want. Now, he still has to be an impact player.
Yeah.
Okay, he's still a 10 pick in the draft, and we're excited about him, but now he's got to go out there and be. The thing with the Rockets trade, we always said this, the key to the Rockets trade was the 10th pick. If that guy's a bust, it's going to hurt the trade. If this guy ends up being a starter and a potential all-star, then it changes it dramatically into the Suns' favor. So we're all excited about Malawatch now, but it really depends on what this guy turns out to. Because right now we're just excited because we know how good he can be.
Value.
But he's got to do it on the court.
Yeah. Kevin, before we hit the break, I mean, this does show a willingness to be deliberate if you're taking a project player like this.
Yeah, and it's talent acquisition at the end of the day. It's you get Mark Williams that protects you a lot if Malawatch is not ready. You put him in lower leverage situations off the bench or whatever, and you have the right way of developing him. And right now it's again, this is also best player available. It fits your needs. You check all the boxes and you protect his development, not putting too much on him. So I think that's the biggest thing is altogether, this looks really good as far as, operating like a well-run oiled machine. And that's a good start for the draft.
All right. So we are now 11 picks in. Cedric Coward just went to Memphis via Portland. We'll come back with a lot more. It's the Arizona Sports NBA Draft Special on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
For more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has given you the opportunity to build your next success. Choose from more than 135 degree and certificate programs in career-relevant fields like business, healthcare, data analytics, cybersecurity, and more. Plus, we offer 100% online and hybrid courses, personalized advising, and lifetime career services. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta here to tell you about the hottest deals of the summer being offered at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, now through Independence Day. Earnhardt Ford's general manager John Nissen and his team are rolling out nearly every remaining 2024 new Ford car, truck, or SUV now below employee price. Like their built in the USA 2024 Ford F-150 STX models and Escape SUVs at amazing low rates and big Ford bonus cash offers. Add in the wildly popular 2024 Bronco Sport Badlands, and your summer is ready to roll. Plus, buy with confidence with Earnhardt and get a 3-year, 36,000-mile maintenance plan at no charge. All offers require approved credit. Hurry into Earnhardt Ford and get the star-spangled deals you've been looking for, or check them out online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the Noble Protection Packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. Employee pricing available on select models. AX and CED plans ineligible for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 7/6/25.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
It's heating up in Phoenix, and while most can beat the heat with a cold drink in the shade, many in our community cannot. This month, the UPS store and Arizona Sports are teaming up to collect water donations for Phoenix Rescue Mission, all to keep our community hydrated and healthy this summer. And your donation can make a big difference. Text WATER to 620-620 to find participating the UPS store locations near you, or to make a donation. Text WATER to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
NBA Draft Special.
The Phoenix Suns select.
The home of the Suns. Arizona Sports. The local sports leader.
All right, welcome back to the Arizona Sports NBA Draft Special alongside Gambo and Kevin Zimmerman and Mitch Vareldis. I'm Luke Lipinski. The Suns have made their pick at 10 in case you missed it. It was Malawatch out of Duke, a guy nobody really expected to be there at 10. And then since then, Cedric Howard has gone to Memphis via Portland. Noah Asenge went to the Chicago Bulls at number 12. And I believe that's as far as we are officially right now. So, Gambo, before we let you get out of here, let's talk about the other major development that happened with the Suns. They don't have the 29th pick in the draft anymore because they traded it away for an NBA center.
No. So good night, everybody. We can all leave. They don't have to worry about it.
We can leave.
Yeah, I had hinted earlier to everybody that I expect a big night for the Suns, and that I expect not only we're going to see draft picks, the trade, that there was going to be a trade or two. I don't know if they're done yet, but I did say that there was going to be a trade. I was hearing that the Suns were on the verge of making a trade. Wasn't sure who it was going to be, what was going to happen, but I had heard that they make the trade with Charlotte for Mark Williams, the center. They give up the 29th pick this year, and then they also give up the 2029 first-round pick.
Yeah.
That was I believe that pick was part of the 3 picks that they got from the Jazz.
Yes.
Yeah, I believe that was the 3. They got 3 picks from the Jazz. It's not going to be a good pick. It's going to be later in the draft because it's like swapped 3 times. It's the lesser of like 3 teams. And then obviously the 29th pick this year, not tremendous value there. So 2 late first rounders to get Mark Williams, who was almost traded to the Lakers last year, traded to the Lakers, but then that trade got rescinded. Is that the word? Rescinded?
Failed physical for him.
Because of a failed physical by Mark Williams. But the Suns go out and get him. So now we had talked about the Suns have too many guards. Now it's like, what are they going to do with all the centers? They got Richards, they got Oso, they got Bobo, they got Malawatch. It's like, now they got too many centers. Obviously, there will be more moves made to kind of clear that up.
Mitch, you were looking at that Lakers trade that Gambo just alluded to, because when that happened, that people were kind of looking at that as a big acquisition for the Lakers midseason, and then it ultimately didn't happen.
So the Lakers were going to offer more first than they needed to for Luka Doncic for Mark Williams. It would have been Dalton Connect. I just want to bring that up. It would have been Dalton Connect, who, for what it's worth, was a first-rounder in the previous draft. Cam Reddish, an unprotected first-rounder, and then a first-rounder swap. And instead, the Suns pay just 2 first-rounders, and both of them are going to be at the back end of those draft. I think that's a nice little price shave for somebody who's, for what it's worth, has had a very, very long injury history with foot and back problems. But if you get the most out of him, Mark Williams is an immediate upgrade for this team, especially with how miserable it was at center last season.
Yeah, Kevin, I mean, you go into this draft tonight, and now you already know coming out of the first round, you have 2 NBA players coming out of this with, a few days ago, you didn't even have the number 10 pick. You just had the number 29 pick. Now you have 2 NBA players basically from the first round of this draft.
Your starting center is pretty set, and if he's injured because he's never played more than 40-some games in a season in 3 years, then you have your backup center who might have been the starter had they not made that trade. So I think, they're really set here. To your point earlier, Gambo, about they need to go find some forwards now, but more moves. We only have centers and guards. There are 2 other positions on the court. That's fine. But yeah, I mean, I go back to the talent acquisition. Mark Williams is a 15-10 guy. He actually does pass decently. Awesome rim roller, again, when healthy, a pretty good shot blocker. And yeah, that's really going to help them develop their identity. I mean, we were talking about center, all the way back probably through February before that. So I think that answers the question, and that's good, right?
Gambo, you've been mentioning, as you said, going into the show tonight, trades eventually. Now that we get past the draft, assuming no more happen tonight, maybe they do, but there's obviously still a lot more moves to make with this roster. What is like the next checkpoint where we can start to see stuff happen?
You just added $6 million in salary, so salary's got to go. Look, I expect they're going to explore every option to trade Bradley Beal. They don't need him. They don't want him. They'll look at every option to try to trade him. When Poole got traded from Washington, that took one of the teams that I was kind of focusing on away because I thought there was a chance Beal to Washington, Poole here, and then you buy out Poole at a lesser salary. And I think Marcus Smart could have been part of that package too. So I thought that might have been a Smart and Poole package for Beal, but obviously that's not going to happen. They made a better trade, for them to get a bunch of expiring contracts rather than Beal. But then I also look at guys like Grayson Allen and Royce O'Neal, and you've got to look at Nick Richards now and start to figure out, how they're going to, get off of some salary and get off of some of the log jams they have. They got a log jam logjam at center, somebody's got to go. They got a logjam at guard, somebody's got to go. And I also think, Allen and Royce, they'll try to make a move there. They're going to reshape the roster. They're going to be very busy. They're going to be very active. I'm still waiting. I'm checking to see if they're done for today because I'm not sure. We know they don't have another pick, but I said a trade or two because I know they were working on a whole lot of stuff.
It has to be the fastest an NBA team has ever acquired 2 centers. What was that, like 20 seconds apart?
Yeah. The Dallas Mavericks, Bill Wennington and Huey Blab in the same draft.
Wow.
I don't know why I remember that.
Wow. You have everything written down right, and you just pulled that out of the noggin?
In the Dallas Mavericks in one draft, they drafted 2 centers, Bill Wennington and Huey Blob. I don't remember what year it was.
Not the answer I expected, to be honest.
1986 draft,
alarmingly
maybe?
accurate. And Gambo doesn't have like a notebook in front of him. He's just throwing that out there.
85 draft, somewhere around there. 85 or 86 draft.
That's
wasn't here for that one.
2 quick centers. The Mavericks got 2 quick centers.
Mitch, how about just the simple fact that the Suns are now building? For the longest time, it was just, okay, who are they going to move? Where are they going to trade Kevin Durant? How are they going to get rid of this guy? When are they going to fire the coach? Now, as of tonight, really, I guess you could go with Sunday, but especially with this draft, it feels like they're finally starting to add some pieces.
Here's the names I wrote down: Devin Booker, Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, Ryan Dunn, Kaman Malawatch, Mark Williams, Grayson Allen, Royce O'Neal, Nick Richards, Oso Iguodala, and Bradley Beal. Even if some of those names on that list don't make it to training camp, quote unquote, I think you have a nice little foundation built around Devin Booker. Now, I'm not saying it's going to be like, 50 wins next year. I don't even know if they'll get to 40, but I do think that this is a much better grouping of players around Devin than it was the last couple of years, where it was very, very top heavy. And you had a lot of reliance on guys that were looking for opportunities to prove that they're worthwhile NBAers. Whereas now you've got a ton of guys with experience and you have a ton of flexibility to not necessarily be bad, but be competitive and develop some of these young guys to get more opportunities, especially Ryan Dunn, because if he continues to progress the way he did at the start of last year and at the end of last year, then the Suns will be actually in that spot where they want to be, where they're really competitive again in the next couple of years as opposed to the next 5.
I've got a bet with Bernsey that the Suns will have a better record than they did last year. I truly believe that they will. But I'm an addition by subtraction guy. I always have been. I think teams get better when they can get off of guys. As good as Kevin Durant was, he wasn't impacting the Suns winning. He just wasn't. He wasn't impacting. Take the 8-1 start out. Take the 8-1 start out, okay? And then go look at when he played. Now, they had a terrible record when he was out, but the record wasn't very good when he played after the 8-1 start.
And it was getting worse.
That they got off to. He wasn't impacting winning, and Beal is just a negative. He's just a total negative. I think if they could get off of Beal after getting off of KD, it's going to lead to just a better camaraderie, better team, better chemistry, and more wins in a tough Western Conference.
If they get off of the Beal contract, we're probably going to do another 2-hour special at some point. So everybody just be ready for that. Gambo, we're going to let you go if you want, or you can just hang around to the 30th pick if
just
you'd
going to
like.
wait and see if there's anything left.
I'll mention this because local tie. Carter Bryant, it looks like he's going 14 overall to San Antonio.
Of course, the Spurs somehow got him. That feels like he kind of dropped a little bit to 14, too. All right, we'll come back with more. It's the Arizona Sports NBA Draft Special on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies to same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at Lowe's.com/lowest price guarantee.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and last year during the heat of summer, I had an air conditioning bill of $666, and I thought it was proof that we live in purgatory. In reality, that obscene bill arrived because my windows are shot, and I cannot wait to get them replaced by Advanced Window Products, a great company co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and the highest-rated window company in Arizona. They also offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state, and they can do all of this because there is no middleman. They have their own factory in the valley. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. And get this, Advanced Window Products currently running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows, and you'll get $2,500 off. So do what I'm doing. Call now and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or visit advancedwindows.com.
With Progressive Snapshot, you could save on auto insurance rates by driving safely, which is nice because you can just keep doing you. So keep on using that broken phone charger because it occasionally works. Keep quoting something you heard on a podcast as your own. Keep ignoring your sister's texts while you drive and after. And when baggage claim says, have a great trip, keep on saying, you too. And keep driving safely. And you could save with Snapshot from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents. Surcharge possible for unsafe driving.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck. And she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes. But when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
NBA Draft Special. The home of the Suns. Arizona Sports. The local sports leader.
All right, Luke Lipinski alongside Kevin Zimmerman and Mitch Vareldis. Gambo is still here just in case something breaks. Gambo will jump back in, okay?
I'm actively checking to see if there will be anything else today, and I'm hoping to find out so I can leave.
We're all hoping to find out, Gambo. That makes you feel better.
I am hoping to find out here in a couple of minutes.
Okay.
So.
Well, we are about midway through the first round, Kevin. Oklahoma City's on the clock because why wouldn't they be? It's been almost 4 days since they won a championship. So there are still some decent players out there. But since the Suns got Kamal Malawatch at 10, Cedric Coward went to Memphis. Noah Asenge went to the Bulls. Derek Queen, who I know a lot of people were interested in for the Suns, he went to the Pelicans. And Carter Bryant, of course, from U of A, went to the Spurs. So, there was a focus. Matt Ishbia made this very clear right at the end of the season. I think it was something that all Suns fans were on board with, Kevin, that there was going to be a focus on improving the defense. Mm-hmm. And, Jalen Green, adding him doesn't necessarily improve the defense, but you figured they were going to try and do that at 10. Certainly, based on what we saw in college, it feels like they've done that.
Yeah, I mean, you look at anchor centers, guys who are going to deter the paint. That's where everything starts in this league, and I think that's where, obviously, if they're going to draft Malawatch and at the same time they're working that trade, they're doubling down on it. It's kind of like the Cardinals with their defensive line this year in some ways, where it's just like, hey, we just got to get better at this. And then you can say, okay, Devin Booker, Jalen Green, you guys can press more, get up into guys, and if you get blown by, you're going to be fine because those tall dudes are behind you. And then it's just filling in the gaps from there. But I think this is like, this front office has worked in, like, here are steps, right? Like coaching search. We're going to get 16 or whatever guys. Then we're going to cut it down. We take steps each week. With the KD trade, we saw that kind of go the same way, where they're very meticulous and cutting down the options until you finally get there. And this is the same thing. First step. Get a center, get an anchor to defend in the paint, and we go from there. Now it's on to finding the wings that are going to complement your scoring it with Booker and Green. So I think that just shows me they have a good plan mapped out.
Yeah.
And it's all on executing it from there. And obviously they doubled down again on this center situation.
Yeah, but it is nice to, I mean, as much as you can, just completely wipe a position off the checklist of needs. I mean, Mitch, you go out there and you do that, and you draft Malawatch and you trade for Mark Williams, and they're not deterred, right? I mean, the trade for Mark Williams technically happened like seconds before they officially announced the pick.
Right.
But they weren't like, wait, we made that trade, let's do something else. So they did everything they could tonight to just check that position off the list of needs. They still have some, but at least you feel good about center.
Yeah, I think everybody is aware of what the next big checklist item is. Look at all the shooting guards that we have. But for now, it was very clear that the focus was, I loved Kevin's analogy of like trench warfare with the Cardinals.
Mm-hmm.
This is almost like the Suns' version of trench warfare. It was a position where they really didn't get aggressive a ton of the times in the paint. And when they got Nick Richards, there were very small flashes and glimpses of that opportunity. Oso Ighodaro, it's not necessarily his build. Now you definitely have two dudes who are just going to be abusers in the paint, or at least will try to be much better abusers in the paint than what we saw last year. And I think that is going to only help the rest of the team, because some of the teams, they like to view it from the front court to the back. And I think the Suns are now working that way, where they're trying to get really strong at the big end and then work their way down to the smaller end. And maybe that's why they're structured the way they are right now, just looking at the roster the way it is.
Kevin, off the topic of the Suns for just a second, Oklahoma City made that pick, and it's Thomas Sorber.
Of course it is, yeah.
So that seems like the sort of player.
Another big for a team that needs a big. Man,
Yeah.
that's crazy.
That's, I mean, I guess, if you can take chances. I don't even know that he's really a chance at 15.
Yeah.
But that's not a team that needs him, and yet that's a guy with some pretty decent upside in this draft.
Yeah, Kellen, where's Kellen? Kellen's back there behind the glass, chilling.
Yeah,
Kellen,
he was a big Sorber fan,
Yeah,
wasn't he?
he's a big Sorber fan, and I individually in my cramming this week came away with, like, that's your traditional, like, I know that guy's going to be a good NBA player. So congrats, Thunder. There's your Isaiah Hartenstein replacement for whenever that comes.
How much money is he going to get this offseason, man?
Is he a free agent? Oh, okay.
Isn't he? Or
I
is
don't
like
know.
the 2 year and it's the 1-on-1 type thing?
I don't even remember.
Well, it's Oklahoma City, so they have got
they're fine.
They're like 5
They're
deep
doing
at every
great.
They
position
have
now.
nothing to worry about. They've got first round picks until the end of time to keep this core together, and they're spending next to no money. But it'll get interesting in a couple of years for sure.
Kevin, I did want to ask you this, though. There was a lot of thought coming into this. It's great the Suns have 4 picks, 2 in the first, 2 in the second. That's awesome. But are they really going to add 4 rookies to their roster? So by making the deal for Mark Williams, you sort of cut that out, and now you have some room potentially for one of these second rounders to make the team.
Yeah, and I think the second rounders are you either, if there's one of those super seniors with COVID years, we're finally running out of that, that can contribute right away. That might be something there in the 50s. And also, by the way, like those picks are pretty toward the end of the draft. You package them and you see a guy in the mid 40s maybe. If I'm doing some, Kevin's draft comp, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't have one of those fancy boards, but if they see a guy in the mid 40s, they can maybe move up and get him. If Walter Clayton falls, there are other guys that could fall, that kind of thing. So I think that's where those 2 picks being there are super important, and you can move up.
I'm curious how having a much younger team is also going to impact Ryan Dunn and Oso Ighodaro, especially Oso, because now they have 2 extra centers that are, quite frankly, probably going to a slot ahead of Oso immediately. Like, does Oso just start in the G League with the Valley Suns and develop in other ways where he had some misses last year and some struggles in some areas that kept him off of the floor for a stretch of time. But more often than not, he was probably the most valuable center on the team. That doesn't mean he was a really good center in comparison, because now you've got Malawatch and Williams, and you would imagine that those 2 would be in front. So I wonder how all this extra youth is going to impact his development, because that was a guy they were really high on last year when they traded up for him.
Or he's going to go tomorrow or like in 5 minutes and go, I better start working on my shot and become a power forward.
Yeah.
Right. Run the offense through me. Go look at Frank Kaminsky film from 2021. I mean, to your point, that's good pressure on him. Like, hey, you got to develop this part of your game. Like, you're a little small for a 5. If you can become a 4, that's a lot of work because the shot wasn't there at all. But that might be helpful in the end of the road there.
Wow, U of A guy referencing Frank Kaminsky. It's been a long day here. All right, when we come back, we got a lot more here. It's the Arizona Sports NBA Draft Special on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir.
Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Do your summer plans include travel? Make sure your prep includes more than just flights and hotels. Stay up to date with COVID-19 vaccination, especially if you're 65 or older or have certain health conditions. There have been surges in COVID-19 in the summer, too. It's important to help protect yourself no matter your destination. So check eligibility and schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
What if we get the same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150, work truck or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months. Plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Bend 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
If you need to hire, you know it takes time. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You simply pick a time and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day.
Try Zip Intro for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
May I help you? I just wanted to request a late checkout, please.
Of course. That's $30 per hour for up to 4 hours.
Huh. Okay, but if you can offer a late checkout, then that probably means no one is staying in that room. So if it's empty, maybe I can just stay a few extra hours.
Oh, aren't you adorable?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Looking for quality windows without the wait? Come to the Window Depot. We carry a huge selection of Milgard windows, in stock now and ready for pickup. Need something custom? No problem. From new construction to full home replacement, we'll help you order the perfect Milgard windows built to fit your space, style, and budget. Whether you're a homeowner or contractor, the Window Depot makes it easy to get the windows you need fast. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you and see why we're your Milgard window experts.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7. The NBA Draft. This is your exclusive home for Phoenix Suns basketball. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. NBA Draft Special.
Welcome back to the Arizona Sports NBA Draft Special. Luke Lipinski, Kevin Zimmerman, Mitch Feraldis. Gambo is here just in case anything else happens to break. So far, I mean, it has been a busy night for the Phoenix Suns. They got Kaman Malawatch out of Duke at 10, a player nobody really expected to still be there at 10. So they jumped all over that. And while they were making that pick, they also made a trade for Mark Williams of the Charlotte Hornets. Traded the 29th pick tonight, so they don't currently have another pick in the first round, although we'll see if they try to pull off a trade to get back into it. They also traded their first rounder in 2029, but there's a pretty good chance, guys, that's going to be a very late first rounder. And they also sent Micic back to Charlotte. So the Micic era in Phoenix, Kevin,
What an era.
It was a brief one. It was a unique era.
He got a shot in, maybe?
Possibly.
Possibly.
He got compared to Jarrett Carlin a few times.
He looks exactly
That's
like
probably the lasting image,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
So the poor guy got traded here, got compared to Jarrett Carlin, and then got sent back to Charlotte. That's
not what you
Thank
want.
you for your services. We'll be sending you back now.
Seems unnecessary. So, but you know what though, Kevin? I mean, that is you include Micic in the trade, you free up a little bit of salary. I mean, obviously the Suns still have work to do. So, without knowing what the next move is going to be, when you look at the roster as it's currently set up, what do you think the next move is priority-wise? Setting aside moving Beal. I mean, if they could move Beal at 3 a.m. tonight, they would.
They would. I think just finding the starting power forward to continue on our big man search here. I don't know if that's veteran people. Obviously, the draft at this rate, it doesn't look like that's going to come via the draft. But I just think like bigger wings are hard to find, and that's why we were talking about Carter Bryant being like, hey, if he was there at number 10, the Suns used that pick on him, I would be all for it, because you get a guy who can stretch and play defense. That's kind of the ideal prototypical four in this league. So, yeah, I think that's my most curious thing about how this roster goes. Now, if you can say, Ryan Dunn, you can add a little weight and please work on your shot, then maybe you play some 4. But they just got to figure out the wing situation right now. Dylan Brooks, I think, is worth mentioning here where, yeah, he can move up to the 3, small ball 4, really small ball, because he's just a tough dude and a big guy for being really a guard. But, yeah, I think the 4 is the kind of thing in my mind that will kind of clarify what this team looks like, I guess.
Yeah. Mitch, same thing for you. What in your mind is the next priority?
I mean, there was a slight blackout moment that I had when the Mark Williams trade happened, and I just forgot that there was also an NBA draft going on. And I'm realizing that one of the best players available still, at least by ESPN's big board, is the point guard out of Illinois, Kasparis Yakuchonis. And we were talking about it in the break. The Suns don't necessarily have a ton of ammo to try and get back into the first round, but you know, anything can happen. Anything could be offered up, and at any moment in time, it's boom, the Suns are in the first round again. But if Yakuchonis keeps falling, like, is that the worst thing in the world, is to add a point guard that has the ability and that played for a really good Illinois team last year as basically their focal point of that team next to Will Riley? Like, is that the worst thing in the world to add to this team right now as an actual point guard? Because the Suns don't really have one right now.
It'd be tough to pull off, though, Kevin. I mean, it's not like they're picking 33rd and they're trying to jump 5 spots back into the first round or something. Their next pick at the moment is 52, and we are on pick 17. So for them to jump in, they'd have to give up something significant.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't even really know what that would be.
Yeah, I think to your point, like if we played a theoretical game and said, okay, all the bigs are not on the board in number 10, like if you saw them get a guard, I wouldn't be concerned there because, one, I'm always just draft for best available, but they don't have a true point guard. Jalen Green and Devin Booker should not be that even combined. And even if that person's off the bench, I still think, maybe you go and get the Tyus Jones signing done later this summer, and that's fine. But they do need that. And, you can never have enough ball handlers to take pressure off the other 2 guys. So that is an important thing. And again, speaking of finding what the identity of this team is, I don't know what it's going to be, but they do need some more diversity as far as the skill sets here. And when we're both talking about our separate things at the 4 and the 1, they both need those things. Yeah.
Yeah. Mitch, they've also, they've gotten significantly younger in the last 3-4 days. And I don't mean that as you traded KD and he's going to be 37 next year. I don't mean that. It's just over the last few years. Even drafting Ryan Dunn last year was a breath of fresh air because they hadn't really made an important pick in a while, it didn't feel like. And I know that was, ended up being a late first-round pick, but you had a guy last season that even when things weren't going well, you're like, okay, but at least he, and to a lesser extent, Oso, were developing, and you could see kind of pieces for the future of this team. Now you got another pretty significant one in Malawatch.
There was also a lot of nostalgia, I think, attached to the idea of having young guys who injected that life back into the team after what felt like the team under Frank Vogel just felt old, and the team pre-Kevin Durant trade was, they're dancing on the sidelines, they're doing the sellies, and everybody's acting like they're back in college again. And now, to your point, it does feel like they have a nice infusion of youth with a good balance of veteran talent. And if I'm looking at the roster correctly, the oldest people on this roster are Bradley Beal, Dylan Brooks, and Royce O'Neal. I think those are the only ones that are either at or near 30, because Grayson Allen's still technically under, Devin Booker is under, and then all the rest of these guys, they're in their mid to early 20s. This is a much younger roster than it was a couple of years ago.
Kevin, I was looking at this before the draft tonight, and because the NBA makes players wear the hat of the team that held the pick 4 months ago or whatever, it's a little tougher to go back and just immediately look to double check to see every pick they've made. But this going into tonight felt like their most important draft pick since 2018. Am I missing anybody? I know they had Cam, but Cam was the next year, right? So I guess you could say Cam.
The Jalen Smith pick
was
supposed to be somebody else.
We were moving on from this.
I won't mention that. But, yeah, as far as significance and to hammer the point home again about the KD trade and just the future of this team and what they didn't have by getting Kevin Durant and Bradley Beal, this was the big swing that they needed to nail this pick and do well with it, because they don't have high first-rounders. And they've now dealt, the 2029 pick and the 29th pick this year. So that's even fewer first-rounders. So, yeah, it's you got to nail that. That needs to be your starting center for the next, hopefully, 8 years when he gets on his second contract, and it's a long one, you would hope. So, yeah, that's a good starting point. I do want to go back to the youth thing, though. I don't want to offend Devin Booker at all, but he's going to be starting to feel like the old guy just by where he's at in his life.
Yeah, yeah.
And I presume that he will be excited by that, just because I think he does want to run, and I think he needs help not being, hey, you got to defend the number one offensive guy on this team. If he gets some young legs around him, get those centers back there, batting balls off the rim, rebounding and running. And Jordan Ott said, we're gonna run. So I think that's the big thing with Book and putting young pieces around him. Gambo?
Gambo, what do you got?
Hearing that they are done for the day.
Oh, okay. All right.
Let's all just stretch.
Can I go now?
Big sigh of relief. Well, no, you've committed for the next 2 hours.
It's up to you, good
Gambo.
sir.
You're hearing that the Phoenix Suns are done for the day.
Okay.
So
right.
that was the trade. You got the one trade in. You got the draft pick. Shock the world. With Malawatch, you make the trade for Williams. But at this point, information I am getting is that the Suns are done for the day.
Sweet.
It's like when you go to one of those fireworks displays and they all go off in the first 30 seconds, and it was supposed to last a half hour. It's just, but there was a lot. It didn't disappoint. you end up getting Malawatch and Mark Williams from the Charlotte Hornets all in the span of about 30 seconds in real time. All right, so we'll come back, get you caught up on what has happened so far in the draft. We are 17 picks deep now. It's the Arizona Sports NBA Draft Special on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies to same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Say no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta here to tell you about
The hottest deals of the summer being offered at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, now through Independence Day. Earnhardt Ford's General Manager John Nissen and his team are rolling out nearly every remaining 2024 new Ford car, truck, or SUV now below employee price. Like their built in the USA 2024 Ford F-150 STX models and Escape SUVs at amazing low rates and big Ford bonus cash offers. Add in the wildly popular 2024 Bronco Sport Badlands, and your summer is ready to roll. Plus, buy with confidence with Earnhardt and get a 3-year, 36,000-mile maintenance plan at no charge. All offers require approved credit. Hurry into Earnhardt Ford and get the star-spangled deals you've been looking for, or check them out online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the Noble Protection Package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. Employee pricing available on select models. AXZD plans and eligible for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 fee. See deal for details. Offers in 7/6/25.
This summer, beat the heat and hit the greens at Verado Golf Club. Enjoy special summer rates on both the Founders and Victory courses. And stay cool with ice-cold mango-scented towels served daily. And here's the best part. Kids play free. June 2nd through August 28th. One junior 17 and under plays free with a paying adult. Monday through Thursday anytime and Friday through Sunday after 9 a.m. Book your tee time today at VeradoGolfClub.com or call 623-388-3000. Verado Golf Club, where summer golf just got cooler.
Hey, baseball fans, don't miss your chance to meet star third baseman Eugenio Suarez. Live at Rip Valley Sports Cards on 2nd Street in Roosevelt in downtown Phoenix. This Saturday, June 28th. Bring your favorite gear, grab a photo, and get an autograph from Gino himself. Spots are limited, so lock yours in today at ripvalley.com/Gino. That's RIPValley.com/Gino. Meet slugger Eugenio Suarez live in person and get an autograph. This Saturday, June 28th at Rip Valley Sports Cards in downtown Phoenix. Don't miss it.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Progressive knows when you're on your boat, you're already on vacation. And Vacation You forgets all your worries. Vacation You doesn't even keep track of time and knows that time is a meaningless construct designed to control us, man. But Regular You knows you don't want to be too far out in the water after the sun goes down because Vacation You doesn't know how to navigate in the dark yet. Vacation You and Regular You really need to get on the same page. So bundle your boat with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
NBA Draft Special.
Here comes the commissioner to the podium right now to make this official.
The home of the Suns. Arizona Sports. The local sports leader.
To our podcast, we've just taken.
All right, we are back. It is the Arizona Sports NBA Draft Special. We are 17 picks in, alongside Kevin Zimmerman and Mitch Vareldis, and now Kellen Olson. Kellen, how are you doing over there? I'm Luke Lipinski. Kellen, what's up?
Hello there, and welcome to the Empire of the Suns podcast. I'm Kellen Olson, joined as always by Kevin Zimmerman. Kevin, what's up, man?
I like this.
Kevin, say something. Kevin, we're joined by Luke Lipinski and Mitch Vareldis here. We're doing live radio while we intro in what is going to be our podcast episode. This is called multitasking. This is called being efficient with your work time, everyone. Okay, back to the live radio. Go ahead.
Well, it's going to be amazing to listen back to.
Speaking of being efficient with your work time, somebody help me with the math here, okay? You get 5 minutes per pick. We are almost 2.5 hours into the draft. They've made 17 picks. So what's going on here?
Time doesn't exist, Luke. That's what happened.
I guess not.
We have to account for what? The commercials. You have to account for the pageantry that is the draft, and Adam Silver taking his sweet time to walk up to the stage. That's like an extra 30 minutes on top of it,
that's
right?
A good point. Well, let's get caught up on the picks since Malawatch, especially since Kellen is back now. So, again, I'll run through these. Kellen, since you're just freshly back, jump in if there's any of these players in particular you want to talk about, okay?
Sure.
Cedric Howard at number 11 goes to Memphis. Noah Senge goes to Chicago at 12. Derek Queen goes to the Pelicans at 13. Carter Bryant to San Antonio at 14.
Of course.
And of course, this too, Thomas Sorber to Oklahoma City.
The
at 15.
smart playmaking guy? No way.
No, just fall to Oklahoma City. Yang Hansen to Portland.
Didn't think we were going to hear his name called today. It's like today at
He
all.
was 40 on some boards,
He
way
goes
up
16th. Johan Berenger to Minnesota. It's Minnesota from Detroit via the Knicks, but I think ultimately Minnesota.
Makes sense.
And then Walter Clayton Jr. goes to Utah, who just moved up to 18. So Walter Clayton Jr. is a member of the Utah Jazz.
Ahead of Yakachonis, too.
Yeah,
Interesting.
really like Utah's draft so far. Ace Bailey, Walter Clayton Jr. But yeah, the fall right now is Kaspers Yakuchonis out of Illinois. He was someone who we were really talking about a lot as a potential selection for the Suns at 10. He was someone who, during the middle of the season, was like in the top 5 of some boards. So he's taking quite the tumble right now. Could land in a better situation because of that. That does tend to pan out well for some guys along the way.
I'll go to you first here, Kevin. I know you guys have talked about this a lot on the Empire of the Suns podcast, which this may or may not be right now.
It is. You need to lock in.
Okay. Which we're currently doing.
Thank you.
How deep do you consider this part of this draft? And maybe this part is wrapping up right now, but the part that the Suns were in the middle of the draft.
I think the, let's say, 9th pick through where we're at right now, 18, is pretty even with the talent and guys who can contribute. And Walter Clayton kind of, I mean, if he didn't make a run to the national championship, I don't know if he'd be here, I guess, but I think he showed a lot there. But yeah, I think it's pretty much there's a tier now that's going to be pretty even through 20 to 35 maybe of guys, where there's the Rasheer Flemings, the people we talked about, like Danny Wolf's falling too, by the way. So I think this is really the guts of where there could be some real steals. Yeah.
Mitch, anybody out there that you look at that you're like, wow, I can't believe this guy is still out there? I'm not going to say I'm surprised that Newell is still out there, but that was a guy. Talk about the Gambo Five. He was in there. He's the last remaining one that's still available, but also just a player that's like could be potentially a steal here at some point, and he's not even really listed as the best available. That's Yakachonis, like you said.
Yeah, we've mentioned Yakachonis already. As far as just looking at the rest of the big board that ESPN has, Liam McNeely, the guard out of UConn, Jace Richardson, who we all poke fun at, but is still a very talented guard and could very easily still go somewhere here in this latter part of the first round. I like you mentioning the members of the Gambo Five because I do think that is a fair gauge, right? Like if a team that is picking at 10th overall is considering a guy to be taken in that spot, then we can assume, like just between the four of us, that it's fair to say that Newell is either falling or he's just not seen as highly in the eyes of some other teams. Like Walter Clayton Jr., for example, a lot of the mocks were either end of the first round, beginning of the second round, and here he is going, 17, 18? Mm-hmm. So clearly the Utah Jazz had seen something from Walter Clayton Jr. that they really, really liked him in comparison to other players of his caliber at his position, because if the experts and the teams are this far separated from one another, then clearly there's just a difference of opinion there.
Luke, can I recenter the conversation back to Mark Williams for our podcast episode, please? I really appreciate that. Thank you. And hopefully what I'm about to say has inspired different conversations that you guys have had over the last 45 minutes or so. I'm confused. I'm confused by the moves that they've made. Not the move that they made to draft, to be clear, because Kaman Malawatch falling into your lap at number 10 is the type of scenario you hope for in a draft like this, that is top 7, top 8, and then a drop. So to get that guy there makes sense. It makes sense to draft him there. It makes sense to trade for Mark Williams, maybe giving up too much for a guy that couldn't pass a physical to go play center for a contender. That's a little bit concerning. A guy that you're about to pay a whole lot of money because you just gave up 2 first-round picks for him, albeit picks in the 20s. That makes sense. What doesn't make sense is doing this together. Now, I know there are a lot of Suns fans listening that say, we need a center now. Like, get Mark Williams now, develop Kaman Malawatch here for a couple of years. What do you need to do right now, though? That's really my question with this type of move. I don't understand the motivation. It's not a win now move, to be clear, but to have Mark Williams for the next couple of years while Malawatch develops, eventually they're 2 younger guys. Like Mark Williams isn't even he's 24, 25, 26, somewhere in that range right now, I think. He's not in a situation where he's going to be gone in 5 years or whatever. So you guys going to play these guys together? Do they see Malawatch as a stretch 4 down the line with his shooting potential? Is there Evan Mobley, Jordan Ott stuff there that they can do with him? I just have more questions for this move, and I really don't like the value that you got on trading for Williams specifically. So they did great with number 10, to be clear. They did awesome. But what they did outside of that, I'm just confused and perplexed by.
Can I ask you a question? And I'm this is probably breaking a rule of radio because I don't know the answer, and maybe you don't either. Those moves happened so simultaneously.
Yeah.
Do you think they were surprised? I mean, they were probably working on the Mark Williams trade, and all of a sudden, here it is, and Malawatch is on the board, and you've got like 30 seconds left on the clock or whatever.
Yeah, they must be so infatuated with Williams and what he could provide. They're actually pretty similar players. Like when you look at Malawatch's at least physical comparisons, like how long he is and how tall he is, it is Mark Williams in a lot of ways. I think that they were obviously just in love with the idea of trading for Mark Williams to the point where Malawatch was on the board. It's like, okay, great, take him and go from there. But it's not the situation where you should trade for Williams and then not take a center. You need to take Malawatch on the board there no matter what else you have lined up. It's the trade for Williams where it's like, okay, I know you guys love this guy, and even over the concerns, you feel like his medicals are great. You're going to pay him a lot of money. There's another element of this trade that's confusing. Vasily Micic is the guy going back in the trade. That was according to Jake Fisher. He's the guy's contract you're declining to duck under the second apron even further. Mm-hmm. Now you're just taking more money back. So now you got to open up money elsewhere to get under the second apron. This is the second time, Luke, in a week where they have made a trade that's going to require more trades. But when they made the Houston trade, it was, okay, we have Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, so now we have to trade at least two of Bradley Beal, Royce O'Neal, Grayson Allen. Now it's center. It's like, okay, now you have four centers, so what are you going to do with Nick Richards? What are you going to do with Oso Ighodaro? What are you going to do to get under the second apron with the $6 to $8 million more that you have to get rid of right now?
Kevin, this is your podcast. You get to respond now.
Mark Williams making $6.3 million this coming season, and then is going to be a restricted free agent. So you have to pay him and extend him off his rookie deal now.
You can do it this summer.
You can do it. Or you gave up two late first round picks to have a rental.
Do you want to sign him to an extension right now with the medical concerns, or do you want to wait a year? You could get him cheaper.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing you have to wait. I would want to see his medicals before I answer that question, Kellen. So, yeah, I mean, to get on your more skeptical side there.
Is your podcast always this contentious? Because I feel like I listen and it's not.
Are we
I don't think we're being contentious.
I'd listen to the recent one.
Yeah, come on.
You're misreading the vibe, dude. Go on.
I've got this draft capsule I want to play when you're done. Go ahead.
No, I appreciate the pushing back on this being the greatest thing because, yeah, I mean, his contract situation is a thing now, immediately. And, like, I get it if he's a stopgap, but why are we giving up? We just did this. We just did this with Nick Richards and gave up, 3 second-round picks for a stopgap center who turned out he's out of the – what is he now? You got to trade him and find him a new home. Like, so there's a lot of questions, and I guess I'll reserve judgment for – what do you do with Nick Richards? How do you figure out what Oso is? Or do you trade these guys and get pieces back? Do they have even high enough value? Nick Richards probably tanked his value. Oso, I don't know what his value would be on the trade market. So, yeah, this just adds more questions. But, like, we entered today already having a lot of questions about this roster. So I'm just curious now.
Yeah, it does. I mean, it legitimately does raise a lot of questions. Mitch, do you have any additional questions before I play this Nolan Traore draft capsule?
Specific to that, I guess if you're to take Kellen's approach and you were to compartmentalize these two deals, they used 3 first-round picks and Vasily Micic to get 2 centers, which I guess on that level, it doesn't sound as exciting as it did maybe an hour ago when we're like, wow, they got a steal
at the same time.
Right, and we were trying to separate the two. But to Kellen's point, I like the way that he approached it of, if this is what the Suns have done as their significant day of the offseason, they gave away 3 first-round picks and the contract of Micic, which is like $8 million or whatever. For the final year of Mark Williams, you would anticipate to then extend him, and a center that you expect to be a big part of your team this year and the next 3 years.
I do want to add Malawatch. Some of the things that people love about him beyond the measurables that are similar to Mark Williams are he took 16 threes, he made 4. That's a really small sample size, but there's something there if you say, can you play the 4? Can you have 2 bigs? And then the other part of that on the other side of the ball is he moved around really well, can hang on the perimeter for being 7 feet tall, and is not like the, hey, Rudy Gobert is going to get played off the court in the 4th quarter of the playoffs. Like, he has that type of potential where people think he can hang on the perimeter deep in games, in clutch games in the playoffs.
And one more thing I want to add here. I know we're getting late, Luke, but we're on a podcast now. We're not even.
Yeah, it doesn't matter
at this point, man. We're totally fine. We don't know how good Mark Williams is. Is he a top 10 center in the league? I don't think so, but we ran into this trap with Nick Richards before where we had a certain level of skills we assumed we were getting, and we took a guy from the Charlotte Hornets ecosystem. And so now you are doing it again, and does Mark Williams have the potential to be on an all-defense team? Absolutely. Is he a very good defensive big right now? I'd lean more towards good than great based on the ecosystem he's coming from, based on all sort of the intangible stuff he still has to learn in a winning environment, because all he's been doing is losing a lot of games his entire career. So yeah, skeptical is the word for me, and it's hard to say that word, and it's frustrating to use that word, Luke, because they hit a home run at number 10.
Yeah.
But it's just the other move doesn't make sense to me.
At the end of the day, real quick, sorry. This is about, again, going back to the front office and the coaching staff and them selling, like, we can develop players, we can turn guys from bad teams into good, strong centers, defensive anchors. And so, like, that's the big question. Can they do that with both of these guys, I guess?
I have a question for all three of you about Mark Williams. I'll ask it when we come back, though, because I am genuinely interested in your answers. Not that I'm not interested in your answers to other stuff, but this one in particular.
This is sick for the podcast listeners because they just get to hear it right after this. They don't get to hear the radio people, the stream
you're
people.
You're so thankful if you're on a podcast right now. It's a quick break, though. On the Arizona Sports NBA Draft Special here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-474-1867. 800-474-1867. Again, that's 800-474-1867.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle-quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta letting you know the biggest savings of the summer have arrived at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. No bull, folks. We're talking huge savings like never before, like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Denali EV. Save up to $21,000 off MSRP or take advantage of 0% APR financing with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP or 0% APR on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks If you need an SUV, they've got those too. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. So hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC. These deals won't last long. Stop in or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. Offers include all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 6/30/25.
NBA Draft Special. NBA Draft Special.
The Phoenix Suns select
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, we are back here on the Arizona Sports NBA Draft Special alongside Mitch Vareldis and Kevin Zimmerman and Kellen Olson. I'm Luke Lipinski. Kellen, because this may be used for...
It is.
Okay.
I'm speaking this into existence.
We've
It's
confirmed
happening.
it, yeah.
How many hours of radio have you done today?
I think we're up to like 5-ish now.
Oh,
I got a
that's
nice
it?
little break
Okay.
there because of you, buddy. Appreciate that.
Okay.
Look at that teamwork right there.
Got to
on the
compose
podcast.
my thoughts
Wow.
in a mature way.
Well, I want to ask you this about Mark Williams, and maybe this is a simple question, but you seem concerned about the addition. Are you concerned more because of inconsistency in play, or are you more concerned just because you don't know if he's going to be healthy?
All the above. Yeah,
Okay.
I think it's all the above. I think it's more with the injury and more with because like think about how badly the Lakers needed a center and how like not the West was wide open by any means, but after Oklahoma City, like that other team that was going to peek in, like it could have been anyone, and it could have been them as well if they would have added a center that really could have helped them, and that's who Mark Williams was supposed to be. But the physical and just they got scared off so bad that they declined the deal and then they signed Alex Len.
Wow, Alex Len reference on the show tonight. That's,
yeah, and the price as well. Like you wonder if two first rounders was too much. But the thing I do like about this trade, to be clear, is that 2029 first rounder is almost certainly going to be in the 20s. So you're not giving up some unprotected first or some first that has a really good chance to be a lottery pick. Like you give up the 29th pick and then another pick in the 20s. I just think that specific like package could have been used for someone else like that doesn't have these physical concerns or doesn't have these concerns about his like long-term potential that you're about to pay when you have to duck under with money. Like there's a lot of circumstantial stuff within his profile that makes me a bit hesitant of the move right now and makes me question it. And again, I'm going to repeat this every time I'm like questioning this move. I love taking Malawatch at 10. I think it's a great move. I think the Suns knocked it out of the park there. I think the move right next to it is the one that's really puzzling.
Kevin, same question for you, and then Mitch, I have an existential question for you, so just be ready for that.
All right, I just have to remove my headspace for a second.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I guess I'm actually, if I'm going to be a negative person in this double acquisition of a center scenario, I think I'm lower on Malawatch just producing right away than maybe you are, Kellen. So, like, I kind of see okay, it makes sense. You get your starter right now, and you have time to develop him in a good way and not put too much pressure on him because, like, look, the production was 8.6 points, 6.6 rebounds, 1.3 blocks, and he only played 21.3 minutes per game. So it's like, okay, same as Carter Bryant. Like, why was he not playing that much? Was it conditioning? Was it just he's a young guy on a really good team? It's probably that, right? But I do think he is a little more developmental than people think.
Raw.
Yeah,
he's raw.
He has all the natural talents. He has not played basketball since he was like 5 years old, and that's the biggest thing with him now. And I think them having a starting center makes sense still in the context of drafting Malawatch even just because of that. And I think he can watch, he can learn. And again, it goes back to the coaching staff that's not assembled yet. I don't think teaching and coaching and getting guys who have not been in these winning situations or in the NBA situation up to speed and playing the right way.
Let's reset the picks from 16 on, in case you're just joining us. Yang Hansen to the Portland Trail Blazers, the center out of China. Johan Berenger to the Minnesota Timberwolves. Walter Clayton Jr. to Utah. Nolan Traore to Brooklyn, who has like 97 picks in this draft somehow, and then Kasparis.
And apparently are going to use all of them.
Yeah, apparently. And then Jokic Jonas just went to the Miami Heat at number 20. So right now, Utah is on the clock.
10 more picks, 5 minutes each, so we'll be out of here in like 3 more hours, right?
Right
Is that how the math works?
Mitch, I wanted to ask you this. I think everybody is excited about the Malawatch pick at 10. It felt like coming into tonight, this is their last chance to get a potential, however you want to gauge it. Star player, all-star caliber, whatever, guy with major upside. It felt like this is their last chance to do it for a while. Because, again, all the trades that we're talking about, the other moves, are more like you got to move Beal, you got to shed salary somewhere. I mean, you could feasibly bring in a guy through free agency if you can move Beal, but it felt like this was kind of their last chance that we know of to go out there and add a player with major upside. Do you feel like they did that?
It's like, I guess the example I would use is on a dark, cloudy, stormy day. That's what the Phoenix Suns offseason is felt like what it's supposed to be, where it's remove this, tear down studs, start over. And yet, here comes this little rainbow coming through where Kaman Malawatch miraculously falls to the Suns with the pick that they got back that was theirs from the Houston Rockets by giving away one of those pieces that got Suns fans excited when he got here. And now it's been a messy divorce, for better or worse, at least from the fan base perspective. But for this rainbow to peer out of this dark and cloudy offseason has been the real boost that the Suns fan base has been looking for, because I don't think there was a lot of optimism about this offseason going in. And now there's at least this one small piece to hold on to for the next several months. I mean, heck, even during Summer League, we've actually got Summer League to look forward to in the next couple of weeks as well.
Kellen, we were talking about this. You were here, but you weren't in the studio. Of just, you go out there and you're finally adding players instead of just talking about who you're going to get rid of. And yes, we're all still talking about getting rid of Beal, but so much towards the end of the season was get rid of the coach. Are you going to move on from the GM? Are you going to move on from KD? Now they're finally adding some pieces. So similar question to what I just asked Mitch. When is their next opportunity to add an upside piece? Are we optimistic at all that they'll be able to get into a position where they can do that in free agency, or are we talking like years down the line?
Yeah, I think that's, again, like going to 29 and trading the 2029 first. Now they don't have any first-round picks they can trade anymore. That's the other dynamic of including 2029 in this. It's moving other pieces on the roster right now, but what kind of impact player can you get for Grayson Allen or Royce O'Neal or Dylan Brooks, or if Jalen Green becomes available, or Bradley Beal? It's probably not someone really that impactful. So this was their big shot to really make an impact, the Durant return, and then what they were going to do on draft night. So that's where we're at right now with them. There is one more parallel I wanted to mention with number 10 in this whole situation with Malawatch and Williams. You'll remember when Jalen Smith got picked number 10 overall 5 years ago, DeAndre Ayton existed. And we were like, wait a minute, this is a guy that is a tweener, sure, but he's probably going to play the 5 in the league. And then we later learned that the Suns were actually trying to develop him into this Pascal Siakam type, where he plays a lot of 4. He plays a little bit of 5. They tried that. It went horribly wrong. And then Jalen Smith is in the NBA now playing the 5. I'm not saying that's what they're doing with Malawatch, but again, some of the thought here long term, if you're looking at this as two guys who are going to be a part of your team for the next 5 to 7 years, would be them playing together, unless Mark Williams is only playing 24 minutes a game and each of these guys are splitting time like that. It's just one of those things, again, just from a sheer value perspective, with how little value, to your question, the Suns have, where the utilization of it was going to be really important for the next week or so.
Let me ask you before we hit the break, because you brought up that draft. I said this to Gambo when we first got in here after the pick was made, that when Malawatch was slipping at 8 and then at 9, and it's like, okay, is Toronto going to take him? Are they going to have visa issues to be able to get him to play enough games? Is he going to slip to 10? It did have Tyrese Halliburton vibes from 5 years ago. I don't think Malawatch is going to be anywhere near as good of a player as Halliburton, but probably more by nature of their positions and what they're going to be asked to do. He's not going to be like that star power sort of guy, but did you get those vibes? I mean, when he's dropping, you're sitting there at 10 and you have a guy potentially slipping to you right there. Kellen, I'm going to go to Kevin.
I was zoning out because, I was zoning out. Hey, can I throw a conspiracy theory out?
Do it.
Since
we love conspiracy theories here.
Mark Williams, as I mentioned, is on an expiring deal. He will be a restricted free agent.
Yeah.
Could you flip him at the trade deadline even? How many guys on this current
season
can you trade him? 6 months out?
Yeah, you can trade him in 6 months. But is his value going to be better or worse than what you just gave up? Are you willing to take some costs at that point?
I mean, he might get hurt before
I'm going to go super far back. And when they acquired Isaiah Thomas from the Sacramento Kings, and they had 2 point guards on the roster, and they got a third, there was a very obvious reason, and that was because they got him on a really good deal, and they could flip him. They did not flip him and get a lot of good in return, but they did that for a very good reason. And this is a situation where, like, every single player on this roster still, other than Devin Booker, should be on the trading block. Like, we should hear the same noise that we heard this last season all summer about every single player except Devin Booker. Like, that's what should be happening. And I'm just throwing that out there about maybe Mark Williams is that, obviously down the road before the trade deadline, but just gives you a starting caliber player that maybe the Lakers will be like, oh yeah, we do want you. Sorry, your back's fine. Like, I don't know.
We don't want it to be the inverse. We don't want Malawatch to be that guy, right? Like, Mark Williams comes in and he's pretty good and like he's solid and you're feeling good about paying him. Like, he's playing, he's healthy, and you're like, oh, now we could trade Malawatch for like a piece that's in his late 20s. No, do not do that.
No,
keep this guy. Rely on the upside. Like, the ceiling for him is crazy. Like, it's exactly the type of talent they needed. It's a home run that they got him. They need to keep him.
It's not technically a brand new regime because it's from within hire from a year ago, 2 years ago. But is this where we start to see, to your theory, the breakdown of players that are no longer wanted on this roster, right? Like, do we potentially, and maybe this is too much of a stretch, but is this now a real removal of Oso Ighodaro, a guy that was drafted a year ago, and maybe on the surface looks a little obsolete when you add two centers within a span of basically a minute of each other? Like, yes, they have the G League system, but he's only going to be under contract for another year plus, if that. Whereas you've now invested 3 first-round picks in 2 centers. You could probably make a case that it might be days numbered for Oso if he can't fight his way out of the now thicker competition.
Yeah, I mean, this goes back to Kellen's original point of you are making moves that require additional moves, and that, yeah, I mean, it doesn't feel like there's any sort of resolution. Not that we expected like total resolution on draft night, but it's just like, okay, you made a move that probably sets you up where you have to make another move. And I don't know, does Oso get attached if they find a way to move Beal? Is that something? I mean, I don't really want that to happen, but is that an option?
Luke, can I say one thing here?
Yes.
Thank you so much for listening to the Empire of the Suns podcast. We'll be back in like 2 to 3 days. Free agency preview. Gregory's going to talk after this, Kevin. We got
Unless tomorrow's crazy.
Second round picks. Maybe there's some trades tomorrow to talk about as well. But this has been the Empire of the Suns podcast. Thank you so much for listening. Goodbye.
Are we going to do the next episode, next segment?
You talk too quick. Like, that's going to be a really quick edit.
Well, you got a good editor.
Man, God.
I also just want to point out.
Didn't you have a podcast forever?
For the people. Don't you know? Yeah. And sadly, I'm the one that edited it, too, so you'd think I'd know better. Yeah. Will Riley just went to the Washington Wizards in that trade with Utah, the 21st pick. Will Riley, the guard out of Illinois. So back-to-back guards out of Illinois going in this draft. We are up to pick number 22 when we come back. It is the Arizona Sports NBA Draft Special on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta here to tell you about the hottest deals of the summer being offered at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, now through Independence Day. Earnhardt Ford's general manager John Nissen and his team are rolling out nearly every remaining 2024 new Ford car, truck, or SUV now below employee price. Like their built in the USA 2024 Ford F-150 STX models and Escape SUVs at amazing low rates and big Ford bonus cash offers. Add in the wildly popular 2024 Bronco Sport Badlands, and your summer is ready to roll. Plus, buy with confidence with Earnhardt and get a 3-year, 36,000-mile maintenance plan at no charge. All offers require approved credit. Hurry into Earnhardt Ford and get the star-spangled deals you've been looking for, or check them out online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the Noble Protection Package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks after all applicable offers. Employee pricing available on select models. AXZD plans and eligible for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See deal for details. Offers in 7/6/25.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Automation. When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
NBA Draft Special.
Here comes the commissioner to the podium right now to make this official.
The home of the Suns. Arizona Sports. The local sports leader.
All right, Kellen Olson is just gone. He left. He's off to do Kellen Olson things, which I would assume entails writing. Kevin Zimmerman is still here, loyal to the end, as is Mitch Feraldis. I'm Luke Lipinski.
Bottom left, Kev. There you go.
As I told you guys during the break, we're going to record the next half hour as the Wolf and Luke show, so Rick and I can come in late tomorrow.
Do you want me to say "chaw" a few times?
Just to periodically, yeah.
This is like the Wolf and Empire at Night show.
With me. Featuring Rick.
And I also like the idea of Kevin switching seats every 2 segments now, just to keep things lively.
Well, I'll switch with you next, so that way we can at least get our legs moving.
All right, yeah, just to get some steps in.
Yeah.
Drake Powell just went to...
Who's Drake Powell?
Oh, boy, he went to Atlanta, but he actually went to Brooklyn. It's funny you ask that, Mitch. This is who Drake Powell is.
Bobby Marks, player profile.
Drake Powell. Powell's NBA size and strength allows him to absorb contact at the rim. A spot-up shooter who made 40% of his catch-and-shoot three-pointers last year at North Carolina. His strength and versatility on the defensive end will allow him to see NBA minutes his rookie season.
Thanks, Bobby.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
You have any other questions for Bobby Marks? Because I'm sure I've got some answers for you over
Does
here.
Bobby know why the Phoenix Suns are doing what they're doing, and how Bobby is viewing the Phoenix Suns night in his eyes? Those are things I'm curious about. But I don't know if he has capsules for any of those.
He did not pre-record any of his thoughts. For
Do we have an
possible
old
scenario.
Mark Williams capsule hanging around?
Probably somewhere, but I don't have it here. Here, I'm going to play this one other draft capsule. This was the pick before Powell. This is Will Riley.
Bobby Marks, player profile.
Will Riley, a big wing with a versatile offensive game. Riley attacks closeouts and finishes through contact. An active off-ball mover who finds seams in the defense. Riley displays smooth shooting mechanics and good touch.
Thanks, Bobby.
So you didn't even ask about that, Mitch. And you just
I didn't, but now I know a little bit more about Will Riley out of Illinois. Probably not as much as Lauren Koval could have told me about Will Riley out of Illinois, but it's certainly helpful in a moment like this.
We should have had her just come in and do live draft capsules for all the Illinois players. But
that definitely would have helped a ton.
Kevin, I'm going to ask you this.
Yeah.
Okay. Don't you like how I'm telling you I'm going to ask you questions now? That's how the show's going. The moves, you were talking about this a little bit earlier, as was Kellen. The moves they've made so far don't really free up any of the aprons. So is this all being done it looks like it's being done with the assumption they're going to be able to get rid of Beal, and then they don't have any of these cap. Because even moving Durant really hasn't put them in any better situation yet financially.
I am prepared for this question because I was looking at salary cap tables as you asked me.
Wow.
Thankfully,
Attaboy.
So if Spotrac is correct, they're about 11 million over the second apron. Obviously, all of this is moving into like basically live right now. But like if you think about it, Kevin Durant trade is not going through until July 6th, and that's basically the new league year. But it's a move that only it's basically set up for a second apron team to make. So they're going to make that move, and then like there are options to get under. So if I go down here, like obviously Bradley Beal is 53.7 million. If you move him, you stretch and waive whatever, then that changes things. Okay. Other people that are on the trading block probably Grayson Allen 16.9 million, Royce O'Neal 10.1 million, Cody Martin 8.7, and he's non-guaranteed, so I don't know if they would just eat it.
They have to make that decision pretty soon. Too.
Yeah, and so he's one like possibly by the end of the month, right? I think Gambo said that.
Yeah.
Micic is headed back. They actually saved like $1.5 million or $2 million somewhere in there. In making the Mark Williams trade. Nick Richards is $5 million non-guaranteed. So there, like, if you add this up, there are ways to get under the second apron, I think, pretty soon here after the KD trade happens. But yeah, I mean, a lot of the things with trading those guys is you have to take cap or salary back. So that's not necessarily going to save you a ton. So it's just adding all that stuff up.
Why? I'm going to ask this question.
That's a very good question, by the way.
Why? Why? Mitch, your answer to this question. Why? This is a philosophical question. I will grant you that, but whatever. It's 8 o'clock at night.
Look, I love being asked philosophy questions for something like this. It makes me feel...
Why even have the apron system? Why not just have a hard cap? Because you've made it so it's almost impossible to get out of the aprons because you can only make apron-type trades.
Can we ask newest member of the Washington Wizards, C.J. McCollum, why the aprons exist? Everybody's been doing a lot of blaming him and the rest of the players.
Oh, I have no idea, but I'm just going to say, I thought you were talking about me, Mitch.
No, I was talking specifically about McCollum.
Yeah, I know. I thought you were talking about, Wizards fan me, but no. But I don't know how that exists.
I was talking about the president of the Players Association.
Jumped in to say he doesn't know.
I think there should be a hard cap.
When you said C.J. McCollum, did you mean me?
Can I answer?
No.
Go ahead.
Yes,
Did you just watch the NBA Finals? Were those heavy apron teams?
Neither of them were, as a matter of fact. They were neither.
That is why they exist.
Yeah,
I know.
But
I think
I'm
it's
being
stupid.
too literal.
Here's why I think it's stupid. And I don't mean to bring my rooting interest into this, but I don't think it makes sense for an executive of a basketball team that went to the Western Conference semifinals this past year to even entertain the idea of trading their best player, the best player they've ever had in the entire history of their franchise, for the sake of getting out of the second apron. I feel like that's a very stupid thing to have to insinuate in a press conference, and it's basically what the state of the league has become, right? Like, if you had your choice, let's pretend the second apron doesn't exist. Would you still be trading Kevin Durant this offseason, knowing the season that they just had?
No, because I don't think that it would have just completely changed the landscape.
It just feels like they traded him because of the second apron, and that was the only way that they could restructure the roster. Like, that's what I think is the biggest reason as to why they had to move him. Otherwise, I'm like, no, keep him. He's still good.
The caveat, the only reason I would say that is because Ishbia, I think, would just keep spending. Like, if there was no punishment for it, I think he would just say, but if I had a different owner who wasn't willing to spend, then maybe you do still have to trade Kevin Durant. But Kevin, it almost feels like a trap the way they have it set up. Like, hey, come over here and spend into the second apron. You'll never get out.
I feel like it's rewarding teams like Indiana and the Thunder who put together good basketball teams, and I think that's important. But there is something to be said for what did the T-Wolves do after last season when they had Cat and Rudy Gobert and they broke through and Ant's the star, and you're almost at that step where you're in the finals. You trade one of your star players. The Celtics right now are basically, it looks like a fire sale, and like Derek White's going to be their best player soon enough if they keep going at this because Brown's still there. Tatum's injured. So all these really good teams are acting, to your point, Nuggets guy over here, are scared. Even the Clippers, and Ballmer's was the Ishbia before Ishbia is like, I'm going to spend so much money. I'm going to pour money into this roster. And they've hit that point. So, yeah, I think it is harmful because, like, if you hit, like, the Suns obviously have mismanaged, like, putting together good rosters. But if they had success this year or last year, for example, they would still be in this position where it's like, if we lose one of our key core players like Bruce Brown a few years ago with the Nuggets who helped them win a title, like you either have to hit the eject button or just try to keep petering along by like signing undrafted free agents, and it's just tough.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. I mean, the Suns could have won the title this year, and they'd still be in a similar situation financially. Before we hit the break, CJ McCollum, do you have anything you'd like to add to this?
I'm not CJ McCollum.
Oh, so now he's not.
Oh, now you're not CJ McCollum. Fine. All right, we'll come back with lots more. We are up to pick number 24 in the NBA draft. Hey, somebody good just went off the board at 23. It's the Arizona Sports NBA Draft Special on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Progressive knows road trips without your pet can be tough.
Hi, this is Next Stop Dog Boarding.
Hi, it's Scott again. How's Squeaks doing? You can tell if he's stressed by his eyebrows. Oh, and his breathing should sound like this.
Scott, Squeaks is exactly the same as last time you called.
Okay, let's talk in 20 to see if anything's changed.
With Progressive, your pet is covered up to $1,000 in vet bills in case of a car accident. So next time, you can take your pet with you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Coverage for dogs and cats is included with the purchase of collision coverage and subject to policy terms.
If you're trying to get through your daily activities and you're noticing you can't because you're focusing more on your pain than being able to enjoy the moment, those are the patients that we're looking to treat because we can make a difference.
That's Dr. Ashley Caravelli, a medical director for QC Kinetics.
What we're doing at QC Kinetics is offering treatments that help with joint preservation. We use cutting-edge technology and our in-house lab to harness your body's natural healing powers and target the areas where you need them the most.
These are regenerative, non-surgical treatments, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader, delivering lasting relief to tens of thousands of patients.
What we do know is that the sooner we start treatment, the sooner you'll see relief.
So don't wait another minute. See if you're a good candidate for these non-surgical treatments for joint pain. The consultation is completely free.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk. A wireless company that actually stands for something.
What if we get this same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150, work truck or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months, plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Ben for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Ben 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer? Can we sleep cooler? Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number 4th of July sale. Save over $600 on our King P5 smart bed, our lowest price of the season. Limited time. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. To learn more, visit one of our 12 Phoenix Sleep Number stores or visit sleepnumber.com.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7. The NBA Draft. This is your exclusive home for Phoenix Suns basketball. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. NBA Draft Special.
We are so back. Luke Lipinski alongside Kevin Zimmerman, Mitch Vareldis, and Rick is here, although sometimes he's CJ McCollum, depending on the question. So
he's both now.
Just be aware of that. A couple picks have happened since we went to break. So let's start with number 23. That was New Orleans.
Bobby Marks, player profile.
Asa Newell, an athletic big man with a modern skill set. Newell thrives as a rim runner and above-the-rim finisher, a versatile and switchable defender with elite awareness. Newell has shown flashes of potential as a perimeter shooter.
So he went what number overall?
23.
So that was a guy that was in Gambo's 5. And I think he's the latest picked of all of the Gambo 5, if I'm not mistaken.
All of the other Gambo 5s were right around where the Suns picked. They had Colin Murray Boyles, right? He went 9. Noah Senge went 12th.
Yep.
Derek Queen went 13th. Carter Bryant went 14th. So only Newell was the only one that didn't end up.
I wonder how differently he was looked at, or how teams' needs were different in comparison to going after Asa Newell.
I saw him at like 30 in some mocks, though, or big boards, I guess.
Okay. So he would have been seen as a reach?
He would have been the biggest reach out of the Gambo 5, correct?
Okay.
Yeah.
The other ones, Kevin, since you bring that up, were pretty well bunched together. And you said this during a break, Malawatch being there kind of pulled them out of having to make a tough decision. Now, who knows? Maybe on their big board they had one of those guys clearly ahead of the others, and it wasn't a tough decision. But most people had those guys all grouped together. Oh, Jace Richardson just went off the board, not to the Suns. So the only Michigan State product in
bummer.
here is going to Orlando.
Jeez.
But because Malawatch was there, they really didn't even have to get tangled up in that whole web of trying to pick who to draft there.
Yeah, and it was kind of scary at 9 when Colin Murray Boyles actually went off the board, because everyone thought, okay, he fits kind of what they've said they want as far as just the motor and positionally. And then some of the other guys like Noah Senge, who was in, if I'm saying that name correctly, he was in the Gambo 5, and that was super surprising because he's kind of this like 6'10", sub 200-pound wing.
Yeah.
We don't really know what he is. He's like could be a really good defender. Does he shoot well enough? He's a really good slasher, cutter. So like they would have been it would have been a toss up to me, and like Carter Bryant would have been kind of the guy like, okay, I trust that I know what he's going to be. So they kind of dodged a bullet and having to make, I guess you said it well off air, having to make a decision because they just had this dude fall into their lap. And I think that's when the luck thing, like I mentioned earlier in the show, like no one's going to remember like who was on the board or whatever. They'll just be like, Khalid Malawatch is a good player, you would hope, in 5 years. But go look at the Dallas Mavericks. I mean, like Cooper Flagg's going to be a good player, but they still traded Luka Doncic and then ended up with that pick. Like, like that's still luck at the end of the day, and that doesn't completely erase everything else that has happened. Is what I'll say.
And that the Mavericks example is the most extreme example in NBA history.
Yeah. Look, I think you can argue it would have been even more fun if it was Luka Doncic running alongside Cooper Flagg. But we'll never know.
Why would you? Because Luka Doncic apparently wasn't good enough for the Dallas Mavericks.
Only one first-round pick. Still
Mark
wild
Williams
to
is
me.
Yeah, what do you say?
Mark Williams went for 2 first-round picks.
Dallas didn't have time to try and get a second first-round pick. It was the middle of the season.
You got to make that trade when you have it.
Yeah.
Get it done.
When you have a chance to give away a generational talent, you don't think twice. You just do it.
When you can get an injury-prone, otherworldly center, let me tell you.
And then act shocked when he was hurt 2 weeks later and be like, well, the trade would have worked. If
In
it
the middle of his best game as a member of the Mavericks, which is just so typical Anthony Davis in his entire career.
The other picks. Okay, so Nick Clifford went ultimately to Sacramento via Oklahoma City and a few other teams, but he is ultimately now a Sacramento King.
Bobby Marks, player profile.
Nick Clifford, an athletic wing with a well-rounded skill set, an elite rebounder for his size. Clifford averaged 9.6 rebounds this past season at Colorado State. A much improved spot-up shooter, Clifford shot greater than 50% in his 2 years at Colorado State. A long, disruptive, and switchable defender.
I'm just curious what the heck the Kings are supposed to be. You got Zach LaVine, you got DeMar DeRozan, now you're adding Nick Clifford, you have Domantas Sabonis. What is that team supposed to be in the West? They'll probably be better than the Suns for what it's worth, but I just don't understand what direction they're going whatsoever.
Are they going to make a trade? I feel like DeRozan or Sabonis could be traded this summer. I feel like that's
fair.
where we're at.
I've been asking myself what the Sacramento Kings are since I started watching basketball. So for you to bring it up tonight, I feel like this is really my moment. And then here, this is Gambo said before he left earlier, he was kind of waiting around and just double checking with his connections to see if the Suns were going to do anything else tonight, and he said they're not.
Yeah.
And it's not like I didn't believe him, but I now officially believe him because Jace Richardson is officially off the board to Orlando. So why would they trade back in now that this guy's gone?
Bobby Marks, player profile.
Jace Richardson, a skilled combo guard with an innate feel for the game and an efficient and polished mid-range scorer with great touch. Richardson plays with a tremendous pace and finishing through contact, a tenacious and focused defender with active hands.
Kevin, we've joked about Jace Richardson for certainly since the Kevin Durant trade, but even before that, because he's really the only Michigan State prospect in this draft. Suns Michigan State connections aside, though, that's a pretty good player, and it kind of feels like he went a little bit lower than at least I thought he was going to go.
Yeah, I think he's stuck in between point guard, shooting guard a little undersized, doesn't have the pure playmaking stuff of a traditional point guard. But yeah, I mean, he's a good example of what you're getting type player. I mean, I'm looking at who's available. I think Rasheer Fleming is one of those guys I really liked when the Suns had the 29 pick. Of just, smaller school, but he's an NBA 4, athletic, can shoot a little bit, super efficient, again, and get at a smaller school. Yeah, I mean, this draft has some intriguing guys, and that's where, again, we keep talking about this, I think, but just basically from 20 to 35, I think you can get some really good talent and guys who could be starting quality players.
Mitch, you said this a while ago. It was right after they made the pick, but I kind of want to circle back to it because I think it's something a lot of Suns fans feel. They went out there and they picked a player that, it's not like you're just panicking, hey, we're in win now mode. We took this guy that's going to help us right now. We have to win right now. You pick Malawatch. It by all accounts, certainly seems like the right pick, at least in the moment. We got to see how it pans out. But in the moment, the right pick. But it's also a pick you make when you are seemingly willing to be patient. And what you said earlier, maybe this is starting to build a little trust from the fan base because you don't really know this GM at all. And, Matt Ishbia has been clear he wants to do things much differently now. And so far, that had just been hire Michigan State guys and trade Kevin Durant for a return that maybe wasn't as much as you would have hoped for. This, though, maybe starts to build some trust.
Yeah, just a little bit. The way I had phrased it earlier is this seems like the most serious move that this organization has made this offseason, right? Like elevating Brian Gregory into a role where he has next to no experience. That was flag number one. Flag number two was the fact that Jordan Ott had a Michigan State connection there. That doesn't knock his resume. Like, we all agreed that his resume is good enough to be a head coach. Was he the best choice? Maybe, maybe not. Only time will tell on that one. This Kevin Durant trade, which I haven't been able to talk about publicly yet, but I hated it. As far as the return is concerned, Houston basically gave up next to nothing as far as their core. And I feel like they're going to be really competitive with KD for the next however many years that he's there. And they only gave up one of those Suns picks, meaning that the Suns can't really reload even more in the future and protect this roster going forward. But I guess I'm not fully forgiving, but I feel a little bit better about the direction based off of just what they were able to do tonight with the picks and how they utilize them, if that makes sense.
Why were you not publicly allowed to talk about the Durant? Did you sign an
I was on
NDA or
vacation. I
something?
refused to.
Okay.
It happened while I was away. I was, recovering from a wedding the night before. So suffice it to say, I wasn't in any mood to talk about it.
That made you not allowed.
Yeah.
You made bad decisions.
I was disallowing myself.
Okay.
That's good.
I didn't want to say anything I would regret.
You should have just talked about it at the wedding the whole time to anybody that would listen, even if people were trying to get married.
No. It happened on a Sunday. The wedding was the night before.
All right.
It wasn't worth it.
I will say, this could have gone badly in two different scenarios if we play the what if game. Okay. And the what if would be if Malawatch was on the board and they went and picked like the Asengwe or Asanul and they're just a big reach there, or more of a reach, I guess. Or the other situation, if Malawatch was off the board and then again at 9 Murray Boyles is off the board, and then you're picking between a bunch of unknowns, kind of where they're like, it wouldn't be a bad pick, but even the Gambo 5 options were kind of very different, I guess. So to me, this is safe. They look like they're in tune with what other NBA front offices saw in, I guess, the tiers of this draft, if that makes sense. And so, yeah, they're not going to get much pushback from anyone on that pick.
All right, we're definitely going to play the what if game when we come back, because you just sparked a what if for me. Okay,
yeah.
We'll be back in just a moment. It's the
Good
Arizona
job,
Sports
Kev. Yeah.
NBA Draft Special on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-million. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, summer savings are in full swing. What's the hot deal this June? Hey, Dave, we're bringing the heat with unbeatable offers. All month long, save $12,500 on a new 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 or $7,000 on a new 2025 GMC Sierra HD Pro, SLE, or SLT. Every driver scores this June with summer savings that deliver. So visit Liberty GMC in Peoria or shop online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
NBA Draft Special.
The Phoenix Suns select.
The home of the Suns. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, we are through 26 picks now. It is the Arizona Sports NBA Draft Special. Luke Lipinski, Kevin Zimmerman, and Mitch Ferreldis. This was the 26th pick. This one went to Brooklyn, and I believe, if I'm doing the counting right here, this is Brooklyn's 4th pick tonight.
Wow. Bobby Marks, player profile.
Ben Saraf, a crafty combo guard with a high basketball IQ. Saraf excels in the pick and roll situations. He makes quick reads and uses his angles and touch to score effectively in traffic.
And Brooklyn is also on the clock, about to make their 5th pick right now. Mitch.
Do we have a... Let me see if I could pull up the Brooklyn recap, because they've actually... I remember when Bobby had reported it earlier that they were going to use all of their picks, and I just feel like, wow, that's a wild strategy.
Well, I have the picks here if you want them.
Igor Demin
Yep.
at 8, and Nolan Traore at 19,
Mm-hmm.
Ben Saroff at 26.
Drake Powell. You're missing a Drake Powell
okay.
in
So,
there, too.
of course, there's a trade that I'm missing in there. How could I? Drake Powell, Ben Saroff, and now they're taking Danny Wolf. He kind of fell, too, in terms of...
Are they taking Danny Wolf?
Yeah,
I think.
I saw it pop up on the screen.
They showed him, and he looked really sad. So is that because he's
Joy?
getting drafted by Brooklyn?
Well, the Chiron's about to change here in the studio, and who is Adam Silver congratulating? He's congratulating Danny Wolf out of Michigan.
All right, out of the green room, we're happy for Danny Wolf.
Well, so was he sad that he thought he was going to drop out of the first round? He looked pretty broken up, but then he got drafted the very next pick. So now I don't know if he was sad because he's going to Brooklyn.
He seems happy now.
Okay.
Let's be happy for Danny Wolf. He's not. I think is Liam McNeely is still.
Liam
in the
McNeely is still on the board. Like so,
of green room guys. Like that's the one where you don't want to sit there and be the last guy sitting there in front of everyone at this arena. Yeah.
Yes, everybody.
You don't want to be what's his name, Will Levis, the night that he was sitting around the entire first round back a couple of years ago.
He brought that on himself because he put mayonnaise in his coffee.
That can't be the only reason he brought it on himself.
He eats bananas with the peels on them too.
Wait,
That's
is
the
this
other
true?
reason.
Are you
Yes.
just making up?
No.
Are you spreading lies? This sounds like a lie
How would
fest
I make
here.
something like that? Who sits around and thinks up that lie? Here, since Danny Wolf just got drafted, he is Brooklyn's 5th pick tonight.
Bobby Marks, player profile.
Danny Wolf, a versatile big man with a great feel for the game. Wolf is a skilled ball handler and passer for his size. He can bring the ball up the floor and initiate offense. A tenacious rebounder with a nose for the ball.
Danny Wolf has hugged everybody in that arena on his way to the podium.
Is he the last one, or is there still...
McNeely was still there. He hugged him, yeah.
I'm sure he would go in one of these three, right? Like, Boston just traded away Drew Holiday. Are they really going to run the court with only Derek White and only Peyton Pritchard? And, yeah, they got Anthony Simons, but he's not a traditional point either. I don't know. This has been kind of a wild draft once it got past the first 10. I don't know how y'all feel.
The picks left are Boston right now, then the 29th pick, which was the Suns, but they traded it to Charlotte. So if you were waiting to hear that 29th pick, keep waiting, but just know it won't be the Suns. And then the Clippers have the 30th pick. So this is the what-if game I wanted to play, okay? Kevin, I'll start with you. If Malawatch had been off the board, who would you have taken at 10?
Oh, man. I'm not prepared for that. Murray Boyles is gone.
I guess
in this theoretical. So the 9 picks are gone. Okay, I would go Thomas Sorber, and that's one where he went 15 to the Thunder. And my podcast co-host and friend Kellen Olson was super high on him. He was his number one. If he had, here's my top 5 guys that are favorites. He's a traditional center where you watch the tape. It wasn't a very good Georgetown team, but legit 7-footer, not the best athlete, but moves well, knows where to be. He also is like an initiator type hub center where he makes catches in the post or up high, and he knows where he's swinging it. He sees he just processes things super fast.
Yeah.
But then you look at defensively a shot blocker, but also just in passing lanes, which is weird for a center, and just again knows what's coming. And I just think he was a home run. I know that guy's going to be a starter, or at least in the league for a long time, kind of like a Tristan Thompson, where it's do you think of Tristan Thompson as this great center? No, but there's a reason he stuck around. So I really liked him, and that also would have fixed the Suns center issue.
And just to be clear for everybody that's listening, and they're like, man, that sounds like a really good player. Where did he end up? Oklahoma City, of course. Mitch, who would you have taken if Malawatch was not there?
You could say that my approach to this is a rather irresponsible method, but I feel like if you can perform very well on the biggest stage and even perform it was the one buzzer beater of the entire NCAA tournament, Derek Queen hitting that for Colorado State.
Yeah.
If you can make those kinds of moments happen on the biggest stages, I want you on my team, right? Can you be trusted when the moment is close and when the moment is tightest and the clutchest of moments? And him to do that as a freshman for a Maryland team that, they joked it was the Crab Five, right? How unique that team was and how special that team was. Derek Queen was the biggest part of their success. I thought he's not your traditional center, right? He's very much a stretch the floor 5, which that can't be the worst possible thing in the world if you space things out. How much has Devin Booker complained about spacing, right? adding Derek Queen to that mix could have easily presented a stretch 5 option for them.
We've got Boston's pick just came in. It was Hugo Gonzalez. So the Celtics are, and I don't think they traded that or anything. They actually drafted him. So the Celtics are an interesting team, Kevin, just because who knows who's going to be on that team next year. We just know Jason Tatum probably isn't playing, and Kristaps Porzingis isn't there.
Who's their center right now?
Do they still have Taco Fall?
I know a team that has a couple if they need one.
Yeah, the Celtics are basically punting on the season, it looks like. I mean, I don't even know if Simons is going to be moved or shopped at this point. Kind of a Jalen Green situation where it's like, does he fit there? I don't know, but also he'll help you score if you want to be competitive and remain competitive this year. So, yeah, I guess you call it a transition year because you know Tatum's going to be lost pretty much.
Which is crazy because, 3-4 months ago, they were the favorites to win their second straight NBA title.
What is that? So it's Jaylen Brown, Derek White, Anthony Simons. They added George Niang as part of moving off of Kristaps Porzingis. They are adding Hugo Gonzalez in the draft. Peyton Pritchard. Then a bunch of hands raised in the air like, I do care, but I just don't care. Because it's the East is a fascinating conference next year. Like, it's a bummer that the Suns couldn't be an Eastern Conference team, or at least
Phoenix isn't in the East somehow. Can we look at the lines of geography here?
I've looked at the lines before. I think we're pretty set here.
Something east of the Mississippi. But because
are we sure the Earth doesn't rotate on its west and its east axis?
Kyrie, can you give us a different perspective, Kyrie Irving? On where?
Let's get Kyrie on the phone right now. Kyrie, are you in the control room?
For geography reasons, yeah.
Who was it asking earlier if he actually had that ACL anyway?
That feels like that was 3 weeks ago.
Oh my gosh.
Here's the draft profile real quick on Hugo Gonzalez.
Bobby Marks, player profile.
Hugo Gonzalez, a defensive-minded wing with solid physical tools. Gonzalez has length and quickness to guard multiple positions. He is explosive in transition, uses his shiftiness to attack the rim, and makes sound decisions on both ends of the floor.
We're to the point of the draft where everybody that's getting drafted is really crying a lot on the air. And so
the Wolf family's got a lot of tears flowing.
And then Hugo Gonzalez, too, is he sad that Danny Wolf went to Brooklyn, or why is he crying? Because he at least went to, a formerly good team. There's only 2 picks left here, and gentlemen, the next pick is going to wear a Phoenix Suns hat, even though he's not a member of the Phoenix Suns.
This is one of my biggest gripes about, it's everybody's biggest gripe about how the NBA draft process works. Like, Luka Doncic was wearing an Atlanta Hawks hat when he got drafted. Yeah. Like, why? Why is this always happening?
Seems like such an avoidable thing. Let's do this, Kevin.
Mm-hmm.
Second round. I'm not going to ask you for a name because they don't pick till 52. But what are you trying to address? Actually, can you mock out the next 23 picks? What would you be looking for? Or, do they package those and try and move up into the 40s or something?
Yeah, I think it kind of will look similar to last draft, where I would try to package them just because then you have a little more control of getting into a more, not the bargain bin end of the draft. 52 and 59, move up to maybe late 40s if I'm doing math right, and that's, again, I don't have the comparable trade what's fair thing in front of me.
Well, they did technically pick up a bunch of seconds from Houston.
Yeah.
They could probably package those if they wanted to move up.
But yeah, I guess to answer your question though, what do you want? I think going after experienced college, you know what you're getting, guys. They pass the character test. You know they're going to work hard. Maybe they have a couple flaws, but they give you one NBA translatable skill. Guard would be good still, I think, because they're going to move these other guys. And definitely on-the-ball guard, I think, is something you look for. Or a power forward. Again, power forward is one where we don't know what it looks like right now. And if they had the 29 pick, I'm just going to shout out to Rasheer Fleming. I like that guy. Yeah, that's where I'm going. That's off. Dreams, dreams gone now. But Mark Williams is here.
Mitch, same for you. What are you looking for? Not necessarily a player, but we'll go through some of the best availables after this.
Just somebody who's not going to add to the surplus of shooting guard / wing types and centers that they have. Maybe not somebody who's going to be an immediate starter for them, but somebody that they could develop into being a sneaky piece in the future. I don't think, maybe they look at it differently just because of what little assets they have to their disposal right now, but I don't think they necessarily need to shoot for valuable rotation guy with this pick, almost like they kind of had to last year when getting Oso Ighodaro, and he was immediately thrust in the rotation. I don't know if they have to do that with whatever pick this is here. So I would say go and get the guy that, one, doesn't add to the surplus, and two, you're comfortable with developing over the course of the next year plus.
It feels like the Beal thing. Obviously, it's hanging over the team still, Kevin. It's
hanging over me.
It's hanging specifically over Mitch, and he hasn't been able to talk about it publicly until just now. It feels like they are operating, though, almost as if they're going to be able to move him. Now, whether you can or not, but you can't really just sit around and wait because the draft's happening. So you can't just be stuck in the spot.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know the salary. Again, we're projecting salaries that this is fluid and moving right now, where, like, can you trade Bradley Beal? Gambo was suggested in the past week. He thinks that there's still a possibility of that happening, and that would be, like, thank you, Team X, if you're out there to save us, because then you don't have to worry about can you waive and stretch him, and that, or just outright waive him. I don't think either is good for the salary cap books. But yeah, I mean, there's just Royce O'Neal, Grayson Allen, like, can you move them for anything? Again, you would have to take salary back, and is that salary someone who plays a position of need? Again, point guard or power forward. So that's where we're at. I think it's just going to be a very busy summer because, as we discussed a few segments ago, they're making moves, and now they have to make other moves to get a roster that's balanced, I guess.
Yeah. I'm guessing we only have one more segment when we come back because the Suns pick that doesn't belong to them anymore, it belongs to the Hornets, is in. So we'll come back with that name. Again, whoever that is will be wearing a Suns hat here shortly, although they'll never play a game for them. That's next. It's the Arizona Sports NBA Draft Special on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, so many people rave about the quality of your work. What's your secret?
It's very simple, Dan. We're accountable. We do what we say we're going to do, and we do it right the first time. We're a one-stop shop that builds everything in your backyard from the pool tiles up. At Turf Monsters, we take great pride in our customers, and our finished products is what separates us from our competitors. We have the #1 installers in the Valley, and we're the #1 company for a reason.
Check out their work and schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman, only in theaters July 11th. DQ, happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
It was a normal day. I loaded up my twins in the stroller 6 a.m. and we walked to the park. Odin loved the swings. After that, we went home, and a family member of mine had recently moved to Arizona. So I asked if she would mind watching the boys while my husband and I went out for dinner. I said goodbye and we left. Not long after that, I got a call from my neighbor who said Odin had been found in our backyard pool. We rushed to the hospital, but when we got there, they were still attempting to revive him, but they gave up shortly after and he was gone. My family member had fallen asleep, leaving my boys unsupervised. I never in a million years thought this would happen to us, and I think that's the biggest thing that I want people to know is that if you think for a second it won't happen to you, it can, I promise.
Fulton Homes remembers Odin and reminds you 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water. Visit Fulton2seconds.com.
NBA Draft Special.
The Phoenix Suns select.
The home of the Suns. Arizona Sports. The local sports leader.
All right, allow me to paint a very weird picture for you that just took place on the NBA Draft TV broadcast, okay?
Paint.
So Liam McNeely gets drafted. He's going to the Hornets. He walks up on stage, picks up the Phoenix Suns hat, wears it, and the picture in the background on the stage is of Bradley Beal. So you've got Liam McNeely in a Suns hat in front of the Bradley Beal picture. Two guys, one definitely isn't on the Suns, and the other one, the Suns are actively trying to move. So I guess that just kind of sums things up right now, Kevin.
What a weird world. And it's weird that ESPN's playing along by the lower third was like, here are the Suns' needs when they're talking about the Hornets pick. I don't know.
There's a
I guess
more
we have
efficient
to
way to do this. Why do we have to play this?
Can we just move the new league year ahead of the draft? I know that's not how this stuff works, but
I was talking about it earlier today. The NFL has a 2.5 or so month gap between the end of the Super Bowl and their first round of the draft. The NBA's is apparently 3 days.
Yeah, they
That's
can't wait
it.
any longer.
That's all you got.
There's like more time between Game 4 and Game 5 of the NBA Finals than there is the end of the season and the start of the draft. Rick asked the question during the break that I think we were all wondering: what happens if Mark Williams fails his physical?
Liam McNeely, you are a son.
Yeah, does he keep that Suns
I
hat?
mean, he
Like,
technically is right now. Look at that. That's a good looking hat, too.
It is a good looking hat too.
Snazzy.
It's got to be great for
Mitch
the
will
player,
buy that.
too. Yeah, here's this hat for a team you'll never play for, Liam. Make sure you keep this. So there's only one pick left in the first round. It belongs to the LA Clippers. Kevin, I'm going to put you on the spot, but I think you were looking during the break. Are there any names out there that really stand out to you right now that, yeah, I mean, again, the Suns don't currently pick until 52, and we're only on pick 30. But are there any names that you're like, if this guy started to drop, maybe they could try to move up for him or something?
yeah, I mean, I was looking at names like 15 to 20 on the best available board of ESPN just to get a sense of what type of players are there. And you go at some big schools that people might have heard of, these guys, you know, Tyrese Proctor, a guard who had a really hot, streaky shooting performance to start Duke's on NCAA tournament run. So that's a translatable skill, a guy that I think will turn out to be an NBA player. Another guy to look at, Cam Jones from Marquette, a point guard who Suns fans who wanted the Suns to draft a point guard, Tyler Kolek, a year ago, he played alongside him at Marquette, more of the shooting guard. And then when Tyler Kolek got drafted by the Knicks, this past year just flipped into a point guard, and his assist numbers just jumped immensely to like 6 from 2 per game. So he's a guy who's like lots of college experience. You know what you're getting. Yeah, he's pretty much a 1 and not going to be a combo guard, but that's fine. You know what he's good at. So there's guys. Kobe Bray is another one from Kentucky, just a lights out shooter. So yeah, to answer the question of guys that are down in that 50 range even maybe, or high 40s, there's definitely talent in guys that have, again, NBA translatable skills.
Cam Jones is interesting. Ryan Nembhard is,
Yeah.
He might very well still be out
Mark Sears is another one from Alabama, lots of experience, another undersized point guard, but yeah.
Mitch, anything in particular you're hoping for in the second round for that? Like, are you looking for a player that they are going to have on the roster and potentially playing this season? Like, they ended up getting Oso essentially in the second round last year.
I wonder if they'll play this season. I guess we're all waiting on the Bradley Beal domino to fall, and how does that impact the rest of the roster moving off of that money, whether it's they're paying it off or they somehow miraculously find a way to trade it off. But I think that whoever gets picked by the Suns, if they even pick in the second round tomorrow, I think my guess would be they would be lower on the totem pole in terms of rotational role. Like, even if we remove Bradley Beal from the equation, the names that I wrote down earlier, we know Devin Booker's going to start. Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, Ryan Dunn, Kaha Malawatch, Mark Williams, Grayson Allen, Royce O'Neal, Nick Richards, Oso Ighodaro. Maybe some of those other names will be gone too, but I don't know that I'm necessarily relying on whoever this person is to be a part of the immediate help to the rotation. Like, if you also remove Nick Richards from the equation and Oso Ighodaro, that's still an 8-man rotation that you could work with to start the season. You don't need somebody else.
That's a good point too, because like if they take that approach and it's like, yeah, this guy shouldn't be in our rotation whether we make changes or not from those players you listed, we're going to learn about what they're wanting, I guess, in a player, or what type. Like, do you have the James Jones? I'm just getting a guy who I know, like, super senior, who played really well in college, is going to be just reliable, I guess, and even if he doesn't play? Or do you take a guy who's like a huge reach and we're surprised and we have to learn who he is because you're taking a risk, and it's a low risk at that point, obviously, in the draft. So I think we'll learn a lot with these picks.
You're right, though. We really don't know much about Brian Gregory yet. I mean, he's had to do some really high-profile stuff in his first few weeks on the job, but we really don't know what his draft philosophy is yet, and I still don't think we know it after the first round because he got a player at 10 that a lot of people thought was going to be gone by 6 or 7, and we just got the final pick of the first round to the Clippers.
Bobby Marks, player profile.
Yanni Conan Niederhauser, a lob threat thanks to his size. Conan Niederhauser runs the floor and has a soft touch around the basket. An excellent weak side rim protector with a high-level defensive IQ.
He wasn't even in the green room. He was just in the stands and just walked straight onto the stage.
It was like at a game show, and his name got called, and he ran out of the crowd. That was fantastic.
He went then he goes ahead of Maxime Reynaud, and I think there were a bunch of mocks that had Reynaud in that 20-ish range. He's a different type of center, don't get me wrong, but man, some interesting, intriguing players that could be in the second round and gone early in the second round tomorrow.
That was a suit. He was dressed like he was getting drafted by the Magic. That would have been perfect. All right, final thoughts. Anybody here before we wrap up? Rick, I'm actually going to start with you because you've been here all night too. How are you dealing with the fact this is probably the end of the Bowl era?
I mean, nobody's ever going to believe in him, it seems like. Somebody will finally find him and develop him into an all-star, and everybody will regret getting rid of him.
Rick's going to buy the new Vegas expansion team and build around Bowl.
I would. All the way to a title.
Might be a little much.
We've never seen Rick and Shaq in the same room before.
That's true. That's a good point. Keep an eye out for that tomorrow. Mitch, final thoughts before we go?
I think I'm tapped out,
Okay.
but I'm fascinated to see how the rest of the offseason goes. If this was how they got their centers, I'm fascinated to see how they go about addressing the other positions of need.
Kevin?
They probably weren't preparing to get 2 centers tonight. I'll say that.
That's right. That kind of feels like all of a sudden both things came together within 30 seconds of, and they were just like, I guess we'll take them both. It's like you go car shopping and you come home with 2 cars. You're like, wait, why
that shouldn't happen. What happened to me?
Right. I got 2 great deals. I had to buy 2 cars. It was financially irresponsible not to. All right, that is it for us. Thanks to Rick behind the glass. Thanks to Kevin Zimmerman. Thanks to Mitch Ferreldis. Thanks to Kellen